at ICRT are working with the mission of promote the advertisement and application of scientific research and knowledge to benefit society. ICRT service covers managing and maintaining education institute in different disciplines, promoting, conducting, and organizing education research program in different disciplines, professional development of educator in school and higher education, including health, engineering, and other disciplines, enrichment and awareness program, including education and health program for students. To begin with the program, I would like to introduce respected Chairman of ICERT, Dr. Sandeep Singh sir. He is over 15 years professional experience in higher education teaching. During this time, he has gained extensive experience in teaching, editor in college magazine and editor in KUK University magazine in 2001 to 2002. He is working as a renowned person in UGC HRDS, being a keen knowledge, learning attitude. He is written and presented many research papers on teaching methodology in school, pre-primary school curriculum and school education. भारतीय धर्म संस्कृति एवं जनसंचार at national and international platform published in ISSN books. He is lifetime international member in World Human Rights Protection Commission, WHRPC, New York, USA, lifetime member in Board of Advisory, National Human Rights Organization, NHRO, an organization work under the Constitution of Republic of India, New Delhi awarded with Indian Glory Award, Outstanding Principal of the Year 2021, presented by IGA Kit Production, awarded with Mahatma Jyotiba Phule Fellowship National Award 2020. The conference held in Delhi at 13 to 14 March 2021. Now, I would request Shri Sir to share his valuable views and blessing with us.
Current trends and challenges in education, research and social sciences विषय पर आयोजित 2 दिवसीय वेब कॉन्फ्रेंस में मौजूद आप सभी प्रतिभागियों का, रिसर्च स्कॉलर, जितने प्रोफेसर जुड़े हुए, सबसे पहले आप सभी का स्वागत करता हूं। उससे भी पहले गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज हिसार पे इंटरनेशनल काउंसिल फॉर एजुकेशन रिसर्च एंड ट्रेनिंग के सभी टीम मेंबर्स, आज की कॉन्फ्रेंस के उद्घाटन स्तर के मुख्य अतिथि मेजर जनरल डॉक्टर रणजीत सिंह, फॉर्मर वाइस चांसलर CRS यूनिवर्सिटी जींद एंड सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ हरियाणा, आज के कीनोट स्पीकर प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर कोसगा इगप्पाराज, विजिटिंग प्रोफेसर ट्राइन यूनिवर्सिटी USA, डॉक्टर अरुणाचल जी, डीन एंड हेड फैकल्टी ऑफ एजुकेशन बाबा मस्तनाथ यूनिवर्सिटी रोहतक, कॉन्फ्रेंस कोऑर्डिनेटर डॉक्टर सुगंधा कुलश्रेष्ठा, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर एंड HOD पॉलिटिकल साइंस, उसकी पैटर्न के तौर पर मौजूद डॉक्टर रमेश कुमार आर्य सर, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर गवर्नमेंट PG कॉलेज हिसार, डॉक्टर स्नेहलता, कैप्टन डॉक्टर स्नेहलता, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज हिसार, कॉन्फ्रेंस कन्वीनर डॉक्टर राजपाल, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर इन हिंदी गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज हिसार, कॉन्फ्रेंस सेक्रेटरी डॉक्टर सतीश कुमार, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर इन डिफेंस स्टडी गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज हिसार दोनों दिन चेयरपर्सन की भूमिका के रूप में मौजूद रहने वाले प्रोफेसर रक्स।
हेलो
हेलो, हाँ जी, वॉइस नहीं आ रही थी।
नाउ ऑडिबल।
शायद टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम है, 1 मिनट के लिए।
हाँ जी, यस, आगे सर आवाज।
सर अब आ गई सर आवाज?
यस यस सर, आ रही है।
शुरुआत से ही नहीं आ रही थी
यस सर,
सर,
यू
या
आर
बिल्कुल अभी
ऑडिबल।
बीच में बंद हुई?
अभी जो चेयरमैन साहब के बारे में बता रहे थे आप, उस टाइम बंद हुई थी।
उस टाइम बंद हुई, ठीक 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 सर।
डॉक्टर सुगंधा के बारे में बता दिए।
थोड़ी टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम के लिए माफी चाहते हैं। कॉन्फ्रेंस चीफ पैट्रन डॉक्टर रमेश कुमार आर्य सर, डॉक्टर स्नेहलता मैम, कॉन्फ्रेंस के कन्वीनर डॉक्टर राजपाल जी, कॉन्फ्रेंस सेक्रेटरी डॉक्टर सतीश कुमार, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज हिसार, टेक्निकल सेशन के चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर प्रोफेसर लक्ष्मी नारायण जी, डॉक्टर परीक्षित, डॉक्टर मुनेन्द्र कुमार, डॉक्टर केपी धन बालकृष्णन, और टेक्निकल सेशन के कोऑर्डिनेटर तो दोनों दिन हमारे बीच मौजूद रहेंगे, निम्ता पीएचडी रिसर्च स्कॉलर फ्रॉम जम्मू, डॉक्टर चेतना गुप्ता, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर गवर्नमेंट डिग्री कॉलेज कठुआ J&K, डॉक्टर रिंकू असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर ज्योतिबा फुले गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज रादौर हरियाणा, आर वासुमती रिसर्च स्कॉलर गॉर्डन सिटी यूनिवर्सिटी बेंगलोर। आप सभी का ICERT की तरफ से हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं, स्वागत करता हूं। बिल्कुल कम समय में, क्योंकि कॉन्फ्रेंस शुरू होने में 15 मिनट की देरी हुई है और हमारे आज के उद्घाटन सत्र के मुख्य अतिथि जी मेजर जनरल साहब बिल्कुल जुड़े हुए हैं, तो बिल्कुल एक टू द पॉइंट मैं सिर्फ बात करूंगा आज के टॉपिक पर, करंट ट्रेंड्स एंड चैलेंजेस इन एजुकेशन, रिसर्च एंड सोशल साइंसेस। हम सबको पता है कि हम सभी कोविड-19 के एक बुरे दौर से उभरे हैं। इस दौरान जो आज की कॉन्फ्रेंस के 2 दिन तक चलने वाली जो कॉन्फ्रेंस है हमारी वेब कॉन्फ्रेंस, इसके 3 मुख्य जो बिंदु रहेंगे, एजुकेशन, रिसर्च एंड सोशल साइंसेस। यदि एक नजर दौड़ाई जाए तो कोविड-19 के इस दौर में सबसे ज्यादा जो इफेक्ट यदि हेल्थ के बाद पड़ा है तो वो एजुकेशन, रिसर्च और सोशल साइंसेस पर ही पड़ा है। शिक्षा का स्तर पूरे विश्व में कोविड-19 से पहले क्या था वह आज क्या है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं। हालांकि जब कोविड-19 का दौर हुआ, जब सभी बच्चे व हम एजुकेशनिस्ट जब अपने अपने घरों में मौजूद थे, मौके तब भी दिए गए, चाहे कॉलेज हो, यूनिवर्सिटी हो, एजुकेशन मिनिस्ट्री हो, सभी ने अपने अपने स्तर पर एक मौके दिए। ऑनलाइन विकल्प हमारे सामने उभर करके आया। लेकिन यदि इस शिक्षा के बारे में ये बात मैं कहूं कि ऑनलाइन विकल्प तो फिजिकल क्लासरूम का विकल्प नहीं बन पाया, तो इस बात में कोई अतिशयोक्ति नहीं है। हालांकि एक बहुत अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म मिला, हमें एक तकनीकी स्तर पर जानकारी मिली, लेकिन वो विकल्प बन करके हमारे बीच नहीं उभर पाया। दूसरी बात करते हैं कि रिसर्च की। रिसर्च के मामले में तो वैसे ही हाथ तंग चला रहा है शोधार्थियों का, लेकिन इस कोविड-19 ने और भी नीचे की तरफ धकेला है रिसर्च को। हालांकि टॉपिक बड़े हैं, इस दौरान रिसर्च के टॉपिक बहुत ज्यादा उभर करके सामने आए हैं, लेकिन जो रिसर्च के जो पैमाने तय होने चाहिए थे वे नहीं हो पाए और उस तरह का रिसर्च नहीं हो पाया। तो सोशल साइंसेस विषय पर आप सभी जानते ही हैं कि सोशल एक सामाजिक स्तर पर सामाजिक विषय जितने भी शामिल रहे हैं, वो चाहे वे सकते हिस्ट्री, पॉलिटिकल साइंस, ज्योग्राफी, सोशियोलॉजी, पब्लिक एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, साइकोलॉजी, डिफेंस स्टडीज, या एक सोशल साइंस विषय ऐसा है जिसमें आर्ट्स, कॉमर्स, साइंस तीनों का एक सामंजस्य है। किसी भी एक विषय का किसी दूसरे विषय के बिना कभी वो पूरा नहीं माना जाता, बल्कि अधूरे ही माने जाते हैं हमेशा। तो इन सभी पर यदि मैं एक बात करूं, एजुकेशन, रिसर्च और सोशल साइंसेज, हम सभी को, जितने एजुकेशनिस्ट हैं उनको, रिसर्च स्कॉलर को, और दुनिया भर के जितने भी विश्वविद्यालय हैं उन विश्वविद्यालयों को मिलकर के एक दोबारा फिर से उभर करके सामने आना होगा। शिक्षा के स्तर को आगे बढ़ाते हुए शोध की दिशा में भी हमें कदम जरूर बढ़ाने होंगे, और तभी हमारा जो एक शिक्षा का स्तर है वो पूरे विश्व में दोबारा फिर से उठ पाएगा। वर्तमान दौर में शिक्षा की जो दशा है, इसको सुधारने के लिए हम सभी को एक एक करके आगे आना होगा। सिर्फ और सिर्फ सरकारें रूल बनाती रहे, उससे कुछ होने वाला मेरे ख्याल से नहीं है। सरकारें सभी अच्छा ही करती हैं जो भी करती हैं, लेकिन हम जब तक खुद आगे नहीं बढ़ेंगे तब तक इस शिक्षा के स्तर को आगे नहीं बढ़ाया जा सकता। तो कम समय लेते हुए आप सभी का एक बार दोबारा पर इंटरनेशनल काउंसिल फॉर एजुकेशन, रिसर्च एंड ट्रेनिंग एंड गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज हिसार, हरियाणा, इंडिया की तरफ से बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूं, और ये उम्मीद करता हूं कि 2 दिनों तक चलने वाली इस वेब कॉन्फ्रेंस के दौरान एक नए आयाम स्थापित होंगे। आप सभी को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
थैंक यू सो मच सर। सर, आपने बताया कि ऑनलाइन जो क्लासेस हैं वो कभी भी जो है ऑफलाइन क्लासेस का स्थान नहीं ले सकती हैं। फिर भी कोविड के समय में थोड़े थोड़े प्रयास हम लोगों के जारी रहे हैं, और आपने ये बताया कि जो सोशल साइंस में जो सब्जेक्ट्स हैं, एजुकेशन के स्तर को सुधारने के लिए हम जनता को ही, आम लोगों को ही आगे आना है, और शिक्षा के स्तर निश्चित रूप से सुधरेगा अगर हम प्रयास करेंगे। थैंक यू सो मच सर। थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू।
So, uh, I would like to introduce respected chief guest of this conference, Major General Dr. Ranjit Singh, AVSM, VSM, retired, former Vice Chancellor, CRS University, Jind and Central University of Haryana. Major General Ranjit Singh has written a book which is already available in the market. Major General Dr. Ranjit Singh, AVSM, VSM, former Vice Chancellor, CRS University, Jind and Central University, Mahendragarh, is a meritorious all-rounder, has quite a few academic laurels up his sleeve, a postgraduate in geography and M.Ed. He is doctorate in geography and diploma holder in French. He passed out from IMA in 1978 with silver medal for standing first in order of merit in technical. He is also happens to be the only AEC officer who was decorated concurrently with the paramedical for being the toughest cadet of 63 regular and 46 technical. He has had instructional appointment at ACE TRG College of Central, Panchmani MP, NDA, IMA, Dehradun, and short tenure as a psychologist at SSB at Selection Center, Bangalore and Allahabad twice. Now I am inviting our Honorable Chief Guest, Major General Ranjit Singh, for inaugural address. Please, sir.
सर, आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही।
सर प्लीज अपने आप को अनम्यूट कीजिए पहले।
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. The government college principal, staff, and the organizers and Dr. SK. Dr. SK, do we have foreign students or the speakers? हमारे फॉरेन स्पीकर्स भी है कोई इसमें वेबिनार में?
Yes, sir.
So I limit. I wanted to cover some other areas. So I will list now. Are some students there? कुछ विद्यार्थी भी हैं? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So friends, the topic definitely given to all, that is multidisciplinary international webinar on current trends and challenges in education, research and social sciences. Now, really speaking, if you talk about the trends, definitely after new education policy, we should think positive, but I am very clear after having served as a principal in many schools, as a director of Sainik schools, military schools, and professor and principal in a college, and then vice chancellor. And after having interviewed thousands and thousands of students, now friends, we have got a challenge, there's no doubt, in education. The new education policy, is it working for the holistic development? It is a big challenge, there's no doubt. You said very correctly, Dr. SK, the teaching tools due to Corona have proved very effective, but the teaching tools cannot replace a teacher. That is why today the values are different. I will not mix my words after having gone to Japan, Australia, and America. Every second day, there is a killing in USA. These are the challenges of education. What kind of education are we giving to the students? Why a student kills other student? 10 killed 10, 18, 2, 5. What is this? So therefore, the discipline is lacking. The values are lacking in the education system. Now, the teaching tools definitely, you said very correctly, has helped us during Corona. And it has helped the learners as well as the educators. And there was a sudden shift to digital education. But my dear friends, India has got 15 lakh schools, 47,000 colleges, more than 1,000 universities, more than 450 reputed institutions, and more than 1,000 central schools, 130 army schools, 33 Sainik schools, and 5 military schools and RIMC, and some Navodaya Vidyalayas. Could we give digital education to these students? We don't want Corona to come again. That is a big challenge. Are these students were given computers or the laptop? Was internet there? These were the challenges. गांव के अंदर there's a lack of computer lab. Generally, in most of the schools, especially the government schools, are lacking computer lab. In some schools, if there are computer labs are there, the teachers are not there. If the teacher is there, some teachers are not trained properly. And if teacher is there, computer is there, then at times electricity is not there. Sometimes generator is not working. So we have to take a long leap to make all these parameters functional. These are not functional today. And as a vice chancellor, when all these 450 B.Ed colleges were with us, I visited most of them. And I also visited more than 100 schools during that time. Now I count more than 500 schools, government and private schools in villages. Tools are very important. Sorry, some call is coming. It's disturbed. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Now, the personalized paced learning is another challenge. But students are free to learn at their own pace. They have got enough time. It's not that 40 students है तो सभी को एक numerical problem दिया. Some have not understood, but here he can make his own pace. That is also it has benefited him and unified learning experiences. However, in colleges, in schools, some have conducted interviews, online interviews. Some have conducted like webinar, conducted GDs, group discussions. It's very important. It's a very important part of personality. And they got noticed in new education policy, this area is given a lot of importance. Skill development, soft skills. This is important part. And since I am training students for various entries in NDA, so 12वीं class pass विद्यार्थी आते हैं, so we give them officers training. Students have got 95, 97 marks in English and math in class 12. But if I ask him, please introduce yourself, the student is not able to introduce himself or herself. I belong to some village, my father is doing this, I got these many marks in class 10, 12, I play these games, this is my hobby, this is my interest, and this is the position of responsibility I had in school. I was a monitor, cultural activities, social activities, NSS. He or she is not able to communicate. So therefore, somewhere we have faltered in teaching these soft skills, which is a very important part of personality. We have to look into this also. Now the technology definitely is helping us. I don't know how far will it help us in research work. 33% of the NASA scientists are from India. If we can do wonders outside, why can't do wonders in India? So the Honorable Prime Minister, I think, has given some incentives to DRDO and ISRO scientists, and they have created miracles. This is the kind of example our students should take. They were given free time, finances were shortage, so they were given free movement. You can go abroad, you can use funds, go to America, go to France, go to Russia. They have bought the technologies, they've got the technologies. Now India is producing their own MiGs, own tanks, own guns, bulletproof jacket, the shoes, the rifles, and space. How much we have advanced in space. This is Dr. Kalam's model. So therefore, the students are capable. But can we give these facilities to these 15 lakh schools, to 47,000 colleges, 1,000 universities and 1,000 odd central school students and all that? That is $1 million question which has to be looked into. Are we giving holistic development? Some time back, there was a slogan, CCE, Continuous Comprehensive Evaluation, whereas our teaching is based on rote memory. We are going to Western side, there's no doubt. The new education policy is not going for rote memory. इसमें कोई शक नहीं है. It is vocational, it is time management, skill, creativity, emotional aspect is looked into, holistic development is looked into, flexible है, multidisciplinary है, but it is a challenge. Will you be able to achieve the target in the given time? That is $1 million question. Will you be able to imbibe leadership qualities? How will you improve his reasoning? How will you improve social qualities? Will we be able to improve his responsibility? Today something is happening. Boy or girl go in rickshaw, somebody is doing something. Nobody is there to save. Nobody is there. In the train, you see so many things happening. If there is a Fauji sitting, he will do something. He will object. And that bargain, he may get killed even. But he will not allow that nonsense to happen. So these kind of things are there. Then another challenge is the assessment, no doubt. Are we transparent in our assessment? Will we be transparent in our assessment? Will be able to train our trainee teachers? I know we should, but we should speak the fact. We have got 450 odd colleges in Haryana, B.Ed colleges, many engineering colleges, 60-70% colleges. The training is not there on ground. Either the teachers are not there, qualified teachers are not there, or the students are not there. But the list of 600 odd B.Ed students is there. All these colleges were with CRS University gene. And really speaking, we had a surgical strike on these B.Ed colleges. It was very difficult. People may be knowing. In fact, you can ask them how difficult it was. And we tried to improve these schools. The vacancies were reduced. The schools which are not doing well, these B.Ed colleges, we warned them. Some of them were about to be closed, but it was a short period and the success was not there completely. But we should not give up. The 2020 is definitely a positive sign. Good thing we have removed MPhil and 4 years degree, 1 year MA and then research. It will bring some result, there is no doubt. However, like the DRDO and the ISRO, can we have mini research centers in our universities and schools? Dr. Kalam used to say, what are we giving back to the society? Are the university professors and students going to the villages? What we are teaching in university should be known to the villages. Agriculture university is the university teachers and students going to the villages about soil testing, mechanized farming, sprinkler irrigation, dry farming. So, आजकल इतनी techniques आई हुई हैं. These are to be told to the farmers. Farmers' income is not doubled. I'm sorry. The income has to be doubled. Of course, India's economy is almost 3 trillion. It will be 5 trillion in next 2 years. It will be 9 trillion by end of this decade. And we will be 40 trillion by the time we complete 100 years of independence. But today, definitely, we are passing through a very difficult stage because infrastructure is not available with all the students, with all the teachers. So therefore, the training teachers who are being trained have to be given the infrastructure, proper training. Then only they will be able to train further. Otherwise, your research work will also suffer. And what somebody said, social sciences, if it is a mix, multidisciplinary, an agriculture student can take science. And when he goes to the village, his knowledge of agriculture will benefit him. Very many institutes have done this, and they have really done wonders in a short span of time. However, the new education policy, we definitely have many scope, and the GER, which the government is planning 50%, it will be a good thing by 2035. And we may get this target. However, the budget has to be increased to 6% of the GDP. Let's hope the government increases. Now, friend, one last piece of advice to the professors and of course, if some students are there. Unless we develop values, unless we develop holistically students, unless we make them mentally, physically, emotionally strong, we will not be able to produce the desired results. The students will not be mentally, physically, and emotionally strong. And for that, 21st June is a yoga day. We only practice one day. How many schools and colleges and universities are doing it? Hardly anyone. So therefore, the teachers have to set an example. And we have done in our university. And wherever I go, I generally show this to my students. And therefore, this is my last piece of advice to the August gathering. I will show that is Mayura. I hope you will be able to see it. It is the most difficult pose of yoga. And in that, you balance your body on your elbows. I'm touching 70. Lift the body. Slowly come down. I can do Sirsasana. Can you hear me? So therefore,
Yes, sir.
holistic development, the students have to be given physical toughness exercises, the sports, NCC, and definitely social service. With this, I'd like to close. In case there is any doubt, query, I'm ready to answer, please. Thank you. And Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, Your views are extremely valuable for us. आपने बताया कि पॉजिटिव थिंकिंग है, उससे डेफिनेटली हम अपने गोल को प्राप्त कर सकते हैं, और कॉन्फिडेंस जो है वो बहुत ही जरूरी है, और साथ साथ में जो डेवलपमेंट अगर करना है तो साथ में एक डिसिप्लिन जो है लाइफ में बहुत जरूरी है। और सर आपने योगा का इतना अच्छा जो है हमें करके बताया, और हर व्यक्ति को अगर अपने शरीर को मानसिक और शारीरिक रूप से स्वस्थ रखना है तो योगा के साथ में जुड़ना ही होगा। और साथ में एक छोटे से कोटेशन के साथ में कहना चाहूंगी कि हमें जो है परों से नहीं हौसलों से उड़ान भरनी चाहिए, और निश्चित रूप से हमें सफलता एक दिन जरूर मिल ही जाएगी। सो ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर ऑल स्टूडेंट्स, एंड थैंक यू सो मच सर फॉर योर वैल्यूएबल views for us. Thank you, sir.
I have to go on another webinar. Can I beg leave? मुझे दूसरे वेबिनार में जाना है, एक और इंटरनेशनल वेबिनार। जनरल वीके सिंह is also on the line. So can I take a leave? मैं जा सकता हूँ?
Thank you sir, thank you sir.
Thank you SK, thank you SK, please don't mind.
Thank you sir.
चल रहा है।
और वास्तव में ही आज आपके आने से इस कॉन्फ्रेंस की शोभा बढ़ी है, क्योंकि मुझे बताते हुए बड़ा गर्व महसूस हो रहा है कि 70 से अधिक प्रतिभागी डिफेंस स्टडी के जुड़े हुए हैं। आपका आना बिल्कुल सकारात्मक रूप देगा इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को। थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू, सैल्यूट।
बहुत बढ़िया, सो नाइस, थैंक यू, बहुत बढ़िया, थैंक यू, सो नाइस ऑफ यू।
थैंक यू सो मच सर।
Thank you.
Now I would be introducing the keynote speaker of this conference, Professor Dr. Koshka Yagappa Raj, Professor at Putra International College, Malaysia, Prime University, USA. He has published many papers and articles in reputed journals. He has been awarded with various awards such as National Paryavaran Award in 2009, Best Teacher Award in 2010, Expert Reviewer Award, and many more. Now I would like to request to our Honorable Professor Dr. Koshka Yagapparaj sir for keynote address. Sir, please.
Good evening to all. Thank you, madam, for the very beautiful introduction about myself. I would like to thank ICRT and the Government College, also Hisar, not Hosur, Hisar. Okay, it's in the northern part of India. Okay, I am an Indian now in Malaysia. I thank the organizers, Dr. Sandeep Kumar, for providing me this opportunity to share my views on the trends and challenges in education. Now, talking of the trends and challenges, I just heard the previous speaker speaking, the chief guest speaking on the challenges and trends. What makes me to share? I feel I am proud and part of this academic forum, the educated group, so-called educated group. Looking back to the past history of our education, to me, I would like to point out point blank a few points, and then I would like to end. Number one, the post-pandemic. The pandemic has given a way for us to move forward. I take it as a positive note. Why? Because we were struggling, we were having a change and growth process in the education. We were mixing up as educationists. We are not here to point out anybody or anything. We are here as collectively to reflect how we can move forward in our future endeavor as educationists, as students, as teachers, as business owners. To me, the first thing that comes is education is a basket of many stakeholders. The teachers, the students, the business owners, the external environment, the parents, so on, so forth. We all know how many names we can give. Now, these many people are playing around on the topic of education. For me, education is molding of our behavior. What has gone into our system, in our stream, is education has become an intellectual, creating an intellectual monster. Now, after this COVID, we are focusing on skill, particular skill, individual skill. This remains as an individual thing. It has to be brought under the umbrella of education. Education is preparing the mind, body, and soul for life. It is not degree. Education is not degree. For me, education and training are two different things. We are mixing up with education and training. Training is part of education. In a degree, we train for a part. Engineer, doctor, we give a particular skill. That's not, we cannot conclude that as a holistic education. You learn one particular skill for operation. Very good. Can we say that that person is an educated person if the person does not have the modification of the behavior in one's life, which will involve influencing on the lives of others? No, we cannot say. Now, after pandemic, we are focusing more on training, skill training. Yes, skills are needed. Many skills are needed. We cannot just say with one skill, with one certificate or 6 months, 1 year, 3 years, 4 years degree certificate, which gives a particular skill. That's not education for me. For me, education is a variety of skills. Now, as teacher, I am challenged with many. One of the challenges that I faced last 2 years is online education. We all know as teachers, even students will agree with me how much we struggle to cope up with the situation, to understand the teacher, to understand the platform, the technology. To me, to teach John English, the teacher must know John as well as English. Now we are creating people only with English. We don't teach people how to understand another human being. The emotional aspect of, the social, religious, cultural aspect of our very life is missing in our education. I am sure all will agree with me. Now, we are not here to point out what is wrong with us, what is the challenge we know, but how we can find a solution to this is my focus. To me, we need to make a shift from customers of God to customers are human beings. When I make this statement, customers are gods, in the manufacturing, in the business sector, for a business, you need to focus on the customers. You need to focus on your product to meet the requirement of the customers. Now, education, somehow we are into creating intellectual monsters with certain skills, definitely certain skills. And also we are succumbed to creating customers are gods. We do not have our own stand. As teachers, we have to satisfy many stakeholders. We have moved from quality education to quantity education. Can we think of some alternatives, how we can come back to the quality education, providing quality education? If my students fail, I lose my job. So I make everybody pass, which was not the case earlier. And now with online, neither I know the student, neither I can see the face, hear the voice. I don't know the facial expressions. I just bombard, finish my lesson. And last 2 years, I don't know what I taught. From me, I don't have the satisfaction of teaching. So what is the solution for me? For me, it is a blended. Yes, we are pulled to the corner with the pandemic, with the industry 4, industry 5, and the technology. We are pulled. We cannot change that one, but we can change our system. I would like to touch upon the system of education, the very core, which may be a little painful, because we are all part of certain system. The cultural system in our schools, colleges, country, states. I think we need to start from the system of our education. What are we holding in our system? What we are holding is we want the quantity, customers are gods, education is an end, and education is something mechanized. No, education is not mechanized. It is tailored. It's not ready-made shirt, ready-made dress. It has to be, education has to be customized as per the need of the students, as per the need of the people, as per the need of the culture, climate. So we are now stuck with the intellectual boom, with the Internet of Things. In the past, teachers were knowledgeable. We know things. Now our students know more than us. The content part is open to everybody. And we do not have a method. As teachers, we do not have a method. We need to develop. I'm not saying, when I say, I do not say we do not have a method. We have our own individualized method, which does not meet the requirement of the industry. When we go for a job, what they are looking for? They want people with only knowledge. They do not select a person who has got maturity, in the maturity level, attitude level, emotional level. It is not looked at. You are hired now for what you can achieve. That machines can achieve. In few years, machines will do. Yes, now itself doing, computer is doing most part of it. Drone has come, now electric car has come. Okay, everything is electrified, everything is touch, finger, sensor. Okay, now we are going to be outdated. Why? Because we have gone from manual to mechanized. Yes, mechanized is part of our life. We need machines. We need this platform. But that is not the end for us. Mechanization is not the end for us. Producing quantity is not an end for us. Producing quality is an end for us, for me. Education is a means, not an end. Once we hear from the students, once they complete their degree, yes, it's done. My studies are over, my education is over. No, their training is over. For me, their training for that particular field is over. They can have multiple trainings, multiple talents. Human beings are endowed with capabilities. The previous speaker spoke of capabilities, and he said all the cream, the top layers are moving out of our country, India, 100%. And these intellectuals, those who go out of India, they are only intellectually good when they go out of India. They have one aspect. The intellectual aspect is very high. Their skill level is very high. Although they lack the human level, the emotional level, and when they go abroad, they struggle a bit and manage because they are good in one thing. If you are good in one thing, you can develop yourself with available resources in many things. Now, talking of India, I was also in Jharkhand, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, the most so-called underdeveloped in education. I have worked in the remote places, walked for hours to go to give some night classes, adult education. Okay, so we have a system in our country, the environment. I think we need to touch from there to bring changes in education. No wonder we are in the cutthroat competitive world. We need to either change ourselves or we are thrown out, we will be out. But talking of India is the world. India have many states, many culture, many languages, and each culture is different. Each state has got its own resources. That needs to be first unified to provide a platform for education. Yes, India being rich in many aspects, they provide training. India provides training for individuals, and these individuals, once they are expert in particular field, they move away because it is not unified ground. The ground is separated in terms of states, in terms of different things, which is very difficult to talk about in an open form. We all are aware. I think we need to start from there. We need to start. On the upper level, we have platforms like schools, colleges, and education institutions, and they are stuck in between. The education institutions, I have been a school principal for 12 years, and I was stuck because of on the one side, the demand from the public, demand from the government, demand from the parents, and my own dream of establishing a good education institution. So I am pulled as an educationist. What I would appreciate is we need to line up all this. We are talking in an individual platform. We need to unify. And for that, this online platform is excellent. We somehow got scattered. Oh, you are engineer, you are doctor, you are defense force, you have to behave like this, you have to do like this, you have to have this skill. Yes, all individuals' pockets. Now, this platform, online platform, intellectual platform, or mechanized platform is a means for us to unify our resources, get connected internally, underground, the bottom level, so that our product will be a qualified product, not a quantified product. We are not able to produce good students with good human heart because that is not our job. My job is to teach my syllabus. Yes, we have our syllabus to complete. Most of us are busy with completing the syllabus. Otherwise, we'll get a remark, our job is in danger. That's where the educators are worried. Now, what happens to the business owners? Education has become a business, commercialized. Education is supposed to be a service sector, like hospitals. By saying that, I don't say that I am doing a free service. I need food, shelter, clothes, so I need money. What I mean is service sector is compared to commercialized business sector, only for business machines, is not equal to this the service sector like education. Education industry is supposed to be service sector. We have fallen into the commercial sector, and therefore we are expanding. Yes, expanding, developing, money, everything. Yes, money is necessary. Money is a necessary evil. Money needed, but money has become the focal point. We have lost the individuality of each human being. Remember, human beings are unique. Now, I have developed a course. I put it in the internet, and my students learn. I don't know what they have picked up. I get a satisfaction that I have trained my student with these skills. That's all. But I have not touched the hearts of the beings. I want my students to be like me as human beings, because I consider I am the best human being. All of us will agree with me. All of us are the best. Okay, we all have the best potential within us, and we play the best part. Yes, we go from there. Okay. So education, as educationists, we need to create a platform for us to dance and play. What do I mean by this platform? the systems, the beliefs, the outlooks that we are having towards education. When we say education, we now actually means training. We are training individuals with individual skills. Fine, we are granted. But are we unifying these skills with a unique human being who has got body, mind, and soul, who can create in a later part of his or her life for the betterment of the society? We are missing there. We issue certificate on the basis of marks. Yes, marks are important. Marks come as part of it. But more than the marks, where is the individual capacity to produce and to learn is missing. So we need to rework or restructure our system. Maybe we start individually as a group, as a sector, as an NGO. Yes. And when we work as an NGO, when we work as a school or a college, now we are thrown into the world, okay, in a big sea, and we get lost. We somehow miss along the way for which we are created for. The originality, the original mission gets lost because of the cutthroat competition to stand in par with others, equity and equality. We are moving towards equals. We don't take care of the equity part of it. Each one is different. Man is different, woman is different. Okay, young children are different, adults are different, older people are different. Yes. Are we catering to the needs of different categories of people? You may categorize in any ways. As a different discipline, you can categorize accordingly. For me, we need to start working from the ground, grassroots level. Yes, on the top, we have a lot of intellectuals who create forms, policies, and they need to come down. And from down, those who are struggling now in the online platform, they need to get connected as complementary to each other. Not looking at as aliens or someone is strong, someone is weak. There is no question of strong and weak. The equity part, everybody has a role to play in their own way. I would like to stop here. I would like to give some time for some questions, practical questions. I would love to get some questions. I am now in Malaysia last 8 years. Before that, for about 20 years, I was in North India. I am from South India. For about 25 years, I was in the North Indian state. So you can ask me any questions. Let's create whatever I have shared. If you disagree, you can always express. If you agree, let's look for some opportunity. Let's look for some common thread where we can move forward intellectually. If you do not ask any questions, I'd like to ask this question. Shall we reflect upon the education now? Do we agree, don't agree? Let's not create a division, but intellectually, can we share our views and thoughts? I feel very much that the education that we provide is catering to the commercialized, mechanized world, which we have lost. I feel we have lost from the service side. You may share on this. Second one, I would like to raise a question. I would like to make a statement that education now is an end, not a means. For me, education is a means. Training, education is a means, not an end. Maybe we can think on these 2 points. Anybody would like to share their experience? I am into research. Okay, I am into research and I get a lot of students. And we are also now moving to a lot of plagiarism. Copying others doesn't pain us. Others' work, we take it and we get the name. Whoever publishes first, we get the name. It is sad part of our life, but we need to think. I'm not criticizing anybody. When I say make a statement, I include myself. Over 25, 30 years of experience, yes. Plagiarism is another challenge. Research. People come out of the studies, come with a research paper, ask a question, we don't know. And we have to make them pass. If I don't make them pass, I lose my job. I don't get my payment. Because we have gone into a piece rate system. You do this job, you get this payment. Yes, I would like to get some reactions. Because this is our problem. As educators, we are pushed to the corners. We are human beings, we need money, we need things, but we are pushed. How we can reflect, share our knowledge, and bring a change in the system, in our educational system. Since no questions are coming, my view on the online, yes, it is very convenient. It is a subjective issue, like people like India, many places you have electricity, you don't have mobile connectivity. How are we going to tackle? We need to have a blend of system. We can't avoid this online now. We have reached to a certain level. We can't come back, but we need to move forward. So we need to develop a blended system to be on the safer side. So we need to work our syllabus, everything on that. I'm sure all the deans and the head of the departments and the university, they are all schools, they're working on it. But in this planning, to me, not everybody is involved. It is their business. It is the HOD's business. It is they who prepare. And thus the result, you don't get it. In a machine, you take an example of preparing a car, everything is coordinated. There's a coordination. If the coordination is not there, the car will have some defect. And our education system, the students, the output is with some defects because not all are involved. Not all are involved. When I say all are not involved, not that everybody can be included in every decision making. There has to be a mechanism, and we have a very beautiful mechanism in India. And that has to be challenged. That has to be and thought about. As a school principal, sometimes it's my personal experience. When I go for a staff meeting, I go with the solutions because I don't want to create any issues. I don't want to dissatisfy somebody. I don't want to create further problems. So I go with the solution. I raise the question and I give the answer and I come out. I am a very good principal. But this is not for the long run. This won't go in the long run. This was my experience.
Sir, can I ask the question?
Yes, please.
So you said that education is a service, of the service sector. We all know that, but since the pandemic, everything is happening online right now. So do you think that education right now is becoming, a thing for the elitist or for the upper class? Because some people, most of the people, they are not able to, afford maybe an online education because of lack of resources. So do you think education is becoming an elitist thing now?
It is not because of pandemic. It was from the past itself. In the past itself, the education has become commercialized. It is not a service industry. Now this has become a scapegoat. This pandemic has become an excuse for us to say that we can produce mechanized people. Education in the past, also recent past, it has become more money oriented. Only elite can afford to, elite can do it. And this was in our system. That's why I hit upon the system to have some change, system to reflect upon. So this online, coming to the online, yes, online has given opportunity for all. Okay, online has broken the dam. The water is just flowing. Anybody can take a bath. But now, when the dam is broken, the flood water is going to throw out everywhere, and we have to also face the other consequences. We are going to have more intellectual monsters in the near future. Already in these 2 years, many have got a lot of degrees, including myself. Okay, online degrees. But that is for what for? Since I am already in the education field and I am already having something, this one gives me a different look. That's all for me. But if I don't have any previous education, previous experience, with these 2 degrees, and I am going to sit in the office and decide, and the outcome is going to be an accident. So for me, the system has to be rehabilitated. Online education is the norm of the day in the future, and it has to be well developed. It is not just you having the internet and having your degree. No, we are in 2002, I happened to be in an interview board for selecting a nurse, and the nurse has written everything in the hand. It's a real experience. Body temperature, blood pressure, temperature, everything was written in the hand. And I was wondering why she was looking at the hand to ask. I'm not an expert in the medical industry, but I was called to ask general question, attitude questions, human question, emotional questions. But then I hinted out to the person, check the candidate's hand. Now, if we have selected that person as a nurse, I don't know what will happen to that clinic. Yeah, so we are now producing like that more. In research, I am also part of it. Sad to say, I am also part of it. I am here to learn how we can move forward. I am open to that. I have produced a lot of PhDs, masters. Yes, we are in the system. How we can work together is my question, and I would like to get others' views on that. Did I answer a little bit on your part? What you have asked?
Yes, sir, you did. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
I'm agree with you, and we are teaching UGC net since 8th year,
Yeah.
and I saw that many masters from reputed colleges come out here, and we saw that they do not want, they do not agree, they do not able to solve any problem.
Yeah.
They are not practically able. They are not able to teach, but they are trying to crack out their UGC net, and UGC net is a eligibility to become an assistant professor. I saw that a number of people crack their UGC, but they do not know anything. They do not know anything in their subject. They do not know anything in their skills. And I'm totally agree with you. Nowadays, education become means, it is not an end, but it should be an end. Education should be an end, but in commercialization, industrialization, and in growing era, it is become a means. And people are taking their degree and they are just showing their eligibility. But in the real sense, what is an education and what is the our moral values and what is our services to the nation, toward the society, the present student and today's student don't know anything about this. And in COVID era, Haryana, as per particular, I did research nowadays, more than 5,000 students got 100% in their 10th and 12th. This is a miracle. How they got it, but I don't know. But they got 100%, and in the masters and post graduations, they enrolled in higher education, then they got 170%, 120%. And but if you ask anything to those students, they don't know anything. My wife is an assistant professor in government college that is presenting this conference as well. She shared an experience with me that she told to a student to signature his or her document. The student writes signature in Hindi, hastakshar, but he don't know to write the signature. This is the real sense of education presented. I'm again totally agree with you, and we regularly face this problem because they come from college and they want to crack UGC, and even they want JRF. What is JRF? Junior Research Fellowship. That is an high merit qualification, and somebody even in quotas and even in some if and but, there are a number of means to crack this exam. I do not want to share on open platform, as you say earlier. So it is a discussable issue that education should be an end, but not a means. But nowadays it is a means. I'm totally agree. Thank you, sir.
As I was listening to you, thank you, sir. As I was listening to you, when we were all studying, I was studying, one teacher teaches, another teacher sets the question, and third teacher used to correct. Now, I teach, I set the question, I correct. Okay, this is what I mean the system. Suppose now the system, if the system is one teaches, another one sets the question, third one corrects, we have internet to get connection. Back in 2008-9, I did my B.Ed, and by early morning 4 o'clock we used to get the questions. Okay, so guys used to go to sleep and get at 3 o'clock, wait for the questions. 2008, 2009. Now, if that is the system, then how are we going to expect from the student? The expectation also is very high. We can't blame the students. The expectation is very high, and the whole system has to be from the bottom. Whole system has to be from the bottom. Yes. We need to seriously think of these leaking questions, giving tips. I was asked about 10 years before, Dr. K, any tips? I said in India, we give tips for in the hotels. When you go and we give happily some money, you know, that's the tips. But here now tips are the birthright of the students. If you don't give tips, you are a bad lecturer, bad teacher, bad professor. The system we are in. So we need to talk about these, some of the systems that we are in. Tips. I am deadly against that tips system. If I teach, I don't have to give tips, and I need to teach. That means I need to prepare myself, that I need to be qualified. I need to have emotional balance, intellectual balance. So there is nobody to be blamed. It's we are to be blamed for me as teachers.
Anyone else want to ask any question?
Yeah. Hi, this is Moa from Nagaland. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Sir.
Yeah, I just want to point out. I mean, I share my view. Whenever there is seminar or whenever there is assessment for student performance, the blame is the scapegoat is always the teachers. If they perform well, the credit goes to the management. If the teachers, I mean, if the students don't fare well, the blame is upon the teachers. And in most of the institution, what we see is that teachers' ability is judged based on the result of the students. So, like you have said, sir, if we don't give suggestions, students don't perform well. That means teachers are bad. But those teachers or those who give suggestions, if students perform well in the subject, means they are being what we call awarded. So I think there should be support from the system also, administration. I'm talking about heads, principal, head of the department. They should support and encourage on quality. But what happened is that they go for quantity, marks, and all those. And at the end of the day, teachers have to do all those stuffs. So that's my view. So I think management should also support the teachers. I feel like that. I'm teaching in a college, so that's my experience on being a teacher. We try to bring quality, but the result, if we don't produce, we get the stick. So I think there should be support from the management also, and the teacher should not be scapegoat all the time. That's just my view, sir.
Thank you, sir, for sharing. I fully agree with you. But it is not just the management's problem. The management also is sandwiched, is between the top and bottom. There are layers of that educational system. So we need to, for me, yes, we have layers. In this layer, we are pointing out on the teachers or the students. We have forgotten the whole world, the environment. There are other stakeholders who are attached, affiliated to education. They are not taken care. And yes, it is true, we are looking for quantity now. In the cutthroat competitive world, we want to stand better off. In this pandemic, those who had everything, they are remaining as they are. Those who are in the middle, they have come down a little bit. Those who are in the bottom layer, they are nowhere in the educational scene. The elite institutions or elite schools, they are untouched because they are well supported. The middle, yes, because of pandemic and other disturbances, they are disturbed. And I think we all come under the middle category. We are all disturbed. And that's why we are organizing webinars, seminars, conferences, so that we can find some meaning through this educational webinar for our lives.
सर नमस्कार। सर नमस्कार।
नमस्कार नमस्कार।
सर मैं इस स्कॉलर संदीप कुमार बोल रहा हूँ सर, इस बीएमई रोहतक यूनिवर्सिटी से।
बोलिए।
सर जो ये कोविड-19 का सबसे ज्यादा इफेक्ट है वो प्राइमरी लेवल पे बच्चों पर पड़ा है सर। जो हाँ, तो अब जो प्राइमरी जो बच्चा फर्स्ट क्लास में है और वो सेकंड में प्रमोशन किया है, प्रमोट किया है, जैसे हम बच्चों को जल पढ़ाते हैं ना, जल या जल, लेकिन बच्चा मतलब लिख तो लेता है, उसको मतलब बोलने में, प्रोनाउंसिएशन में मतलब इतनी ज्यादा दिक्कत आ रही है। मतलब 90% बच्चों को यही प्रॉब्लम आ रही है कि मतलब वो काम तो बच्चों को गया है, ऑनलाइन काम गया है, लेकिन ऑनलाइन का जो स्थान और टीचर वाला स्थान ऑनलाइन काम ने नहीं लिया है। मतलब इसका सबसे ज्यादा प्राइमरी, प्री प्राइमरी, प्राइमरी पे सबसे ज्यादा इसका इफेक्ट, जो बच्चे 5वीं क्लास से 6ठी क्लास में गए प्रमोट होकर, उनको तो मतलब जैसे कोई भी सम देते हैं, कोई सवाल देते हैं या कोई करते हैं ना, तो हमें मतलब उनको जीरो से उठाना पड़ रहा है इस बात में। तो मतलब ये सबसे मतलब एक बात है कि इस कोविड-19 का मतलब जो प्राइमरी लेवल की एजुकेशन है उस पर इसका मतलब बहुत ज्यादा इफेक्ट पड़ा है। पहली बात तो है कि इनके पास बच्चे छोटे हैं, मतलब ज्यादा डेवलपमेंट माइंड नहीं हुआ ना, और ये काम भी मतलब जो हम बच्चों को जो पेन स्लिप करा के काम करते हैं, ऑनलाइन में तो ऐसा सिस्टम होता नहीं। ऑफलाइन में क्या आता है, एक टीचर बच्चों को पेन स्लिप करा दी, पेन पकड़ा दिया, या इससे हम लोग काम करवाते हैं। अब बच्चे 1 to 10 गिनती जो जानते हैं, बिल्कुल लिख लेते हैं, लेकिन उसको बोलना नहीं आता, ये क्या, ये 6 है 9 है, डिफरेंस भूल गए, ए बी और डी में डिफरेंस भूल गए। तो मतलब एक बच्चों का जो रूटीन है ना सर, ऑनलाइन क्लास में मतलब काम तो गया बच्चों के पास, लेकिन जो टीचर्स का स्थान है ना, वो मतलब इसमें बिल्कुल ही मतलब छूट गया सर।
सही है, उसको मैं इनडायरेक्टली मैंने कहा the top layer.
तो सर एक क्वेश्चन ये भी सर है, जैसे सर मैं जे 2 ग्रुप बनाए हैं सर, आज का और कल का ग्रुप बनाया सर, उसमें सर मेरा नाम नहीं है सर कोई किसी ग्रुप में सर। मैंने प्रेजेंटेशन का फिल भी किया था सर, वो रिसर्च स्कॉलर संदीप कुमार का सर। सर जैसे 2 ग्रुप बने हैं।
हेलो
सर फर्स्ट टेक्निकल सेशन में आपका है ना सर?
नहीं मैम संदीप को नहीं मैम, ये संदीप वो नहीं मैम, बाबा मस्तान यूनिवर्सिटी से मैम मेरा।
ओके
जी सर,
कोई बात नहीं सर, ऐड करवा देते हैं।
हाँ सर, बाबा मेरा टॉपिक सर 40 सर।
हाँ 4th उसमें टेक्निकल सेशन में आपका ऐड करवा देते।
ठीक, थैंक यू सर।
सो डोंट वरी।
डॉक्टर सतीश जी, आप नोट करते रहना ये।
बिल्कुल सर।
सर मेरे पास मेल तो आई सर इसकी, लेकिन वो नहीं है सर। तो सर दोबारा मैं ये रिपीट करूंगा सर, मैं जो एक मिनट दिमाग स्लिप हो गया था जो है, मतलब
संदीप कुमार जी नोट कर ली गई आपकी बातें। डॉक्टर सुगंधा जी प्लीज आगे बढ़ाइए सेशन को।
हाँ जी सर, आपके जो भी क्वेश्चन हैं आप मेल कर दें, उनसे आपका जो है डेफिनेटली नाम जुड़ जाएगा 4th सेक्शन में। नाउ थैंक यू सो मच सर फॉर योर वैल्यूएबल ब्लेसिंग्स। आपने जो है बहुत ही ज़्यादा जो हमारे लिए बेनिफिशियल जानकारी जो दी, और यू टॉक्ड अबाउट द पोस्ट पेंडेमिक टाइम, और इसमें जो है कहा कि जो एजुकेशन है वो, उसमें जो हमारे जो एथिक्स हैं वो कहीं ना कहीं खोते जा रहे हैं। तो ज़रूरत है मोल्डिंग करने की अपने बिहेवियर में, और साथ साथ में जो है ह्यूमैनिटीज लाने की ज़रूरत है, ह्यूमन बीइंग बनने की ज़रूरत है। एजुकेशन एथिक होने चाहिए, क्रिएटिविटी होनी चाहिए, क्वालिटी एजुकेशन की आवश्यकता है। और क्योंकि जो हम अब जा रहे हैं वो क्वांटिटी की तरफ जा रहे हैं, एजुकेशन के थ्रू हमारी जो क्वालिटी है वो कम होती जा रही हैं, और हमें जो है एजुकेशन को ज़रूरत है कस्टमाइज करने की, नीड है उसको, और हमारी जो सोसाइटी में एक चेंज लाना पड़ेगा। सर आपके इन वैल्यूएबल थिंग्स और वैल्यूएबल व्यूज के द्वारा हमारे ऊपर और हमारी सरकार के ऊपर जरूर इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा, और एक ना एक दिन जरूर हम अपने एथिक्स को पालेंगे और ह्यूमन बीइंग बनेंगे आवश्यक रूप से। थैंक यू सो मच सर। So without any delay, let us start with the technical session of this. Now I am requesting Ms. Nimta to coordinate first technical session.
Am I audible, ma'am?
You are not audible.
Am I audible?
Yes. Your voice is not clear.
Evening, one and all present here. First of all, RT for. Yes, ma'am. Now it is clear. Hello. Is it clear now, ma'am?
Now it is clear. Now.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, one and all present here. First of all, I would like to thank the whole team of ICERT for giving me this opportunity to coordinate the technical session 1 of 2-day international web conference. In technical session 1, we are fortunate enough to have with us Sir Lakshmi Narayan Das as a chairperson of first technical session of 2-day international web conference. Let me throw light on the profile of our technical session 1 chairperson, Sir Lakshmi Narayan Das. Sir has 20 years teaching and training experience. Sir has served in various renowned teaching institutes as lecturer and assistant professor, at present working as full-time principal in Golub Institute of Management and Technology in BB College. This college is affiliated to Utkal University, Bhubaneswar. Here, sir is teaching BBA students, conducting university examinations, placement coordinator, looking after the day-to-day administrative and academic activities of the college. Sir has also worked as branch manager in Sahara, India for a period of 2 years. Also worked as development officer for Institute of Chartered Financial Analysts of India. Sir has also served as project guide in various renowned institutions. Sir has attended various workshops and presented papers in several national and international conferences. Sir also has a number of publications in international journals. Sir is National Fellowship Awardee during his career. Sir has also served as reviewer of various journals and edited chapters in books. Sir has 12 years of experience in placement coordination in various institutions. The list is so long. I have shortage of words and time for presenting the detailed profile of a chairperson. Sir, you and your achievements are really great inspiration for all of us. Now, I would like to invite our technical session 1 chairperson, Lakshmi Narayan Das sir, to kindly say a few words of blessings and allow me to start this technical session 1. Lakshmi Narayan Das sir.
Yeah, good
Kindly
evening,
say a
all
few
present
words.
here. Am I audible to all? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are. Yes, sir.
I'm audible. Okay. Good evening to the entire team of ICERT. Really, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm really thankful to all the, you can call the patrons of ICERT to conduct such nice kind of webinar in such a critical time, and also invite me as a chairman of the technical session. Thanks to Nimti ma'am, who has again introduced very lovingly about my profile. Thanks a lot. And also to ICERT, who is again arranging such a nice kind of, you can call the web seminar, and again connecting remote people through a single platform, and again disseminating the knowledge in a very such a nice way. Thanks to all the patrons, guider, and again you can call the chief coordinators of the entire, you can call this ICERT webinar, and again many people who have been associated and again doing this kind of the noble activities. This is a very beautiful learning platform. I think in this coming 2 days, many people will learn many things. Not waste a single time. Let again enter to the technical session 1, and I invite all the, you can call the learned participant to start presenting their paper. All the best to all of the learned participants, please.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable words and blessings. In technical session 1, we have total 59 presenters. I request each and every presenter to kindly focus on objectives and findings of your research paper and compile your paper presentation within 5 minutes. First of, let me start with the presentations. I would like to invite our first presenter, Miss M. Anusuya. She is a research scholar. Are you there? Miss M. Anusuya, ma'am. Are you there? Okay. I would like to invite our second presenter, Dr. Sonali Bhagat, Assistant Professor. Dr. Sonali Bhagat. Dr. Sonali Bhagat, ma'am, are you there? Okay, our next presenter, third presenter is Dr. Kafet Hussain, Doctorate of Philosophy. Dr. Kafet Hussain, sir, can you hear me? Okay. Our fourth presenter is Suraj Kumar. Suraj Kumar. Suraj Kumar, sir, can you hear me? Okay. Our fifth presenter is Miss Sri Lakshmi. Miss Sri Lakshmi, ma'am, MPhil scholar. Miss Sri Lakshmi, ma'am, MPhil scholar. Our sixth presenter is Mr. Marconi Devarma. Mr. Marconi Devarma, PhD research scholar. Mr. Marconi Devarma, PhD research scholar. Can you hear me? Our next presenter is Dr. Kanwal Kishore. Dr. Kanwal Kishore. Dr. Kanwal Kishore. He is lecturer from GSSS Fatehgarh Jind, Haryana. Can you hear me? Okay. Our next presenter is Miss Rekha Kadian. Miss Rekha, can you hear me? Our next presenter is Mr. Karthik. Mr. Karthik, are you here? Mr. Karthik? Our next presenter is Dr. Mukesh. Dr. Mukesh.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Good evening.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, okay. Continue. Dr. Mukesh.
Hanji, ma'am. Good evening.
Yes. Continue. Please continue.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening to all of you. Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Good evening to all of you. Today I am presenting my topic on preparation of bioplastic film based on cellulose nanocrystals from rice straw and husk. In this research, actually we have taken two substrate, rice straw and husk, which is most common crop residue, and their decomposition is very difficult for farmers and burning is the last option left for them. So to solve such type of problems, rice husk and rice straw were utilized for the development of bioplastic, a biodegradable plastic which is very useful for environment. In the present study, bioplastic based on starch as matrix and cellulose nanocrystals from rice straw and rice husk as reinforcing filler were prepared and characterized. In the first step, we have taken we have taken substrate, and CNC was isolated by delignification, sulfuric acid hydrolysis and sonication. These are the process used for CNC isolation. After that, FTIR and microscopic observations of isolated CNC were recorded. During this procedure, we got short rod-like CNCs with particle diameter ranging from 10 to 12 nanometer, and the crystallinity index of that particles was 76.1%. In this study, we have also performed Fourier transform infrared and CNC particles in that particular material. Bioplastic with different starch to CNC ratios were prepared, and their degradability in different medium was checked. Let me discuss about the flow chart of my research. In the first step, we have taken rice straw and husk. In the next step, rice straw were cut into small pieces. In the next step, these small pieces were heated with 10% of NaOH. After that, we have filtered our material and washed them. After washing, 1% sodium hypochlorite was used for bleaching. Again, we have washed and dried the material. In the next step, with the 50%, we have done hydrolysis with the 50% acid. Then we have centrifuged our material. We have dialyzed it, sonicate it, freeze drying it, FTIR spectrum, and finally we have prepared starch CNC bioplastic, and finally we have checked its biodegradability. If I show you pictures, these are the pictures of rice straw and husk we were taken for the study. In the next step, these pictures shown how we heated that sample in water bath with NaOH and how we prepare our sample. This is the CNC after bleaching and drying. After that, we have centrifuged and then dialyzed our material. This is the picture of sonication, and these bottles show the final CNC material which is present in liquid form. This is the freeze drying method in which we have dried our samples, and finally we have done FTIR analysis of our sample. In the last step, we got this type of material. This is bioplastic. This is biodegradable. To solve the problem of chemical plastic, we have prepared bioplastic. So by conducting this research, we have actually addressed two major problems. First one is waste utilization, and second one is pollution caused by petroleum based plastics. Finally, in this research, we have made our bioplastic by using residue, crop residue like rice straw and rice husk. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Dr. Mukesh.
Yes, sir.
This particular research you have did in which category? Is it a quantitative research analysis or a qualitative research analysis? Which particular tool again you have used in the statistical tool?
Sir, statistical tools were not used actually. It is a quantitative, or we can say, actually this research was conducted to keep in mind the environmental problems. I just want to address these problems.
That means, shall I consider this is a qualitative type of research you have did?
Yes sir, yes sir, yes sir, this is a qualitative type of research. बहुत ज़्यादा हमने मैथमेटिकल टूल्स और ये सब यूज़ नहीं किए गए हैं, क्योंकि सर ये जो रिसर्च थी ना, वो कॉलेज लेवल पे बच्चों ने, हमारे जो स्टूडेंट्स थे, वो मेरी गाइडेंस में करा हुआ काम था ये. तो ये हमने जितनी फैसिलिटीज़ हमारे पास अवेलेबल थी उसके बेसिस पे ये सारी चीज़ें करी गई हैं. इन केस अगर हमारे पास ज़्यादा फैसिलिटीज़ हैं तो हम इसको क्वान्टिटेटिव वे में लेके जा सकते हैं. इन फ्यूचर इसमें बहुत कुछ हो सकता है.
आपने कुछ फील्ड वर्क किया है इसके लिए? जो क्वालिटेटिव रिसर्च आपने यूज किया है, कुछ फील्ड वर्क आपने किया है?
सर फील्ड वर्क यही था. हाँ जी, जैसे सर सबसे मेन जो फोकस था ना एट दैट टाइम की, लोग जो राइस हस्क है या फिर जो आप पराली जिसको बोलते हैं, उसको बहुत ज़्यादा जलाना शुरू कर देते हैं, तो जो हमारा एनवायरमेंटल प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट हो जाती है, फोग हो जाता है पूरा. तो हम उस चीज़ को थोड़ा सा ओवरकम करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, थोड़ा सॉल्यूशन फाइंड आउट करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे. हालांकि बहुत ही छोटे लेवल पे ये चीज़ें हैं, अभी इसमें बहुत सारा काम है, बट एक एफर्ट्स थे कि यस इट कैन बी डन.
चलिए, बहुत बढ़िया काम है. थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर द प्रेजेंटेशन. थैंक यू.
थैंक यू सर. थैंक यू.
थैंक यू मुकेश.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Our next presenter is Dr. Jaymala Ashok and Professor M.A. Bhardwaj, Assistant Professor. Dr. Jaymala Ashok and Professor M.A. Bhardwaj, can you hear me? Are you there? Dr. Jaymala Ashok and Professor M.A. Bhardwaj. Okay, our next presenter is Ajay Singh, Research Scholar. Ajay Singh, Research Scholar. Can you hear me? Ajay Singh? Okay, our next presenter is Dr. Runal Bhardwaj, Professor. Professor. Can you hear me? Dr. Runal Bhardwaj, can you hear me? Okay, our next presenter is Miss Kanchesh, Research Assistant Professor, Government College, Hisar. Ma'am, can you hear me? Mrs. Kanchesh, can you hear me, ma'am? Okay, our next presenter is Miss Jaya, Research Scholar from Lovely Professional University. Oh, sorry, OM Institute of Technology. Miss Jia, ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, you are audible. Miss Jia, please continue.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. This side Jaya Mehra. I am a research scholar from Sterling University. So here I am. Today I'm going to present my views on the topic language, culture and society. From the very introduction, society and culture influence the words that we speak, and the words that we speak influence society and culture. Such a cyclic relationship must be difficult to understand, and one of the best way to learn about society, culture, and language is to go beyond our comfort zones.
Just a minute, Miss Jaya.
Yes,
We will want to see your PPT slide. Have you prepared any PPT slides for the
sir,
presentation?
sir, I have prepared, but but this point my laptop is not
You
laptop is.
want to present extemporally. Okay, fine. Go ahead, please.
Yes,
Go
sir.
ahead, please.
Thank you so much. So should I continue from the
Please,
beginning?
please, go ahead.
Thank you so much, sir. So from the introduction again, society and culture influence the words that we speak, and the words that we speak influence society and culture. Such a cyclical relationship must be difficult to understand, and on the best way to learn about society, culture, and language is to go beyond our comfort zones, like to study abroad or like living at a place which is unknown and far away from our place where we are living now. And that would be an interesting task to perform, I guess. So, from the birth itself, we are socialized into a various cultural identities as with the social context. This acceleration process is a combination of explicit and implicit lessons. Like a child in India, which is considered to be born in a country with more of a linguistic atmosphere and with the people with who value each other, who value each other cultures, thoughts, and languages. This culture would be transmitted through our daily actions and through language use, just as babies acquire knowledge of language practices at an astonishing rate in the first 2 years of life. At 9 months old, it is possible, like baby would get to know your knowledge. He will be like, this word is spelled as this. As you know that a Marathi baby would sound different from a Haryanvi baby, as we know that, even though neither they would be actually using the words from the native language, but the actual language we speak plays an important role in shaping our reality. Comparing languages, we can see difference in how we are able to talk about the world. In English, we have the words like grandfather and grandmother, but no single word that distinguishes between a maternal grandfather and a parental grandfather. But in India, there is a specific word for each grandparent. Nana is for mother's father, Dada is for father's father, and Dadi is a father's mother and Nani is mother's mother. In this example, we can see that the words available to us based on the language we speak influence how we talk about the world due to differences and limitations of vocabulary. Although some scholars argue that our reality is determined by our language. We arrive at the meaning through conversational interaction, which follows many social forms and rules. Our various social roles influence meaning and how we speak. For example, a people may say, as a long-time member of this community, or as a first gentleman college student. Such statements cue others into the personal and social context which we are speaking, which helps them better interpret our meaning. One social norm that structures our communication is turn taking. People need to feel like they are contributing something to an interaction. So, turn taking is a central part of how conversation take place out. Although we sometimes talk at the same time as others or interpret them. There are numerous verbal and non-verbal cues, almost like a dance. They are interchanged between speaker and that they let people know when their turn will begin or end. Conversation do not always neatly progress from beginning to end with shared understanding along the way. There is a back and forth that is often verbally managed through rephrasing. Let me try that again, and clarification doesn't mean that sense. We have certain units of speech that facilitate turn taking. Agency pairs are related communication structure that come one after other. In an interaction, for example, questions are followed by answer, greeting are followed by responses, compliments are followed by a thank you, and informative comments are followed by acknowledgement. There are skeleton components that make a verbal interaction, and they're largely social in that they facilitate our interaction. When these sequences do not work, confusion, miscommunication, or frustration may result. As you can see, from the example I gave above. One social norm that structure a communication is turn taking. People need to feel like they are contributing something, although we sometimes talk at the same time or interact or communicate. Like I'll give you an example. Like in Chinese, the KFC, as we are eating KFC, it's also in India. There are many franchises of KFC. In Chinese, the KFC meaning the Kentucky Fried Chicken slogan. It means finger licking good. Make come out as eat your fingers off. Can you see? A language, a word is very different in different kind of in different countries. We say like McDonald's and Pepsi. Also, there was a conflict few years ago because one one meaning can one sentence can frame different kind of meanings, and that can be very horrific. The company closed at the center and the store didn't open for 10 years just because they used a different meaning. They use a different word that lead to stop of KFC for last 10 years. KFC, it was a very conflict in China. In terms of disastrous consequences, one of the most publicized and the deadliest...
Conclude your paper.
Yes,
please, ma'am, please conclude your paper.
Conclusion, ma'am. So I want to say that that a language is something that if you sorry, a language, culture, and society provides an international platform for advanced research that advances thinking and understanding of language. Culture is not solely determined by a person's native language or nationality. So we can see how the society has evolved with the language and cultural norms. Thank you so much. This was all about cultural language and society. I hope you get it.
Yeah, Miss Jaya, every culture has a subculture that you must know as a researcher. So can you just tell us how again we can balance the many substances of language in between culture versus or vis-a-vis subculture?
So
you spoke about in your paper presentation, you give us an example of international arena, KFC versus China. That is all good. Can you just put some or throw some highlight or throw some light where again a culture versus subculture also play a very predominant role when again language comes into the picture? Can you give us an example?
Yes, sir. Sir, language is always a barrier between two cultures, right? Because as we are Indians, we know Hindi. Like I am from Haryana, so I must be knowing Haryanvi or Hindi. But if I'm in Australia or I'm in UK, there must be a culture barrier because they can't understand our culture and I can't understand their culture. It is a very difficult thing because many of my friends are in different countries and it is very difficult to adapt their culture and to understand their culture firstly. So I'll say that the only barrier and the only solution is this: you need to adapt that culture. It is not, I won't be saying that you need to mimicrise that culture, but at least you should give respect, right? If you've started giving respect and starting adapting that culture, it will be easy for both of us to understand each other culture.
Okay, Ms. Jaya. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you.
I could not share my
Thank you,
PPT.
sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
No issues, no issues, no issues, Ms. Jaya. That already you have clarified, so there is no issues. Absolutely fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Our next presenter is Mr. Sandeep Kumar, research scholar. Mr. Sandeep Kumar.
Good evening, ma'am. Am I audible?
Mr.
Yes, sir, you are audible. Please go ahead.
Okay, can I share my screen, sir?
Sure, sure, please.
1 second. Just 1 second. I hope my screen is visible, sir.
Yes, yes, it is visible. Please go ahead.
Sir.
Go ahead, please.
Good evening, respected dignitaries available here in this 2 days multidisciplinary conference organized by the ICIT. Before going further, I want to thank Dr. Sandeep Kumar, the chairman of the ICIT, for giving opportunity to scholar like me to present our views on our article, sir. Now, going to my topic of the presentation.
Mr. Sandeep, voice is little bit not clear.
Okay, sir. I will try. I will
now
try, sir.
now it is clear. Please go ahead. Now it is clear. Now it is
Now,
clear.
now coming to my topic of presentation,
Yeah.
a comparative study on aggression and emotional intelligence among B.Ed students. Myself, a research scholar from the LP University, doing my PhD from LP University in the domain of psychology, want to present my paper. Coming to the introduction part, we cannot forget the work of Dollard and Miller in the field of aggression. I'm sure you all must be aware of his work in the field of aggression, who have made a famous hypothesis that frustration always leads to the aggression. When we cannot achieve something or something in blocking to achieving our target, that is known as the frustration, and that only leads to the aggression. If I talk about the views of Dollard and Miller, I cannot stop myself to mention the work of Berkowitz, who has further advanced the work of Dollard and Miller in this field, who has said it is not only the frustration that can lead on to the aggression, but the role of cultural and the environmental also play an important role in achieving the aggression. Aggression, if I talk about the aggression, it is the affective and the cognitive aspect of our personality and the way how we express our negative emotion that are blocked due to some events. The aggression could be of two types. One is instrumental and hostile. In the instrumental, the main purpose of a person is to get maximum benefit. And if I talk about the hostile aggression, it is to give the maximum harm to the opposite person. If I talk about the emotional intelligence, it is not only to understand the emotion and the feeling of the oneself, but the ability to understand the emotion and the feeling of the other person. Emotional intelligence is not only limited to the personal bonding, but it also determines a great role in the success at the workplace. It is the emotional intelligence by which we develop the logical and the rational way of the thinking, and we get the ways to get success in our professional life as well as in our professional life. It is the emotional intelligence who work as a mediator in the conflict management, and we have seen that because of emotional intelligence, we get to success in many of the difficulties of our personal as well as our professional life. Now coming to the methodology, during this research design, in this particular study, I have used the comparative research design, wherein I have collected the sample from the 100 B.Ed students, wherein the 50 male and 50 female students have participated in the research. The age group was 18 to 25 years. And if I talk about the analytical tool, for this particular study, I have used SPSS version 22, and the descriptive statistic as well as the inferential statistic have been used during this study. These are the two tools wherein I have tried to grab the data from the participant. The aggression scale developed by Dr. G.P. Mathur and Dr. Rajkumari Bhatnagar, that was developed in 2022. And for the emotional intelligence, I have used the scale, emotional intelligence scale, that was developed by Dr. A.K. Singh and Dr. Suruti Narayan in 2014. This is the bar diagram showing the basically result and the level of aggression between male and female of the participant. Now coming to the result, during my study, I have found that the aggression level of the female, that was the mean was to 210.30, was higher than the female, and that this particular difference was found statistically significant at the p-value below 0.01, which indicate that there is a statistical difference between the two groups. If I talk about the emotional intelligence, level of emotional intelligence between the male and female, again, the female participant have shown more emotional intelligence as compared to the male participant, and the result was statistically found significant at the significance value 0.05. During my present study, it was revealed that gender has plays a significant role in determining the level of aggression as well as the level of emotional intelligence. The study has found that the female were found higher on the both variable, that is aggression and emotional intelligence, as compared to male. And the higher level of aggression in female could be due to the multiplicity and the complexity of the gender role they might need to play in the current society. During this study, female has also reported the high level of emotional intelligence. And if I go through the literature on this particular aspect, that give me knowledge that the female tend to be more emotionally expressive than male, and they understood the emotion better and have a greater ability for concerning certain interpersonal skill. Hence, this could be result in the higher emotional intelligence in the female participant. These are the references which I have gone through during my study. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Sandeep, a paper
Sir.
is very nicely presented. You have done many statistical analysis.
Thank you,
but
sir.
how many data you have considered for this particular study? 100.
Sir, 100. I have taken 100, sir, sample.
100. Okay. But I have already go through your slides when again you presented the paper. So how these 100 data are again fit for goodness? Because nowhere I have seen the chi-square test you have did.
100. I have taken 100 participants, sir. 50 male and 50 female, sir. And these are especially from the Beard actually college, different Beard college from the Bareilly, sir.
Right, that is fine, Mr. Sandeep. Particularly when we do a research before after designing the hypothesis, we will check whether again all the data, whether again whatever the data you are again collecting from the universe are correct or not. To maintain this particular correctness, we have a fitness of data. What is again you can call the satisfied through only chi-square test. Only chi-square test can only give you a fitness of the data. The data are again what, because we are living in a big universe. There are 100 data. What again you have designed your study maybe contains error.
Yes, sir.
Maybe contains error. Somewhere again it has not again reflected whatever the percentage of the error again there whenever again you did this kind of the statistical analysis. Otherwise, the paper is extremely good. Fine.
Sir, I agree, sir. I am totally agree with your point.
I will suggest you whenever again you design your next research paper, please do maintain all this particular ethics of research, so that again your paper will be not only nationally, it will be accepted internationally also. Fine.
Yes, sir. Sir, I have taken care of that because of paucity of time. I could not mention over there.
No issues.
I have tried to control the external variable as far as the age is concerned, their level of socio-economical background,
right,
and the level of intelligence. I have tried to control those variables, sir, which could result in error in my study. But still, sir, in my next study, I will try to mention all these.
I hope so. I hope so. All the best, Sandeep Kumar. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Welcome, sir.
Hello, Sandeep sir. Actually,
yes,
I have one query. Please move on the analysis part of your slide.
Yes, ma'am.
Where you have calculated T.
Yes, ma'am. Just I'm coming.
Please
I'm going to that slide, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yes. Here you have seen the difference in on the basis of gender, that is male and female. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
My query is: have you prepared some hypothesis for this?
Yes, ma'am. I have mentioned the hypothesis in my second slide. That is, this is our here, ma'am.
Okay. You have prepared directional hypothesis.
Ma'am, I have made the hypothesis. I just want to compare. My total study is a comparative research design, wherein I was more concerned to compare the level of both the variable.
Okay. Please move on that slide where you have calculated T value.
Sure. Yes, ma'am. This is here.
Okay,
it is for the aggression.
Sandeep, okay. The T value is minus 2.61, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Minus 2.61, but the value that we have seen to see the difference among the male and female, that is 1.96 and 2.58. That is 2.58 0.01 level of significance and 1.96 at 0.05 level of significance, right?
Yes, ma'am.
here the value is minus 2.61, and you have told that this is significant at 0.05 level, right?
This difference is significant at 0.01. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please check these value, right?
I will check it
In
out,
T
ma'am.
we have seen. Okay, thank you,
Yes,
Sandeep
ma'am.
sir.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Our next presenter is Dr. Subhapriya Chatterjee, Assistant Professor. Dr. Subhapriya ma'am, can you hear me? Okay, our next presenter is Anil Kumar, Research Scholar. Anil Kumar, Research Scholar. Anil Kumar, can you hear me, sir? Our next presenter is Dr. Pratap Singh. Dr. Pratap Singh, Assistant Professor. Dr. Pratap Singh, can you hear me, sir? Dr. Pratap Singh? Okay. Our next presenter is Mr. Paramjit Singh. Mr. Paramjit Singh, Research Scholar.
Good evening, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Good evening. Yeah, very much. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Paramjit, and I'm a research scholar in the field of defense and strategic studies. I'm really sorry that my system is not working because of the electricity supply shortage because of the bad weather. So my presentation will be an extempore. So am I audible to everyone, ma'am?
Yeah, you are audible. Please go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead, Paramjit.
Yes, very much. Please continue.
All right. So I'll be, talking about the Central Asia, which I believe is the key to India's global superpower ambitions. And herein, I've done a comparative study with respect to China. So my topic will be Central Asia, which is key to India's ambition of forfeiting China as an economic power. So though less discussed when it comes to India's foreign policy, Central Asia holds a significant place if India were to shine at the global platform. The linkages between Central Asia and Indian subcontinent have been mentioned in several historical documents too. Both the regions were historically connected. Trade and commerce have been remained an important pillar between these two adjacent regions. But with the formation of Pakistan, two major problems have given a setback in
Mr. Paramjit, please switch off your video because there is many disturbances so that we can listen you properly. Please switch off your video.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please carry on. Continue, please.
Yeah, sorry.
No issues. Continue, please.
Okay. So I was talking about that with the formation of Pakistan, there were two problems which gave setback to India-Central Asia relations. And these include that of the connectivity and the security issues. My research will highlight the evolution in the relations along with the special focus on the security envelope. This will be an analytical and a qualitative research which has been done using the secondary means. I've done critical inquiry of the past events in order to produce the accurate description and the interpretation of all these relevant events. So to start with, firstly, I'll talk about Central Asia. Central Asia is primarily a region in the Asia which stretches from Caspian Sea in the west to China and Mongolia in the east, and from Afghanistan and Iran to the south to Russia in the north. The region consists of the former Soviet blocs, that of Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. However, if we were to define it in terms of geography, famous geographer Humboldt composed his definition, wherein he termed Central Asia as a region which stretches between 5 degree north and 5 degree south of the latitude of the 44.5 degree north. As far as the importance of Central Asia is concerned, I would like to inform you all that famous Harold Mackinder and Nicholas Spikeman stressed the importance of controlling this particular land. In fact, Harold Mackinder, in his theory of heartland, he mentioned the Central Asia as an important region, as whosoever will rule this particular region will rule the world. As far as its importance further is concerned, in the 19th century, Central Asia was the region of the Great Game, which was the contest between the British, that too from the bases in India, and Imperial Russia. The British-Russian competition was significant not only because of the resources expended, but also because of the leadership in St. Petersburg and London saw this as a part of the global balancing efforts. Britain's influence was rising while the Russia was gradually declining, and the contest was capped by Russia's humiliating defeat with Japan in 1905. However, if we talk about the current context, Central Asia is the second vital asset when it comes to the hydrocarbon resources. Kazakhstan has 30 billion barrel of oil reserves. Although this is only 1/8 of the proven reserves in Saudi Arabia, it is worth roughly 2.
Paramjit sir, focus on your findings. Please focus on findings of your paper, please.
Ma'am, I am only talking about my findings. I am discussing the importance. This is my finding. So if you will allow me, can I, ma'am?
Okay.
Okay. So I was informing you that this is particularly $2.5 trillion at current world prices after the expenses of extraction. Okay, this is clearly enough to create sizable annual annuity of each Kazakh. At the similar level of importance is Turkmenistan's natural gas, estimated to be 265 trillion cubic feet. When it comes to Turkmenistan's gas reserve, put it in the world's top 5 potential producers. It is also worth noting that the Kazakhstan and Turkmenistan abundance resources is in contrast of its relative paucity of hydrocarbons. Okay, and directly now I'll be coming to its importance and significance for India to rise as an economic power. So firstly, it holds geostrategic and geopolitical interests. Then comes energy security. As I've already talked, that Central Asia contains vast hydrocarbon fields, uranium reserves. Then comes the commercial interest, wherein both India and Central Asia have economic complementarity in terms of resources and manpower and market. Trade between India and Central Asia are much below its potential, which lies to be around roughly $2 billion when compared to the Chinese trade. So we'll have to match this if we are to compete, wherein forfeiting China won't be easy task. Then comes the important and most precise component of India-Central Asia relation, that is security aspect. If we talk about internal security, India sees this region as a source of religious extremism and is concerned to check the rise of radical Islamist group. Finally, I would like to conclude because of the shortage of time. And I would just say that although China has the largest regional presence in the Central Asia, by far beyond India's reach in the near future. However, these Central Asian regions are interested in diversifying their economic linkages. So no single country dominates this particular region. This, coupled with the goodwill that is possessed among the Central Asian region, could be utilized majorly by India to expand its influence. India could also look to deploy its time-tested friendship with Russia. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, and I've done this. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, Mr. Paramjit, you have used many secondary data. What again you have told us during the starting of your presentation. And as per research concern, many secondary data are not reliable data because these are old data, or maybe it may be very, you can call the unreliable data. So based on these data, you have given us many conclusions. So how these conclusions can be considered as the genuine conclusions? Can you just throw some light?
Sure, sir. Sir, I have concluded my topic on the basis of the data which I collected directly from the portals of the foreign ministries of Central Asian, Indian, and the Chinese web portals. So,
How old these datas are, by the way?
sir, they are very recent, sir.
Recent means, can you just name the year, please?
Sir, within this complete data has been collected since January till date.
How many datas you have collected from the ministry portal?
Sir, all the statistical data wherein engagement between Central Asia, India, and China has been taken place since January. I have merged all that data.
That is fine. You are talking about the time period. I am talking about number. How many number of the secondary data you have collected from the website? That is what again I am asking. What is the number? What is the sample size?
Sir, it's primarily a qualitative research, sir. So I've almost taken 9 to 10 references.
Okay. And based on
Yes,
that,
sir.
you have drawn this conclusion. Fine.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, fine. Okay. Thank you, Paramjit, for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next presenter is Dr. Pandyamini Sivam. Dr. Pandyamini Sivam. Sivam, ma'am, can you hear me? Okay. Our next presenter is Dr. Sarita Rawat. Dr. Sarita Rawat. Dr. Sarita Rawat, ma'am, can you hear me? Our next presenter is Mr. Parmar Vishal Kumar. Mr. Parmar Vishal Kumar.
Good evening, madam. Good evening, madam.
Can you hear me?
Good evening.
Okay, good evening. Your volume is very low.
Madam, I come from village, so my volume is some problem.
Hello. Yeah, Mr. Arman, just check your mic, please. Somewhere
Hello,
the voice
madam.
is not
Hello,
coming.
sir. Hello, sir.
Yeah, now it is
Hello.
coming. Yes, yes. We are hearing you.
Audible. Please go ahead.
Okay, sir. My topic is to study the teacher satisfaction. COVID pandemic, there are so many challenges, in particular in a school and university college totally closed. So that time we seen almost all research comes only for the students, not for the teachers. और ये मेरा research है, ये particular.
Mr. Arman, do you have any presentation slides, or you want to present extempore?
सर मेरा नेटवर्क का प्रॉब्लम है, इसी वजह से मैं नहीं दे सकता.
चलिए ठीक है.
If you want, I can send by mail.
नो नो, कोई इश्यूज नहीं. आप बोलते जाइए फिर. ठीक है, आप एक्सटेंडेड बोलते जाइए.
ओके. और कोविड के पीरियड में ज्यादातर जो भी मैंने रिसर्च पेपर देखे वो स्टूडेंट्स के रिलेटेड थे, टीचर के रिलेटेड बहुत कम थे. तो मैंने ये पर्टिकुलरली टीचर्स के रिलेटेड मेरा ये रिसर्च पेपर किया है. और उसके अंदर मैंने अराउंड खेड़ा डिस्ट्रिक्ट के ज्यादातर स्कूलों को प्रिफर किया है, ग्रांटेड और नॉन गुजरात स्टेट के. और इनमें से मुझे 105 टीचर्स ने रिस्पॉन्ड किया था. और इसके अंदर मैंने मिक्स टाइप का क्वेश्चनरी का यूज किया था. और सर राइट नाउ स्कूल वाज क्लोज, सो मैं ज्यादातर स्कूलों में जा नहीं सका, इसी वजह से केवल 105 ही कर पाया हूँ. और मेरे ऑब्जेक्टिव्स है टू स्टडी द अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ द फैसिलिटी फॉर द ई लर्निंग, टू स्टडी द expectation of the teachers for the e-learning, to study the experience of the teacher of the e-learning, to study the satisfaction of the teachers with e-learning, and to study the problem facing by teachers during the e-learning. और मेरे research question थे, which kind of facility available for e-learning in schools, what are the expectation of the teachers about the e-learning, what the expectation of the teacher during the e-learning, how are the satisfaction of the teachers with e-learning, and what are the challenges during the e-learning. और मैंने देखा तो सर ज्यादातर जो टीचर्स है वो डिफरेंट टाइप के एप्लीकेशन का यूज करते थे ऑनलाइन लर्निंग के लिए, और उसमें से ज्यादातर जो गवर्नमेंट टीचर्स थे ग्रांटेड वो ज्यादातर इन स्पेशली गुजरात के अंदर माइक्रोसॉफ्ट टीम्स का यूज करते हैं, और उसकी वजह ये है कि वो गुजरात गवर्नमेंट द्वारा फ्री में प्रोवाइड किया जाता है ऑल स्टूडेंट्स और टीचर्स को, और जो अभी भी चालू है। और सेल्फ फाइनेंस में ज्यादातर जूम यूज करते हैं, सम गूगल क्लासरूम का भी यूज करते हैं, और सम वेबएक्स और अदर एप्लीकेशन का यूज कर रहे हैं। और मैंने जब उनसे इसके बारे में पूछा तो उनके एक्सपेक्टेशन के बारे में पूछा तो उन्होंने काफी सारे एक्सपेक्टेशन दिखाए थे, और पर्टिकुलरली वो ये कह रहे थे नॉन ग्रांटेड के जो टीचर्स थे कि उनको कोई भी जात की ट्रेनिंग मिली नहीं है। जो यंगस्टर है उनको कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं हुआ, काफी प्रॉब्लम हो रहे फेस कर रहे थे कि ये ऑनलाइन कैसे पढ़ाया जा सके। और जब मैंने उनको दूसरी बात की कि ये आपके हिसाब से कौन सा सही है, तो अराउंड 40% टीचर्स 43 ने वो ई लर्निंग से सेटिस्फाइड थे, और ज्यादातर वो टीचर कह रहे थे कि लाइफ को इजी थे, पैंडेमिक सिचुएशन में वो बहुत इजी था। ई लर्निंग वाज द सो मच इजी टू एक्सपेक्टेशन द concept by the various photographs, images, animation and videos. In e-learning, teachers share video, PPTs, PDF so easily to the student. In this pandemic, e-learning is the only the way to teacher all to live from the home. They can continue the study also with the school. In the e-learning, teacher provide the properly e-content to the student photo and animated images easily. और ज्यादातर टीचर को मैंने उनकी सेटिस्फेक्शन के बारे में पूछा तो उनका मिक्स टाइप का था। ज्यादातर कह रहे थे वो इससे सेटिस्फाइड नहीं थे, 60% अराउंड जो उससे सेटिस्फाइड नहीं थे, क्योंकि उनके हिसाब से इसकी वजह से फर्स्ट क्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन इज नॉट अचीव बाय द ई लर्निंग। और मैंने एक पेपर में भी हमारे गुजरात में पढ़ा था कि इस ई लर्निंग ऑनलाइन लर्निंग की वजह से हमारे गुजरात के पर्टिकुलरली गुजरात के जो क्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन है उसमें बहुत प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है, और बच्चों के डाउट्स जो इजी टू सॉल्व नहीं कर रहे हैं। इसी वजह से जो बच्चे ज्यादातर ट्यूशन में जाने की संख्या में काफी इजाफा देखने को मिल रहा है। The offline classroom is better than virtual classroom. In the e-learning, teacher cannot be know the psychology needs of the student. Some student have the no facility. और मैंने ये भी पढ़ा, जो गांव के जो टीचर्स थे वो कह रहे थे कि जो लोअर क्वालिटी के बच्चे हैं जो बीपीएल परिवार से आते हैं उनके पास फैसिलिटी नहीं है स्मार्टफोन की, और सबके पास कुछ के पास होता है, वो एक होता है और उसके पेरेंट्स अपने साथ ले जाता है, तो बच्चे पढ़ नहीं सकते। और दूसरे एक फैसिलिटी नहीं है, दूसरा एक ऐसा मर्टिकुलर कि ये मैथमेटिक्स और साइंस प्रैक्टिकल के लिए इसका यूज नहीं कर सकते। ज्यादातर साइंस टीचर ने ये कहा हुआ है, और टीचर कैन नॉट बी इवैल्यूएट द स्टूडेंट्स एक्यूरेटली विद द ई लर्निंग, और ये फेस टू फेस नहीं देख सकते, इसी वजह से उसको साइकोलॉजिकल नीड क्या है वो नहीं जान सकते। और ऑल स्टूडेंट्स आर नॉट डूइंग होमवर्क विद द ई लर्निंग, और ये सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम थी कि जो टीचर्स है उसका होमवर्क चेक नहीं कर सकते। थैंक यू सर।
या मिस्टर परमार, आपने प्रेजेंटेशन का टाइम में बोला कि आपने क्वेश्चन एज डिजाइन किए थे, ठीक है?
हाँ सर, क्वेश्चन आर प्रेजेंट किया हुआ था।
कितना क्वेश्चन रखे थे वहां पर?
मैंने 20 क्वेश्चन रखा था सर, और दोनों टाइप के थे, ओपन टाइप और क्लोज टाइप दोनों।
अच्छा, क्लोज टाइप में क्या रखे थे, मल्टीपल टाइप या डाइकोटोमस?
नहीं, मल्टीपल टाइप, और 3 ऑप्शन था कि आप यूज कर रहे हो या नहीं कर रहे हो।
हाँ, वो तो डाइकोटोमस हुआ इसका मतलब।
ओके सर,
ठीक है, इसका मतलब दो चॉइस में आप थे। तो ये जो क्वेश्चन आप कितना लोग का साथ क्वेश्चन शेयर किए थे आप?
मैंने 105 से मुझे डेटा कलेक्ट हुआ, मैं करीबन 120 के साथ गया था, लेकिन कुछ ने मुझे रिस्पॉन्ड नहीं दिया सर, टीचर्स ने, कि उसके पास टाइम नहीं था और वो
फिर वो डेटा कलेक्शन होने के बाद आप क्या रिसर्च टूल यूज किए हैं वो डेटा को फाइनली कंक्लूजन में कन्वर्ट करने के लिए?
परसेंटेज के हिसाब से मैंने कंक्लूजन किया।
कोई स्टैटिस्टिकल टूल आप यूज नहीं किए हैं उसके लिए?
नहीं सर, नहीं किया हुआ है।
ओके ओके। एंड ये जो ई लर्निंग सेटिस्फेक्शन आप प्रेजेंटेशन दे रहे थे, ये ई लर्निंग कंटेंट्स को कौन बनाता है?
सर ई लर्निंग कंटेंट दो तरफ से बन रहा है। एक तो सेंट्रल हमारे गुजरात की गवर्नमेंट भी प्रोवाइड कर रही है, वो एसएसए के द्वारा गुजरात गांधीनगर से प्रोवाइड किया जा रहा है और उसको बच्चों को शेयर कर रहे हैं वो वर्चुअल क्लास के जरिए। गुजरात वर्चुअल शाला नाम का एक प्रोजेक्ट चल रहा है, उसके हिसाब से वो शेयर कर रहे हैं। और दूसरा, वो स्कूल के जो सेल्फ फाइनेंस स्कूल है उनमें सेल्फ फाइनेंस टीचर खुद प्रोवाइड कर रहा है और वो इंस्टीट्यूट भी प्रोवाइड करवा रही है।
तो फाइनली आपको क्या लग रहा है, ये जो ई कंटेंट और ये जो ई लर्निंग को लेके जितना भी आपका रिसर्च आपने किए हैं, ओवरऑल टीचर्स लोगों का सेटिस्फेक्शन रेट 1 से 10 को लेके आप कितना देंगे?
सर ई लर्निंग के हिसाब से मेरे 3 से 4 ही मिल सकता है, क्योंकि 40% ही उससे सेटिस्फाइड है, 60% उससे नॉन सेटिस्फाइड है,
काफी पुअर है।
की वजह
ठीक है, थैंक यू परमार जी, थैंक यू वेरी मच
sir.
फॉर द प्रेजेंटेशन।
Thank you, sir. Our next presenter is Dr. T. Tulasmani, Assistant Professor from Banari Aman Institute of Technology.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, ma'am. Please continue.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please continue, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Not able to share. Okay.
Is the presenter here?
Yes, sir.
Please start, ma'am.
Sir, I'm not able to share the screen. I'm not able to share my screen, sir.
Are you using first time the tool?
No, sir.
Okay, then you start your presentation, ma'am, because we are running out of time. Many presenters are there, so please start.
Okay, sir. Sorry, sir.
No issues. Please start, ma'am.
My work is on study on library usage among engineering students, sir. I belong to an engineering institution, and the aim of my work is to understand the usage of library for general information and to gain knowledge on different branches and to know the current trend. Most of us thought library were the only resource before pandemic, but currently it has been changed. The present work is to study on library usage among future engineers. My aim of the study is to understand the need and necessity of the engineers. What are they expecting? Their expectations. The methodology is I have collected data through Google form among 200 students, and only 150 has responded. And after collecting the responses, I've used statistical tool Minitab to analyze the study, sir. After analyzing the study, some of the engineers thought that even though we have a digital library, they are expecting us to improve and subscribe more e-journals. Thank you, sir.
Okay. The research you have covered is very short, I suppose, because you told you have collected some 100 database, right?
Yes, sir.
And how you analyze those data? What
Yes,
is the
sir.
statistical tool you have used now you named? Please repeat
Minitab,
again.
sir. Minitab.
What is that?
It's a statistical tool, sir.
Okay, Minitab. Okay. Okay, and again, what kind of the result will comes when we use this kind of the statistical tool?
So it is used for decision analysis, decision making,
Okay.
designing.
Okay, and what is your final conclusion regarding the library usage of engineers?
They are not going to the libraries. They use only the e-resources mostly, and they expect more e-journals to be subscribed.
Then as a librarian expert, just tell us how to improve or how to instigate those particular interests in the young engineers. Why they are not going to library?
So because most of them are using through internet itself, they are getting all the resources, no sir, nowadays.
That is okay, ma'am, because we are also using internet. That doesn't mean
Yes.
that I will every day order food from Zomato. Fine. So where the problem lies as a expert of the library science, can you highlight?
No sir, I belong to mathematics department, sir.
Okay.
I just had a study on this, that's it.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next presenter is Dr. Chitluri Narasimha Rao, Assistant Professor of Zoology. Dr. Chitluri Narasimha Rao. Sir, can you hear me? Okay, our next presenter is Mr. Praveen Kumar, Assistant Professor from Government College, Hisar. Mr. Praveen Kumar. Sir, can you hear me? Mr. Praveen Kumar. Okay. Our next presenter is Dr. Pooja Varun. Dr. Pooja Varun, Assistant Professor. Dr. Pooja ma'am, can you hear me? Okay. Our next presenter is Miss Aishwarya Verma. Miss Aishwarya Verma, Teaching Assistant. Aishwarya ma'am, can you hear me? Okay. Our next presenter is Mr. Anup Gosal. Anup sir, can you hear me? Mr. Anup? Okay. Our next presenter is Dr. Roshan Lal. Dr. Roshan Lal, Assistant Professor from Government Degree College, Kathua. Dr. Roshan Lal sir, can you hear me? Okay. Our next presenter is Miss Shreya. Miss Shreya ma'am, can you hear me? Miss Shreya. Our next presenter is Mr. Rohit Kumar. Mr. Rohit Kumar, are you there? Mr. Rohit? Okay, our next presenter is Mr. Rajesh Punia. Mr. Rajesh Punia, Assistant Professor from Government College, Hisar. Mr. Rajesh Punia. Okay, our next presenter is Kumari Kavita. Savita, sorry. Kumari Savita, PhD scholar from Central University of Haryana. Kumari
Good
Savita,
evening,
yes.
everyone.
Please go
Yes,
ahead, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. I'm taking.
Please continue, Savita ma'am. Please continue.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm trying to share my screen. Okay. It is visible.
Yes, ma'am. Very
Hello?
much. Yes, please go
Okay.
ahead.
Okay. This is Kumari Savita, research scholar of School of Education, Central University of Haryana, and the topic is need of counseling services for positive life orientation of persons with disability. So basically, for in the introduction, there are more than 2.1% of the population of India is disabled, while government have done their share of work by providing free education and 4% reservation in government jobs We still have a long way to go, because there's very much need to correct the life of the person with disability, because they have so many problems in their life. To live a betterment of their lives, we have to do so many things. So basically counseling is an important medium to encourage the life of person with disability in a positive way. And we have we can see that the need of disabled person, the challenges they encounter, uh, are the most potential mediums of life orientation to respond to these issues through the education. What is counseling? So the counseling is somewhere a collaborating effort between the counselor and client, and counselor help client to identify their goals and potential solutions. They can help to seek to improve in their communication skills, their coping skills. They strengthen their self-esteem and promote behavior changes, as they have done in so many things for the clients of the counselors. Positive life orientation is somewhere about the positivity in the life, because the normal person, as we are living our life in so many contexts of in social life, in academic life, in our personal life, but the positive life is somewhere that bias create a desired state of mind necessary to deal with the life in general positivity. And this positive result aimed at life enhancement in all circumstances, and it is very important for persons with disability. A disabled person, we can say that it is any condition of the body or mind that make it more difficult for the person to do a certain activities in comparison of normal people. And we should remember always that the important thing is that the person's functioning is affected not only by their physical, mental, or psychological state, but also by the society. Why? Because society has a different perspective. They have different way of thinking about the person with disability. Uh, the research objective for the study is to study the need of counseling for persons with disability for positive life orientation. And we should consider some points when we are talking about the person with disability, because there are so many factors which influence the life of a person. And the first is, what was the family consultation when the client was growing up? Means the intervention program for the person who is disabled, or he or she maybe. Second is, how was the client brought up with regard to his or her disability? Means what kind of disability he or she has, the needs of the different disabilities types. The third is, what was the client taught about advocacy skills and medical decision making? Means there are few persons which are advocacy, which are doing advocacy about the education of person with disability. But first of all, we should have to educate to change the perspective of the society and the family person related to the person with disability, because they need to understand the problems of the person with disability. And first of all, we have to give counseling to the family of the person with disability. Uh, so there are so many things which we should need to consider before going to the counseling of a person with disability. Counselor maybe enhance the understanding and knowledge of issues relevant to the need of person with disability and their families by learning about the various forms of personal and societal barriers they often encounter. And the societal barriers and the personal barriers maybe first is that the barriers are more silent, because they are not so out breaking in the society, because everyone assume they have their own myths and the conceptions about the disability, about the reason of disability. So the person should examine the way to identify barriers, inhibit the functioning or prevent them from coping more positively. Means first of all, we had to need the work to change the mindset of the person from the negative attitude into the positive attitude. So there should be some strategies the counselor can use to cope with the past and the present of the family of the person and the individual with the disability for their positive life. In this process, this is not always easy, because the particular linear many require so many issues and the times requirement to effort to solve these problems. Person should be mindful that the expressed negative experiences related to the disabilities are real, means they think that the person with disability is a real problem, and we as a human being should understand about their disability and not only look always in a pity manner. So everyone should aware about the person with disability, that they are describing themselves, they are an individual which they have their own needs, they have their own problems. So everyone should respect the fact that person with disability know their own bodies and experiences. We should teach disabled person or child that the social and emotional competence is central not only to their social and emotional well-being but also their lifelong process. Uh, we can say that the need of a person with disability, the challenges they encounter, and the potential of life orientation is respond to these issues. We should address the life orientation programs in our curriculum also to teach students in a normal and a special schools. We should do very much other things that life orientation guides and prepares persons for their life and its possibilities, and equips them for meaningful and successful living in a rapidly changing and transforming society, because society is most important part of human life. At the end, conclusion, so we can say that the counselor who are mindful of these tips will increase their chances of developing an effective therapeutic relationship and understanding of person with disability. And my motive is present to paper is that कि जो पर्सन डिसेबिलिटी पर्सन है उनको तो काउंसलिंग की जरूरत है ही, लेकिन उनसे उनके जो रिलेटेड उनके फैमिली मेंबर्स है या फिर सोसाइटल नेबर्स हैं उनको भी काउंसलिंग की बहुत जरूरत है, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं आज भी इतनी एजुकेशन ग्रोथ होने के बाद भी जो परसेप्शंस हैं डिसेबिलिटी को लेके या उनकी जरूरतों को लेके वो कहीं ना कहीं आज भी नेगेटिव हैं. So in the word of Mother Teresa, we should always remember that the miracle is not that we do this work, but that we are happy to do it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Miss Savita,
Yes, sir.
what is your masters? Where you in which particular subject you have did your masters?
Sir, I have done MA Psychology, Masters in Psychology.
Okay,
And
then
MA
you
Masters in
okay.
Education.
Okay, then you have enrolled for the PhD program.
Yes, sir.
अच्छा, ये टॉपिक आपने क्यों चूज किया? क्या
sir,
क्या
actually,
क्या मन में आपका आया? बिकॉज रिसर्च टॉपिक चूज करने से पहले रिसर्चर को काफी सारा रिसर्च लिटरेचर दे के जाना पड़ता है. आप कोई लिटरेचर का थ्रू से जाके इस टॉपिक डिजाइन किए हैं या ऐसा कुछ करने के लिए आपका मन में था?
नहीं सर, एक्चुअली मेरा मास्टर जो है वो काउंसलिंग साइकोलॉजी में है. उसके बाद फिर मैंने अपना एमफिल भी किया है सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ हरियाणा से, तो उसमें भी मेरा जो टॉपिक था वो इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन के रिगार्डिंग था. तो वहाँ पे मेरी स्टडी डिस्क्रिप्टिव स्टडी थी जिसमें मुझे लर्निंग प्रॉब्लम्स जो होती है इंटेलेक्चुअली डिसेबल्ड बच्चों को, उसके बारे में मुझे काम किया मैंने. तो सर उनकी प्रॉब्लम्स को मैंने पहले फाइंड आउट किया कि उनकी क्या प्रॉब्लम्स है. उसके बाद धीरे धीरे मुझे उनके लिए कुछ इंटरवेंशन प्रोग्राम बनाना था, मीन इंस्ट्रक्शनल प्रोग्राम कुछ बनाना था. लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं मुझे जरूरत पहले महसूस हुई कि उनकी जो फैमिली मेंबर्स है, जो टीचर्स है, उनके लिए काउंसलिंग प्रोग्राम मीन उनके एटीट्यूड को चेंज करने की जरूरत है. इसलिए सर मैं ऐसे वो अपना एक्सपीरियंस से और ये जो रिव्यूज किए हैं मैंने उनको लेके मैं सर इस टॉपिक तक पहुंची.
आपने कुछ स्पेशल किड पेरेंट्स को डायरेक्ट मीट किया था या कोई ऐसे स्कूल विजिट किया था जो सिर्फ स्पेशल किड लोग उनका केयर करती है?
नहीं सर, मैंने एमफिल में अपना नॉर्मल स्कूल लिए थे, वो स्कूल जो इंक्लूसिव हैं और वहाँ पे मतलब नॉर्मल और स्पेशल दोनों तरीके के बच्चों को पढ़ाया जाता है, उनकी टीचिंग लर्निंग होती है. और सर साथ ही मैंने जब अपनी साइकोलॉजी करी थी, काउंसलिंग साइकोलॉजी में मास्टर, तो मैंने इंटर्नशिप करी थी सर. वहाँ पे मैंने ऐसे पेरेंट्स से, उनके बच्चों से सबसे मीटअप किया था.
तो ज्यादातर आप ऑब्जर्वेशन थ्रू से ही ये स्टडी को प्रिपेयर किए हैं?
यस सर.
ओके, थैंक यू सबिता, मिस कुमारी सबिता, थैंक यू. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next presenter is Miss Saloni. Miss Saloni, research scholar. Saloni, ma'am, can you hear me? She is a research scholar from the Albag Educational Institute, deemed to be University, Agra, UP. Saloni, ma'am. Okay. Our next presenter is Mrs. Madhu, assistant professor. Madhu, ma'am, can you hear me? Okay. Our next presenter is Dr. U. Srinitha, assistant professor. Dr. U. Srinitha, sir, can you hear me? Okay. Our next presenter is Suman Rani, assistant professor from Government College Hisar. Suman Rani, ma'am, can you hear me? Suman, ma'am, are you
Excuse me,
there?
ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, Suman Rani and Mr. Satinder are the co-author with me. My name is Rajkumar. I will present the paper, ma'am. So in the series,
Okay,
Suman
please.
Rani and Stender are the co-author.
Okay, no issue, sir. Please continue.
I'm sharing my screen, ma'am. Please, आप मुझे बताइएगा.
Sure, sir.
क्या आपको स्क्रीन दिख रही है, मैम?
No, sir. Yes. Now it is busy. Yes.
Okay, मैम. मैं हिंदी और इंग्लिश
Please
दोनों में ही बोलूंगा, मैम. दोनों में मैं कंफर्ट महसूस करता
No
हूँ.
issue, sir. Please continue.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Ma'am, my research paper title है Online Payment, a Study of Use and Comfort. इसमें राजकुमार मेरा नाम है, जो कि मैं मेन ऑथर हूँ. सुमरानी को ऑथर हैं और सतेंद्र सर को ऑथर हैं. इन दोनों ने मुझे डाटा कलेक्शन में और डाटा इंटरप्रिटेशन में काफ़ी हेल्प की है. सतेंद्र सर गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज हिसार में कंप्यूटर साइंस के प्रोफेसर हैं और अभी फिलहाल दोनों सुमन एंड सतेंद्र प्रेजेंट में वर्क कर रहे हैं. और मैं एन इंडिपेंडेंट ऑथर हूँ. अभी तक मैंने अपना पीएचडी इनरोल नहीं किया है, बट आई एम ट्राइंग. जो अब्स्ट्रैक्ट है मैं उससे गो थ्रू नहीं होऊंगा, मैं सीधा इंट्रोडक्शन से बात करूंगा. मैम, राजीव गांधी सरकार 1984 में भारत में इंटरनेट को लेकर के उनकी जो प्रयास है, वहाँ से यदि हम शुरुआत माने तो प्रेजेंट सरकार श्री नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार जो है, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, इनकी इनिशिएटिव्स काफ़ी हैं. और फिलहाल यदि वर्तमान सरकार की सबसे बड़ी उपलब्धियों में से एक उपलब्धि हम ये माने, वो है इंटरनेट. इस इंटरनेट ने हमें ऑनलाइन पेमेंट करने के लिए काफ़ी प्रोत्साहित किया है और इंडिया बढ़ चढ़ करके इंटरनेट पेमेंट में भागीदारी ले रहा है. 2016 के अंदर प्रधानमंत्री ने डिमोनेटाइजेशन अनाउंस किया था. उसके मुख्य उद्देश्यों को यदि हम इनलिस्ट करें तो उसमें से एक मुख्य उद्देश्य था कैशलेस इकोनॉमी. कैशलेस इकोनॉमी हमें इंटरनेट पेमेंट के लिए, ऑनलाइन पेमेंट के लिए लेके जाती है. कैशलेस का मतलब लोगों के पास लिक्विड कैश जो है वो इन द टर्म ऑफ डिमेटेरियल्स फॉर्म में होना चाहिए. रोकड़ा जो कि नगद फॉर्म में है, कागज के फॉर्म में या सिक्के के फॉर्म में, वो नहीं होना चाहिए. इसमें यदि हम एजेस को डिस्कस करें तो पहले हम हंटिंग एज में थे. उस टाइम कोई हमारा इकोनॉमिक लेवल ही नहीं था. जो एज थी वो पशु प्राणियों की तरह ही एज थी. उसके बाद बार्टर सिस्टम आता है, जो करेंसी के अंदर यदि हम पड़ाव की बात करें तो पहला पड़ाव हम काउंट कर सकते हैं. उसके बाद मेटल एज आया और उसके बाद कोइन एज आया. और यदि इस एज में मैं जिक्र करूं तो गुप्ता साम्राज्य का मैं जिक्र करूंगा, जो सोने के सिक्कों को लेकर के काफी प्रचलित था और जिसे भारत का स्वर्णिम युग माना जाता है. उसके बाद हम यदि औपनिवेशिक काल में आगे आते हैं तो पेपर करेंसी हमने देखी. उसके बाद आगे बढ़े तो प्लास्टिक करेंसी और फिलहाल हम डिजिटल करेंसी में हैं. मैं थोड़ी बात करते हुए आगे बढ़ूंगा क्योंकि मेरा रिसर्च पेपर थोड़ा सा डिटेल्ड है. उसमें 2 तरह की रिसर्चेज हैं, वो मैं आपके साथ शेयर करूंगा. काफ़ी लिटरेचर हमने स्टडी किया है, ऑनलाइन भी किया है, ऑफलाइन लाइब्रेरी बेस्ड भी किया है. उसमें हमने जब फील्ड में हमारा जो डेटा है दैट इज प्राइमरी डेटा, जो थ्योरेटिकल बेस है वो हमने सरकार की साइटें, न्यूज़पेपर और सरकार की पॉलिसियों से बनाया है, बल्कि और दूसरी तरफ हमारा जो रिसर्च डेटा है दैट इज टोटली प्राइमरी डेटा। मैं फील्ड सर्वे में जब मैं गया तो मैंने लोगों के तजुर्बों से और लोगों की बातों से पाया कि जो 30 साल से कम की उम्र के लोग हैं वो आज की ऑनलाइन पेमेंट को एंजॉय कर रहे हैं। 30 से 40 साल के जो लोग हैं वो लर्निंग एज में हैं, इसको सीखने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। 40 से 50 साल की उम्र के जो लोग हैं वो इसे बियर कर रहे हैं, थोड़ा सा कम सहज महसूस कर रहे हैं। और 50 साल से कम के लोग, यदि जो उस दौर के पढ़े लिखे लोग थे जो इस इलाके में रहते हैं, या उस टाइम इवन जो रिटायर्ड है वो भी मैंने पाया है कि सफरिंग है, कोएस्ड है, वो सरकार की पॉलिसियों के अनुसार अपने आप को पाते हैं कि वो उत्पीड़ित हैं, क्योंकि उन्हें रोकड़े के नगद व्यवहार की लेन देन की आदत है। वो अपने आप को अभी इस उम्र में चेंज करने के मूड में नहीं दिखाई दिए। उसके बाद यदि हम इस सब स्टडी के आधार पर देखें तो लिटरेचर रिव्यू, हमने बड़ा डिटेल लिटरेचर रिव्यू किया, इसके ऊपर काफी और रिसर्च पेपर भी हैं, उनको भी हमने साइमल्टेनियसली स्टडी किया। टेलर, टोड, अदो, बेडो एंड ओस्तवाई, नंबर ऑफ ऑथर्स आर देयर, उनको हमने स्टडी साइमल्टेनियस करके हमारा कंक्लूजन या हमारा बेस हमने तैयार किया, जो मैं आपके लिए पढ़ रहा हूँ। After the study of various researches in this area, we can summarize our views about its literature that Indian economy is growing and government taking various initiatives to enhance monetary and economic system in India. प्रधानमंत्री जन धन योजना, जो आप सब लोग जानते हो, भारत सरकार की एक फ्लैगशिप प्रोग्राम है। A scheme by Indian government was launched at 28th August 2014, banked a total 43.23 crore people up to 2021. ये डेटा भारत सरकार और रिजर्व बैंक की साइट से लिया गया है। रिजर्व बैंक की साइट हमने उस दिन जब हम लिख रहे थे उस दिन का ये डेटा है। अभी इसमें थोड़े बहुत चेंजेस हो चुके हैं, लेकिन यदि हम इसे बेस मानकर चलें तो ये अपने आप में एक बड़ा मूव था सरकार के हेल्प से, विद ऑब्जेक्टिव टू ओपन बैंक अकाउंट एंड एवरी सिटीजन ऑफ इंडिया। डिमोनेटाइजेशन एक्सेलरेट यूपीआई। यूपीआई के बारे में थोड़ा सा मैं आगे भी जिक्र कर दूंगा। यूपीआई बेस्ड ऑनलाइन ट्रांजैक्शन एंड इट्स शोइंग इंक्रीजिंग ट्रेंड टिल डेट। प्रोग्रेस ऑफ इंटरनेट फ्रॉम 2G to 4G एंड राइट नाउ 5G। एंड हाल फिलहाल में यदि आज की मैं बात करूं तो भारत सरकार अनाउंस कर रही है कि हम 6G में पहुंच जाएंगे। एंड मोबाइल बेस्ड टेक्निक आल्सो हेल्प द प्रोग्रेस ऑफ ऑनलाइन मोनेटाइजेशन। A coconut shell view of government is digitization and liberalization of monetary economy is making butter bread connection between online payment system and its uses. यहाँ मैंने शिवम का और शिवम प्रभा का हमने भी थोड़ा सा कोटेशन किया है।
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
Are not we doing the objectives and findings only?
Okay, sir. Okay, मैं उधर जा रहा हूँ। ऑब्जेक्टिव जो हमारी स्टडी के हैं, the main objective are 5. To study the impact of gender in the use and comfort of digital payment, to study the impact of area of residence in use and comfort of digital payment, to study the impact of age in the use of comfort and digital payment, and income as well as education. There are 5 objectives, and on these objective and field study, we draw 5 alternate hypotheses. That is, the gender of user does not play significant role, ऐसे ही एरिया, ऐसे ही एज, ऐसे इनकम और ऐसे ही एजुकेशन। देयर आर 5 हाइपोथेसिस। हमने रिसर्च मेथोलॉजी के अंदर 2 पार्ट में स्टडी किया है, सिंपल एवरेज में, और हाइपोथेसिस हमने टेस्ट किया है काई स्क्वायर के साथ। हमने 210 क्वेश्चनियर फील्ड में जाके लोगों के साथ शेयर किए थे, जिसमें से हमें 200 वापस मिले। और उनका हम
राजकुमार सर,
यस मैम,
please conclude your paper, please.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. लॉन्ग स्टडी में हमने 200 लोगों में से 132 मेल पार्टिसिपेंट रहे हैं, 68 फीमेल पार्टिसिपेंट रही है। इससे इस बात का पता चलता है कि इस रीजन में ऑनलाइन पेमेंट के अंदर महिलाएं कम रुचि दिखा रही है। दूसरी तरफ यदि एज ग्रुप के हिसाब से स्टडी करें तो 58 से ऊपर की जो एज के लोग हैं वो 7.5% है टोटल का, जो सबसे कम शेयर रखते हैं। सबसे ज्यादा जो शेयर रखते हैं वो 28 से 37 साल के उम्र के लोग रखते हैं। इसको हमने डायग्राम में भी दिखाया है। उसके बाद इनकम की बात करें तो सबसे ज्यादा, ये थोड़ा सा इंटरेस्टिंग था हमारे लिए, 1 लाख से 4 लाख के लोग सबसे ज्यादा ऑनलाइन पेमेंट का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं। 8 लाख से ऊपर के जो लोग हैं, जिनकी उम्र जिनकी कमाई बहुत ज्यादा है, वो सबसे कम इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं, दैट इज 8%। उसके बाद यदि हम बात करें एजुकेशन लेवल पे, तो एजुकेशन लेवल में सबसे ज्यादा जो यूज है वो ग्रेजुएट कर रहे हैं और सबसे कम यूजुअली इलिटरेट कर रहे हैं, दैट इज 11%। और हमने इस रिसर्च में ये भी पाया कि एक इलिटरेट महिला ऑनलाइन पेमेंट का इस्तेमाल करती है। वो हमारे लिए बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग था, वो हमने हमारे रिसर्च पेपर में कोट किया है। उसके अलावा विलेज और सिटी टाउन के हिसाब से देखें तो सबसे ज्यादा 48% हमने पाया है कि विलेज लेवल के जो हमारे रिस्पोंडेंट थे, उनमें से 48% विलेज के लोग ऑनलाइन पेमेंट में ज्यादा भरोसा दिखा रहे हैं और कर रहे हैं। और टाउन और सिटी में डिफरेंस करें, जैसे टाउन छोटा शहर, छोटा या अभी अंडर डेवलप्ड सिटी है, सिटी लाइक हिसार और लाइक गुड़गांव, तो उसमें 36% हमने पाया। उसके अलावा नंबर ऑफ टाइप्स हैं, नंबर ऑफ मोड ऑफ डिजिटल पेमेंट के, भीम है, डेबिट एंड क्रेडिट कार्ड है, आरटीजीएस, IMPS, USSD, ई वॉलेट। इसमें हमारे लिए बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग था USSD, जो इंटरनेट के बिना भी चलाया जा सकता है ट्रांसफर ऑफ पेमेंट के लिए, लेकिन 200 लोगों में से किसी भी आदमी ने इसका अब तक इस्तेमाल नहीं किया है। उसके अलावा यदि हम इसमें सबसे ज्यादा इस्तेमाल देखें तो UPI का है, लाइक पेटीएम या भारत सरकार की खुद भीम ऐप जो है, उसके थ्रू लोग ज्यादा ऑनलाइन पेमेंट कर रहे हैं। उसके अलावा हमने हाइपोथेसिस टेस्टिंग किया, काई-स्क्वायर टेस्ट लगाया हमने, और काई-स्क्वायर टेस्ट में हमने हाइपोथेसिस टेस्ट करके ये पाया कि जेंडर भी अपना इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले करता है, जिसमें पी वैल्यू और कैलकुलेटेड वैल्यू का डिफरेंस था। पी वैल्यू ज्यादा रही तो हमने इस हाइपोथेसिस को रिजेक्ट किया और नल हाइपोथेसिस को एक्सेप्ट कर लिया। यानी कि हमने कंक्लूजन निकाला कि जेंडर बड़ा रोल प्ले करता है। उसके अलावा हमने पाया कंफर्ट लेवल में भी जेंडर का काफी रोल है। इस इलाके में, जिस शहर इलाके में हमने स्टडी किया, वो इलाका महिलाओं की एजुकेशन को लेकर के काफी पिछड़ा रहा है, इसीलिए महिलाएं इसमें पिछड़ती नजर आई। इसके अलावा हमने ऑनलाइन पेमेंट की दूसरी हाइपोथेसिस एरिया के हिसाब से स्टडी किया, विलेज, सिटी और टाउन। इसमें भी हमने पाया कि एरिया जो है वो भी रोल प्ले करता है ऑनलाइन पेमेंट इस्तेमाल करते समय। इसके अलावा इसका भी हमने कंफर्ट लेवल काई-स्क्वायर से टेस्ट किया, उसमें भी हमने पाया कि नो डाउट एरिया कंफर्ट लेवल को भी डिसाइड करता है। उसके अलावा तीसरी हाइपोथेसिस भी हमने टेस्ट की काई-स्क्वायर से, एज की, उसमें भी सेम यही रिजल्ट आए कि एज भी रोल प्ले करती है, क्योंकि एज, बड़ी एज में हमने पाया कि लोग, जैसा कि मैंने पहले बताया, काफी प्रताड़ित या बियरिंग सिचुएशन में मिले। उसके अलावा कंफर्ट भी वैसा ही देखने को मिला। और उसके लास्ट में यदि हम, हेलो सर, हाइपोथेसिस 4 जो है उसके अंदर हमने इनकम को देखा। इनकम की जो हमारी अल्टरनेट हाइपोथेसिस थी वो भी हमने रिजेक्ट पाई, अल्टरनेट यहाँ भी नल हाइपोथेसिस एक्सेप्ट हो गया। और उसके अलावा यदि कंफर्ट भी देखें तो वो भी है कि इनकम कंफर्ट लेवल डिसाइड करती है, नो डाउट, बट हमने इसमें थोड़ा सा इनवर्स रिलेशनशिप पाया कि हाई इनकम के लोग कम ऑनलाइन पेमेंट करते हैं। उसके अलावा एजुकेशन हैज नो रोल, ये अल्टरनेट हाइपोथेसिस भी रिजेक्ट हो गई और अल्टरनेट की एजुकेशन रोल रखती है, वो एक्सेप्ट हो गई। इसके बिना पर हमने कंक्लूजन ड्रॉ किया, मैं कंक्लूजन पढ़ रहा हूँ। Life is based on the two-way system in each and every sphere of environment. Economic environment changing and becoming more challengeable due to day-to-day. Advanced nations shift itself on cryptocurrency or virtual monetary system. Developing economy like India is highly associated with these economies, so it is required big investment in this segment. A diversified state of economy, especially in monetary segment, requires special attention. India is facing poverty, unemployment, and less income generation since independence. And if it's showing growth in this area, in between other unusual pandemic, it's so like Corona-19, flood, earthquake, terror attack, and many other unwanted losses. In these situations, people lose security, value, and amount of money and put themselves into old transactions like gold, silver, cash, or even barter system. Many long-run factors like income, age, place of residence, family structure, family independence, poverty, thoughts, and faith in government are much considerable while doing online transactions. Since last some year, India growing at high speed and nations reshaping its data in education, living standard, per capita income, investment, liberalization, and globalization. Government want monetization in those assets or sector which are giving poor performance and create more public responsibility and government. It is showing good sign in nation growth. In the case of online payment, all aforesaid factors play vital role. In these factors, improves online payment habits will increase simultaneously. Haryana has high per capita income, rich economy, large size of youth people, high education awareness, and good governance. So it is showing high enthusiasm in the online payment system. Some other moral and social reforms also required to adopt technique-based transaction system like contribution of female in the family's financial decision, advancement in thought processing, awareness in old age people, and other. It is very difficult to shift Indian people on online payment system, but not impossible. Given research, attract our brain on those areas which require change and good policy to achieve cashless and digital economy. Banking sector also play important role in online payment system, although government taking serious steps in banking industry, but it further require detailed and people-oriented reforms. BHIM and UPI based transaction now has international exposure. It is good step toward online payment system by the government. After all detailed discussion, it is clear that to increase online payment and digitization in economy, nation required big change in many demographic, geographic, and societal change. हमने रिसर्च करते समय काफी ध्यान दिया है, फिर भी गलतियां रह गई होंगी, इसलिए इसके लिमिटेशंस हमने साथ शेयर की हैं, और देयर आर डिटेल रेफरेंसेस जो ऑनलाइन और ऑफलाइन दोनों हैं.
Yeah, Mr. Rajkumar.
Yes, sir.
So what is your final conclusion then? Do you feel that all the online payment really ends in comfortability?
Sir, there are a number of variables. Like जो old age है, पढ़ा लिखा है, वो ease महसूस करता है, लेकिन जो old age है, अनपढ़ है, वो उससे थोड़ा सा परेशान महसूस करता है, उत्पीड़ित महसूस करता है. तो हमने ये कंक्लूजन ये ड्रॉ किया है कि नंबर ऑफ वेरिएबल्स के लिए भारत सरकार जैसे ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन की बात कर रही है, ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन एक वेरिएबल को ठीक करेगा. हमें बैंकिंग सेक्टर को भी रिफॉर्म करना पड़ेगा, हमें लोगों में अवेयरनेस भी लानी पड़ेगी, इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी भी इंप्रूव करनी पड़ेगी. सो देयर इज ए मिक्सचर. हम किसी फाइनल कंक्लूजन तक पहुंचे, किसी भी फैक्टर को हम हाइपोथेसिस टेस्टिंग के बिना पर बोल सकते हैं. दैट इज आवर कंक्लूजन, सर.
Okay, Mr. Rajkumar, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Our next presenter is Dr. Rashmi.
Hello. Namta ma'am.
Our next presenter is yes.
Namta ma'am.
Yes. Our next yes.
प्लीज समय का थोड़ा ध्यान रखिए मैम. ऐसे ना 10-10 मिनट अगर 15 मिनट एक बंदा लेगा तो अभी भी हमारे पास 89 के करीब रहते हैं, और लास्ट में फिर हम 1-1 मिनट भी नहीं दे पाएंगे उनको.
नहीं, बाकियों को तो नहीं इतना टाइम दिया था, सिर्फ इन्हीं को दिया गया है 25 मिनट.
प्लीज समय का थोड़ा ध्यान रखें और सभी प्रतिभागी भी इस पर ध्यान दें.
Our next presenter is Dr. Rashmi Singh. Dr. Rashmi Singh, Assistant Professor. Dr. Rashmi ma'am. Okay. Our next presenter is Mrs. Geeta Bist. Mrs. Geeta Bist.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Please continue.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes.
Hello, ma'am.
Am I audible,
Yes,
ma'am?
yes, you are.
Good evening. Ma'am, actually, I'm Dr. Rashmi from Nagaland University. If I'm not mistaken, my name is on second day.
Okay, you want to present on the second?
Yes, if it is possible, can I present tomorrow?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for giving me the
Geeta
opportunity.
ma'am,
Thank you,
please
ma'am.
continue.
Yes,
Geeta
ma'am.
ma'am, please continue.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, my presentation is visible. Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Ma'am,
very much. Please, please. Yes, yes.
ma'am, PPT
Yes,
is
you are.
PPT is visible, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Yes, very much
Good
visible,
evening.
ma'am. Please continue and focus on objectives and findings.
Yes, yes. Good evening to all the respected dignitaries present over here. My name is Geeta Bish. I'm a research scholar in Department of Computer Science and Technology in Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, Jaipur, Rajasthan. First of all, I am very thankful to ICRT for giving me this opportunity to present my paper in this international web conference. My topic for the presentation is sentiment analysis and startup business growth. Uh, as we all know, we are living in a developing country. India is rapidly developing. So all types of enterprises, small or medium type of startups, established businesses, all are very playing important and significant role in country's economy. To predict the success of startups, sentiment analysis techniques can be adopted. Sentiment analysis techniques are helpful for companies to analyze the data that are produced by users' comment on social networking sites or shopping sites. An entrepreneur or CEO or startup leaders can make decisions according to these comments. So, what is sentiment analysis? Sentiment analysis is computerized study of people's perception, evaluation, and emotion about an event, product, brand, or services. The main aim of my paper is to identify and study the key factor in user-generated content on social networking sites such as Twitter for successful and sustainable startups. Introduction. With the advancement of technology, clients and users can express their views and thoughts about products or services on digital platform or social media platform. And sentiment analysis helps the startup to evaluate these sentiments or these user-generated contents and track and monitor the strategies, products, and services of themselves and also their competitors. My study is about the analysis of comments made by user on Twitter, that is user-generated content, and then LDA model will be used, that is a generation
Geeta
probability
ma'am.
model. This model is used to find the topics of database made up of extracted tweets with hashtag startups on Twitter. And then in next step, reader tool that is Valence Aware Dictionary and Sentiment Reasoner will be applied to get the positive, negative, or neutral sentiments. This is the simple summary of my sentiment analysis methodology process where I have this is a diagram which shows that Twitter data is passed to the LDA model and then Vader tool to get the sentiments, the positive, negative, and neutral sentiments of that Twitter data. Material and methods. I have used 10,000 Twitter data with the hashtag startups from Twitter API. And there are two phases in the process. Step one, that LDA model, that is latent direct allocation, will be used to analyze these tweets with hashtag startups. Firstly, we randomly choose a distribution of topics. Then from these topics, choose a final topic. Then we randomly select a word from a different vocabulary. And in step two, weighted tool is used to divide these topics into positive, neutral, and negative. This is a summary of sentiment analysis methodology process. Twitter user generated collection, that is data collection or data extraction from Twitter API, that is called UGC, user generated content. That is passed through LDA model for topic identification, and then these topics pass through the Vader tool to get the sentiments, that is positive, negative, and neutral. Then results and discussion. Step one, that is LDA model. In the LDA process, the standard procedure is to name the topic manually. In the LDA process, the words are automatically categorized into topics. This is the output I got after LDA model, and this shows only top five content. And in the next process, I have given these group of words limited topic name that is according to the words of Twitter data. That is startup ideas, startup team, startup jobs, tech-based startup, startup investment plans. These are the top five topics I have given, and this is the output. And step two, these topics which I have got using LDA model are then
Ma'am, please
processed through
conclude.
graded tool. And yes, ma'am, these are the
Geeta ma'am,
sentiments
please
I got.
conclude.
Conclusion. Yes, ma'am. According to sentiments of the topics, we can understand the sentiments of reviews given by users. With the help of this, the startup leaders can improve their strategies and rethink their tactics. And the overall information we get about reviews is very important and helpful for the creation and development of successful startup business. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
How many days you have took to finish this research, ma'am?
Ma'am, sir, around 1.5 months I got
And do you
for this
feel
paper.
the tutor datas are again very reliable datas? Because the newly appointed
Sir,
owner is saying that 50% posts are again fake. He himself admitting.
yes, that is yes, yes. Fake data is the problem in social media platform. But this is the topic of my paper, so I have to take the Twitter data.
Okay. But in the
Um,
but your all your future research try to use the primary data or secondary data. Tutor data are not at all the
the
reliable
secondary,
data.
yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
These are the secondary. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next presenter is Dr. Zuri, Assistant Professor from DDR College. Dr. Zuri, ma'am, can you hear
Yes,
me?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Good evening.
Okay, please continue. Please continue.
The topic of my paper is historical research on the types of Assam and the problems related with it. Objectives of the paper. There are three objectives of the paper. Number one, to study the importance of the tribal people of Assam with a special reference to the scheduled tribe. Number two, to study the problems of research that are related to the scheduled tribes of Assam. Number three, to study the importance of the oral literature of the tribes in research. Historical and analytical methods are used in the paper. Mainly, scheduled tribes of Assam or the plains Assam are taken in the discussion of the paper. Now I want to analyze very briefly the main theme of the paper. The history of Assam is divided into three parts: ancient, medieval, and modern. In the ancient period, Assam is called as Kamrupa and or Pragjotishpur. But with the coming of the Ahams to the land in the 13th century, the kingdom is called as the Assam or Assam. The Ahom kingdom was a late medieval kingdom in the Brahmaputra Valley in Assam. It maintained its sovereignty for nearly 600 years till the annexation by the British in 1826. The Ahom kings used to write their history for which written records of their reign are found. But before their coming to Assam, the historical documents of the country were not kept. The earliest mentioned kings of Kamrupa, Pragjotishpur, were non-Aryan Mongoloid tribe. They were called in the ancient books as Kiratos or degraded people. They were also called as Mlesos, Danavas, Asuras, etc., which meant as degraded people.
Madam, Juhi madam, please highlight the problems and solution. That's all.
Okay, sir. Most probably they were not learned people and therefore they did not maintain any kind of documents of their time. It is known from the secondary sources that they had a tribal culture. They worshipped Shiva and Parvati of offering rice, beer, and meat. They sacrificed animal to propitiate their gods and goddesses. During the medieval period also, the tribes did not produce any important historical document of their own. The Ahom chronicles and histories mention them very briefly. Epigraphical sources are also not found about them. During the British period, the tribes of Assam began to think or study about their socio-political as well as cultural position. A small section of them took modern education, yet they could not upgrade themselves like other castes and communities. They must have a contribution to the national movement of Assam against the British rule, but their
Just a
contribution
minute,
were
ma'am. Just a minute, Jory, ma'am. Just conclude in one line how this tribal people problem is again solved by your Assamese government in the recent time. Do your research is connected any kind of the solution that you want to listen? If again any solution is there, please tell.
yes, sir. To solve the problem, oral history should be taken as the source of their history.
Do your government has a tribal ministry in his cabinet? Do your Assam government has a
yes,
tribal
sir.
ministry in
Yes,
in
sir.
their cabinet?
Yes, sir.
Acha. Okay. Then obviously there should be a solution. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Jury ma'am. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next presenter is Mrs. Jagirdar Lubna Batul, research scholar. Mrs. Jagirdar Lubna Batul, ma'am. Are you there? Okay. Our next presenter is Dr. Our next presenter is Dr. Iltiza Begum, Senior Coordinator.
Did you call my name, ma'am? Dr.
Dr.
Iltiza Begum?
Yeah. Please continue, ma'am. Please continue.
Thank you, ma'am. Can I share my screen first?
Please focus on objectives and findings of your paper.
Topic of my research is COVID-19 pandemic, post-pandemic technologies and education. So in this research, I tried to find out what were the educations like before the pandemic and how the situation changed during the pandemic and what is the situation now during the pandemic. So this is all I have studied in this. So situation of education before pandemic was a primitive kind of education. Although our populations, almost 73% of the population was literate, but the kind of education which was provided was theoretical and there was no scope for any practical learning and there was no way we can give creative thinking or learning to our students and we did not allow them any space for creativity at all. So as a result of which, when the pandemic era came in, so there was a complete lockdown resulting in the closure of almost all schools. So for the first time, the schools which were meeting each other face to face, it shifted to online platform. So the learning systems for the first time changed altogether. So after this, these are the number of countries that I have taken from OECD countries COVID-19 education sheet, which shows about the different closures of the schools throughout the country. And then after the COVID, the next phase came that is called as new normal. So what is new normal? New normal is now maintaining distance, staying at home to be safe, avoiding any kind of physical contact it was a new normal. And this impacted the education as well, in which the utility of e-learning tools and platforms became effective and a number of e-learning contents came out. Along with that, there were also e-learning contents and platforms like Zooms, so that teacher will give interact with each other face-to-face online will be through the Zoom or Google Meet or through WebEx. So these were the platforms through which the online classes continued. Along with that, we also came across new platforms where we will give assignments ICER, Google Classroom, or many such other platforms were created. And then the post-COVID technology and education is now a new kind of technology in which we are giving space to the student to learn at their pace. We are also allowing students to use of Google. Previously, in the primitive way, we were focusing more on the textbook and we did not allow students to move or to go here and there to search for the information.
Madam, please come to the conclusion.
Sure.
You just keep those slides. Please come to the conclusion. Yeah.
Sure, sir. So the conclusion is that although the COVID-19 was destructive and painful, however, when it came to the school's education, it had actually given a new emphasis on the education. So students now look beyond the printed material and fixed patterns for curriculum. So now for the first time, vocational education is given importance. Students' evaluation of learning is now based on competence instead of rote learning. And online examination has made it easy for both the teachers and students. And students are asked to be critical of their knowledge. And learning is now more open than it was before. This is my conclusion, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next presenter is Mrs. Neeraj Rani, research scholar. Neeraj, ma'am, are you there? Miss Neeraj. Okay, our next presenter is Anuradha Chaudhary, PhD research scholar. Anuradha Chaudhary.
Yes, ma'am. Neeraj here.
Okay, ma'am, please continue.
Yes. Sir, ma'am, actually, my PPT is not working. So, can I speak without PPT?
Please go ahead,
yes,
ma'am.
Okay.
Please
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Conclude
sir.
quickly.
Okay.
Just if again you are presenting extemporally, just tell us what is your research hypothesis. If again you have designed some research hypothesis, how you designed, what is the conclusion? In 3 lines, conclude.
Actually, my topic is creating value through merger and acquisition, challenges and opportunities. And this is a conceptual paper. And in this paper, merger and acquisition are a competitive instrument for every organization growth. Only those organizations with substantial competitive power can survive in today's environment for a long time. So to build the competitive strategy, merger and acquisition has played an important role, even not only in the competitive strategy, but also create the value of such organizations. So it focuses value creation to operational and financial strength for the organization, which an individual entity cannot achieve on its own. And creation of value means increasing the value of shareholder, increase market share, synergies, etc. So prior to implementing the merger and acquisition process, it is essential to understand the objective of the organization. Most of the organization want to merge for a variety of reasons, like strengthening its market reputation, raising production capacity, diversifying, increasing market share, lowering operating costs, reducing competition, advantage of new technologies, etc. So those organizations have failed to meet their objectives who did not clarify objectives before merging. As per the study result, effective companies were able to achieve long-term transaction success by emphasizing 3 basic important components in the pre-deal process, and these were the evaluation of synergy, integration project strategy and diligence. This planning aided them in achieving rapid success and significant value creation upon transaction conclusion. So it also provided proof of where less successful business go wrong by focusing on necessary duties such as legal and financial. So that is an important matter. And study goal is to determine the good and negative effects of merger and acquisition, as well as to see how to achieve success in value creation after merging the organization. Majority of organization aim to generate value, but owing to a variety of issues, and they are unable to accomplish so. they had been achieved the result as failure of merger and acquisition. And the report identify a number of key reasons why merger and acquisition.
Neeraja ma'am, just tell us, as per your topic concern, just tell us one challenges you faced in your research paper and what opportunity you have identified.
There are yes sir, there are so many challenges of merger and acquisition.
Tell us one biggest challenge and tell us one biggest opportunity and
Fair,
conclude your
fair
presentation.
level of competition. That is the challenges in between merger and acquisition.
Okay. And what is the and what is the opportunity?
There are so many opportunities like
tell us the best one.
Yes, that is examine the liquidity and financial conditions, make certain that employees can see well, and retention of employees, that is very important in the organization for growth of the organization.
Okay, okay, Neeraja ma'am. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next presenter is Anuradha Chaudhary, PhD research scholar. Anuradha Chaudhary. Okay, our next presenter is Mrs. Ranjana. Mrs. Ranjana, assistant professor. Mrs. Ranjana. Okay, our next presenter is Miss Anita Sharma.
Hello.
Miss Anita Sharma.
Hello, good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, please, ma'am, continue. Good evening, ma'am. Please continue.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I'm sharing my screen. Ma'am,
yeah, Miss Anita,
yes.
Anita Sharma.
Yes, sir.
Just tell us your research hypothesis. If again you have designed,
yes,
how you design your research and how you execute your research, and again conclusion in 3-line finish.
Yes, sir. Sir, as my topic is that a study of academic procrastination among higher secondary school students. So objectives of my study is to study the level of academic procrastination among higher secondary school students. Next is to compute the differences in academic procrastination of higher secondary school students with respect to gender, type of school, and area. Hypothesis of the study is there exist no significant differences in academic procrastination of higher secondary school students with respect to gender, type of school, and area. Sir, the first to check the level. So in my study, I have found that 57% of the students have the average. They are falling in the average that they do procrastinate in their academics, and 23 and 20% are showing that they have low attitude towards their academic procrastination. As we all know that students are not motivated towards their homework, project, assignments. They do need sometimes ki ma'am abhi aaj nahi hua, light chali gayi, network issue tha. So these are the problems. Students do make the excuses and did not complete their assignments on time. So my data indicated that out of 100, because I have conducted my study on 100 students, out of 100, 57 students have shown there that they do fall in that area कि वो कभी ना कभी procrastination जरूर करते हैं, बहाने करेंगे, they postpone their work with their excuses. In sir, and this table shows that the academic procrastination in the type of school, gender, and rural urban. Sir, in my study, I have found that the type of school, gender does not have any significant difference between, but in the type of area, the locality, rural and urban, shows that they have their mean values, they are significant at 0.5 level. It means that area has definitely definitely affect the academic procrastination behavior of the students, but gender and type of school does not affect. So these are the mean. I have made the mean pictorial bar diagram for the results. Mean value of male students and female, and the mean value for the rural and urban. In this 0.5, at 0.5 level, there is a significant difference between the academic procrastination. of the students. As sir, there are many, as the findings of the present study will not only useful for the researchers in terms of future research, but shall have important educational implications for policy planners, administration, teachers, parents who are associated with the higher secondary school students. Because we have to find out why students are procrastinate. Even after the COVID-19 pandemic, we have find that now that when they are all the systems are online, students have this kind of attitude कि हमें कौन चेक कर रहा है, we have to online, हम आराम से अपनी वीडियोस को ऑफ कर और आराम से बैठ जाएंगे, मैम को पता नहीं चलेगा. We have to change that attitude. We have to motivate them कि they have to do their work properly.
Conclusion पे आइए, conclusion दीजिए please.
सर कंक्लूजन इन द सेंस कि सर मैंने सजेशंस दिए हैं. कंक्लूजन में तो यही आया कि अर्बन जो एरिया है उसका इफेक्ट पड़ता है, बट इर्रिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ जेंडर एंड टाइप ऑफ स्कूल.
ओके,
हाँ जी सर.
ओके, थैंक यू वेरी मच. थैंक
यू सर.
Thank you, Anita ma'am. Our next presenter is Mrs. Niharika Chauhan. Mrs. Niharika Chauhan, Assistant
Excuse me, ma'am.
from Government.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
It's Bashir Ahmed this side from the Central. Yes, ma'am. It's Bashir Ahmed Khan from Central University of Haryana, and my number is in the second slot. But unfortunately, the thunderstorm and lightning is going on here in the Central University of Haryana area, and maybe our internet connection will be cut off and light will get off. So there may be interruptions after.
Excuse me, sir. We are moving serial wise. Please.
Okay.
Please excuse me. Our next presenter is Ms. Niharika Chauhan, ma'am. Are you there? Ms. Niharika? Oh, okay. Our next presenter is Dr. Pooja Sanwal.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Pooja Sanwal. Okay, ma'am. Please continue and focus on objectives and findings of your study.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sharing my screen, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yes, it is visible. Yes, very much visible, ma'am. Please continue.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, my topic of research is examining the influence of mindfulness on the holistic development among children. Coming on to the abstract, as we all know that the children's mental health is equally important as their physical health. So I have taken here the role of mindfulness. Children need mindfulness-based practices in their daily lives to help support, grow, and improve their social, emotional, spiritual, physical, and cognitive development. This research paper illustrates a concise but a detailed review of research on the effect of mindfulness-based therapies on the holistic development of the children. This paper is based on the review of quantitative as well as qualitative research papers published in various journals. And on the basis of that, I have made a conclusion that mindfulness-based interventions are positively associated with cognitive flexibility, attention, concentration, problem-solving capacity, positive mood, self-monitoring, scholarly performance, decision-making ability, and emotional regulation. In addition to this, mindfulness-based activities are negatively associated with impulsivity, aggression, anxiety, depression, stress, and hyperactivity. Coming on to the mental health, like in a study conducted by Ma and Mazidi, it was found that prevalence of depression and anxiety was 29% and 26% in children. And
ma'am, have you did any statistical work?
Sir,
or it's a conceptual paper?
Conceptual paper, sir. Qualitative.
Please come to the conclusion then.
Okay, sir. Sir, these studies which I have mentioned have proven that mindfulness-based interventions play a significant role in making positive changes in the life of children. Ample evidence is available from 2000 to 2021 that mindfulness is of great importance in holistic care for children. Even though significance of mindfulness has been perceived, but its consolidation in school is very difficult to execute. In any case, like for healthcare providers, teachers, and parents who wish to convey holistic care, acknowledgement of mindfulness-based interventions and the potential for influencing mental health is of utmost importance. To sum up, all these like parents, teachers, they need to understand that mindfulness plays a critical role in the well-being, and providers should strive to access mindfulness to make positive changes in the life of children. Thanks.
Okay, madam. Thank you for the presentation, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next presenter is Miss Arju Jangra. Arju, ma'am, are you there? Arju, Assistant Professor from FC College for Women. Okay, our next presenter is Dr. Reena Rawal, Assistant Professor, Dr. Reena Rawal. Our next presenter is Mr. Krishna Kant Patil, Research Scholar from Sunrise University. Mr. Krishna Kant Patil, are you there, sir? Okay, our next presenter is Mr. Abdul Hakim, MP, Research Scholar. Mr. Abdul Hakim, MP, are you there, sir? Okay, our next presenter is Mr. Ajay Kumar, Extension Lecturer. Mr. Ajay Kumar. Our next presenter is Mr. Tariq Ahmed Butt. Mr.
Good
Tariq
afternoon.
Ahmed Butt, Research Scholar.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Tariq
ma'am.
Ahmed Butt. Yes, please go ahead, sir. Please go.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening to all the respected personalities. I am Tariq Ahmed Bhatt. My topic is socio-emotional skills of adolescents in respect with gender and academic achievement. The objectives of the study are...
Yeah, Mr. Tariq, is it a qualitative paper or a quantitative paper?
Sir, it is quantitative paper.
Quantitative paper. Okay. Then please
Yes,
focus in 3 points. Just
Yes,
share
sir, yes,
your, you can call the hypothesis, what again you have designed, your research methodology and your conclusion. Please.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Go ahead. Please go ahead.
The objectives are to study the levels of socio-emotional skills among adolescents, to examine the gender differences on 5 socio-emotional skills, that is self-awareness, social awareness, self-management, relationship management, and responsible decision making. The third objective is to study the relationship between socio-emotional skills and academic achievement among adolescents. The hypotheses are adolescents have different levels of socio-emotional skills. There will be no significant difference between male and female adolescents on self-awareness skills. There will be no significant difference between male and female adolescents on social awareness skills. There will be no significant difference between male and female adolescents on self-management skills. Next hypothesis, there will be no significant difference between male and female adolescents on relationship management skills. There will be no significant difference between male and female adolescents on responsible decision-making skills. The last hypothesis, there will be no significant relationship between academic achievement and socio-emotional skills among adolescents.
Yeah, Mr.
Next is
Tariq, as again, we are unable to see your PPT. Please conclude.
Yes, sir.
Conclude,
Yes,
please.
Sir. I am unable to share. That is why I am.
No issues. No issues. You please come, because until unless we have not go through the statistical analysis through visible mode, it is very difficult to understand the paper. So please conclude.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Conclude, please.
Okay, sir. The findings are, after conducting this research, there are researcher found that there are different levels of socio-emotional skills among adolescents. The sample was 300. Out of 359 students have high socio-emotional skills, 148 students are moderate in socio-emotional skills, and 93 of adolescents come under the low grade of socio-emotional skills. There is no significant difference in self-awareness skills between male and female adolescents on self-awareness. There is no significant difference in social awareness skills between male and female adolescents. Hence, it can be interpreted that male and female are almost equal in social awareness skills. There is significant difference in self-management skills between male and female adolescents. And on the basis of mean score, it can be concluded that female group is good in self-management skills than male group. There is significant difference in relationship management skills between male and female. And on the basis of mean score, it can be said that female group is competent in relationship management skills than the male group. There is no significant difference between male and female on the basis of responsible decision-making skills. Thus, it can be implied that male and female are similar in responsible decision-making skills. The last finding was there is significant relationship between socio-emotional skills and academic achievement among adolescents. In other words, it can be concluded that high socio-emotional skills leads to high academic achievement. The conclusion of the study. The conclusion is that socio-emotional skills are essential for academic achievement. So, socio-emotional skills unlocks different qualities in students like cooperation, teamwork, dialogue, and effective communication that makes the class productive. So, there should be focus on socio-emotional skills among students so that their academic achievement will be improved. Thank you. Thank you to all.
Okay, Mr. Tariq. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Tariq.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next presenter is Ms. Niharika, doctoral research scholar from Savitribai Phule University, Pune.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
I'll just share my screen and briefly present.
Yeah, Miss
Please focus on
Niharika.
objective.
Yeah, Miss Niharika. Is it a qualitative paper or a quantitative paper?
It's a qualitative paper, sir.
Qualitative paper. Okay. Then you go to your last slide and only share the conclusion of this particular research. What again you have designed?
Okay, sure, sir. But the thing is, my slide actually stopped working.
No issues. Please.
Okay. So, okay, sir. I'll just briefly tell about what the paper was. So I was just focusing on research and gender in India, and it's an analysis of how the COVID-19 pandemic, on a cohort of married researchers. So how the pandemic has affected research
I think you please, Miss Niharika, please switch off your video so that we can listen you properly. Network issue is there. Switch off your video, then present.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Please switch
Okay,
off
I got
your
it
video.
actually.
Due to this network problem, your slides are also not visible to us.
Sir, in my laptop. Yeah, it is lagging in my laptop actually. So I'll just switch it off.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yes, sir. So as I was saying, it is just a paper on how the pandemic has affected the married research scholars. And I have taken up 10 female and 10 male research scholars. And I was basing my research on a social role theory, which was proposed by Alice Eagley, and which essentially she just says that a society's division of labor by gender drives all other gender differences. Like, for example, if you say that a woman is nurturing, it is not a result that it is not a result that she has been taking care of children. That's why she is nurturing. She is nurturing because she has been taking care. It's a causal effect, actually. So then I go into why research and gender and some statistics as to, in 2017 and 18, around 1 lakh men were enrolled in PhDs while the number of women was only 65,000. It's just a brief statistics. And then I go into my methodology. So I have done a qualitative research in the form of semi-structured interviews, and I have related it to 3 dimensions, that is environment and social life, personal and professional life, and psychological and emotional well-being. And some of the questionnaires I have derived from UN Women Rapid Assessment Survey 2020. To go to my observations, sir, I'll just briefly describe it. So for the environment and social changes, I've seen that the clear-cut difference in working hours, like males, they are getting higher working hours as compared to females, because females, they have the brunt of the entire family, and there is a lot of mismanagement in the daily schedules. And as for productivity, even though productivity has been affected for both male and females, productivity towards research is more for males as compared to females. The second is changes in personal and professional
Ms.
life.
Niharika, please come to the conclusion. Due to shortage of time,
Yes,
I
sir.
will
This is
request
actually
you
my
to directly
conclusion.
come to the conclusion of your
Yes.
topic, please.
Yes, sir. Okay. This is actually my conclusion because I was just seeing how it affects research. So for females, it is they are delaying in completing their theses, or they're taking an additional year, which is not in the thing for males. Or for paper publication or attending workshops and seminars is more in males as compared to females, because female scholars, they have to devote extra time for their homes and extra and take necessary precautions, and hence there is a big change in roles. Okay, so I'll just briefly conclude it. Um, so we have seen that the common barriers in for women's progress in academia and research. So these include shouldering a large share of parental duties and taking on more non-research obligations. So in addition, there are some systemic and institutional problems of perceptions in many institutions, which are even though they're withering away, like they are still there, and we can only bring changes like when we start from our own house. So that was all my paper on, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Niharika ma'am. Our next presenter is Miss Zubini Annaguli, research scholar from Nagaland University.
Okay, hi,
Miss
ma'am.
Zubini.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me? Yeah, I will be very brief. I
Please
will only share
continue.
the
Please continue.
objective and the findings. Yeah.
Yes.
So the objective of my study was to
Okay.
examine the strategies adopted by teachers in maximizing and maintaining the students' academic achievement motivation when teaching and learning shifted online when COVID happened. So the findings revealed that teachers used WhatsApp more to connect with the students compared to Zoom and Google Meet, and also majority of the teachers agreed that they allowed students participation during the virtual classes so that students are always interested, and to make sure that students were always interested and motivated, attendance marks were given for attendance, and cameras were allowed to be on. They were phone calls were made to the parents and also to the students when they did not attend to find out why they were not interested, and also assessment continuous assessments were made weekly through quizzes, online tests, and video calls, and the assessment result revealed that students, or majority of the students, did really well in the test. So in conclusion, it was concluded that despite being new to online learning, teachers continued to do their best in providing quality education to the teachers, and also students appear to do well in the online class. So it can be concluded that it is not where you learn but how you learn that matters. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Jube. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. With this, we have completed our technical session 1 presentations. Now, I would like to invite our technical session first chairperson, Professor Lakshmi Narayan Das sir, for expert comments and feedback on the presented papers.
Yeah, quickly I'm giving, because many presenters are again standing in the queue for their presentation. So without wasting the time, many presenters are again give their presentation in a very theoretical mode. Many presenters are again giving their presentation without PPT, which is again not looks like for a research, very big research platform like ICERT. And many researchers are again presenting in a paper in a very qualitative methods. What I observed, some 20+ presenters are again presenting their papers. Out of these 20 research scholars, some 3 to 4 are again did their paper in a very nice way and in a very principle of research methodology way. That is not an issue, but overall all the presenters are again good. I think more you can call the improvement is required whenever again these presenters are again supposed to present, like someone present a full research paper without PPT. That we should not allowed in a very vibrant and knowledgeous platform like ICERT. So thank you very much for inviting me as an chairperson of the technical session 1. Thanks to all the patron of ICERT and all the, you can call the members of the ICIT. Thank you very much from the core of my heart.
Thank you so much, sir. In the technical session first, all the presenters are well prepared, and we have many takeaways from this session. Although there are some technical glitches due to which some scholars are unable to present their PPTs. Overall, the session is very good and we have many takeaways, and I am very thankful to the whole team of ICERT for giving me this opportunity to coordinate this session. Over to you, Sugandha ma'am.
Hello, ma'am.
Sugandha ma'am.
Thank you all the participants.
एक मिनट पहले मैं ले लेता हूँ. Thank you so much, Dr. Lakshmi Narayan Das sir and Nimta ma'am.
Thank you very much.
बहुत वैल्यूएबल टाइम आपने दिया है और बड़ा
my pleasure sir, my pleasure sir. इतना बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म आपने दिए हैं सर, इसीलिए थैंक्स अ लॉट. थैंक यू वेरी मच सर. इतना बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म में रहने के लिए और 2 घंटा बोलेंगे तो भी सर रहूंगा मैं, कोई इश्यूज नहीं सर.
जी सर अभी चलेगा सेशन. वो सभी इंफॉर्मेशन जितने पार्टिसिपेंट हैं उनके लिए बीच में एक बार अनाउंस करने के लिए मैं आया हूँ
जी.
अभी आप सभी के प्यार और रिस्पॉन्स को देखते हुए अब देखो 8:30 का टाइम हो चुका है, तो सभी से मेरा अनुरोध यह है कि साथ साथ डिनर करते रहें और कॉन्फ्रेंस यूं ही चलती रहेगी. अभी तो एक टेक्निकल सेशन हुआ है तो मेरा ये मानना है कि डिनर भी साथ साथ करते रहें. इसको हम ब्रेक तो नहीं कह सकते, ब्रेक तो हम नहीं लेंगे, लेकिन जैसे डॉक्टर सुगंधा मैम बैठे हैं कब से 4 बजे से जी. तो आप सभी बैठे हैं सर, डॉक्टर लक्ष्मी नारायण दास जी आप बैठे हैं, निमता मैम जी आप बैठे हैं, आपने पूरा सेशन चलाया है. और हम तो चाहते थे 8:30-9 बजे तक आज के सभी पेपर प्रेजेंट हो जाते, लेकिन पेपर प्रेजेंट करने वालों की संख्या इतनी है कि इसको हम यहीं समाप्त भी नहीं कर सकते और इसको कंटिन्यू चलाना भी आज चाहे इसको मजबूरी लगा लो तो शौक लगा लो, लेकिन सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स मेरा अनुरोध ये भी है कम से कम समय ले ताकि सबको समय मिल सके. और दूसरा कुछ पार्टिसिपेंट ऐसे हैं जो जानबूझ करके जो पिछली कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी थे इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी है, जिन्होंने पेपर प्रेजेंट के लिए रजिस्ट्रेशन तो किया है और वो मौजूद भी हैं, लेकिन वो पेपर प्रेजेंट करने के लिए सामने नहीं आ रहे. उनके लिए ये सूचना है कि बिना पेपर प्रेजेंट किए उनको सर्टिफिकेट नहीं मिलेगा किसी भी सूरत में, क्योंकि आईसीआरटी कभी भी क्वालिटी के साथ समझौता नहीं करेगी.
सर नमस्कार सर. एक क्वेश्चन सर, जो सर पेपर प्रेजेंट करना चाहते हैं सर उनका नाम ही नहीं आया सर. सर मैंने 2-3 बार.
संदीप कुमार जी आपने यदि सुना हो तो आपके लिए स्पेशल अनाउंसमेंट. आप सुनो मेरी बात, आपको डॉक्टर सतीश कुमार जी ने कहा था आपका नाम नोट कर लिया गया है, कल लास्ट सेशन में आप पेपर प्रेजेंट करेंगे. अब बार बार आप एक बात को उठा रहे हैं तो इसका मतलब आप बेकार में इशू बना रहे हैं. आपकी बात को नोट कर लिया डॉक्टर सतीश कुमार जी, कॉन्फ्रेंस के सेक्रेटरी हैं, तो प्लीज आप बीच बीच में आप परेशान ना करें. प्लीज कंटिन्यू डॉक्टर सुगंधा मैम. और थैंक यू सो मच सर.
थैंक यू सर. थैंक यू वेरी मच सर. थैंक यू वेरी मच सर. गुड नाइट सर.
Thank you all participants to share their views in different fields, and thank you chairperson of technical session 1 Professor Lakshman Narayan Das sir, and thank you Miss Nimta, coordinator of technical session number 1. Now we turn to technical session number 2, and I am requesting Dr. Chetna Gupta, assistant professor, Government Degree College, Khatwa, Jammu, to coordinate second technical session.
Thank you, Dr. Sugandha ma'am. I welcome all participants to the second technical session of ICERT's 2-day multidisciplinary web conference, and on the topic current trends and challenges in education, research and social sciences. Not taking much of time as we have paucity of time, I would like to invite our chairperson, Dr. Parikshit, like Vice Principal, Shri Ramakrishna Sarda Ashram Teachers Training College, Hazaribagh. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, sir. I welcome you to the conference. And
thank you, ma'am. It's my pleasure.
Thank you, sir. Before Going on to the session, let us introduce Dr. Parikshat Laik, who is Vice Principal IQAC Coordinator, Shri Ramakrishna Sarada Ashram Teachers Training College, Hazaribagh. The Dr. Saab has PhD doctorate from OPJS University, Rajasthan, and he has about 10 years of teaching experience at different posts and performed different duties and different roles as a part of curriculum. He has published about 15 papers in international and national journals, published various books, acted as a member of editorial board, and has been conferred with various awards like Shodh Guru National Award, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Award, National Award, and International Excellence Award. So you are a motivational force amongst ourselves. Dr. Parikshat is a member of editorial board and he has attended regular national and international conferences following various training programs internationally as well as nationally. Dr. Parikshat has written various papers and he has a potential who is working and setting a goal to achieve the targets with continuous learning. We welcome you to the multidisciplinary web conference and we would request you to please chair the second technical session, which is to be organized by the session part on the topic current trends and challenges in education, research, and social sciences. We welcome Dr. Parikshat.
Thank you, Dr. Chitra ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
First of all, Dr. S.K. Singhmar sir, Chairman of ICRT, and our Chief Patron, Dr. Kushum Sahni ma'am, Chief Guest of Honor, Coordinator ma'am, Patron, Dr. Ramesh Kumar sir, and all respected dignitaries. Good evening to all. And today, Multidisciplinary International Web Conference on current trend and challenges in education, research, and social science, jointly organized by International Council for Education, Research and Training, Government College, Hisar, India. And all participants, welcome to this second session, technical session. So, ma'am, first of all, our second technical session start will Naveen Nalwa, research scholar, Om Sterling Global University. Please continue, Naveen.
Yes, sir. I would request all the participants to please maintain time and plan your time accordingly so that the chair is also comfortable.
Okay, ma'am. Yes, it is visible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Please.
Yes, ma'am. My topic is development of society in terms of social, economical, technical within Hisar, Haryana. So, introduction: Hisar is one of the minority districts in Haryana. It consists of multiple deficiency. At present, many development plans are implemented for all over development of Hisar. The main aim of social development is to develop a society that indicates technical, social, and economic development. Social development also consists of self-development because the development of society is not possible without self-development. A district growth depends on the development of society in terms of technology, economy, and society. Social development represents the overall development of a district. It examines age, education, women empowerment, infrastructure, literacy, and occupation. My research objective
What are the skill, Naveen? Naveen ji?
Yes, sir.
What are the skill in research? Your math?
Qualitative, sir.
What are your qualitative?
Yes, sir. To identify the development of society in Hisar district and find out the main issues in society. To develop a plan about the deficiency of Hisar district and to give an idea about what needs to be done for developing. To measure the social, technical, and economic growth of Hisar district. To analyze the impact of health issues, social issues, economic conditions, and infrastructure on the people of Hisar district. to explore the literacy rate in the Hisar district of the social context. Hypothesis H1 hypothesis Hisar district is social developed and it is a significant impact on the life of individual. H0 Hisar district is not socially developed. So findings and analysis. The research provides an overall analysis of the progress and development of Hisar district. Hisar is progressively rapidly the government takes many steps for all over development of Hisar district so that Hisar becomes a developed city. The government introduced many schemes for social development of Hisar district. It includes overall growth of the economy, technology and society. The government focuses on the development of education of children because these children are the future of society. The development of education also helps in the developing the development of society. Many issues sometimes affect the society. These are called social issues, social problems like inequality, literacy rate, education, women empowerment, crime, and health-related issues. Through research, it has been found that Hisar is a developed city, but some areas need to be improved. Issues which the government of Hisar district is now facing are the water problem. Water is deficient, lack of employment is the biggest problem of Hisar. There are many educated people, but they do not get enough jobs. Next, conclusion. It has observed that Hisar district is socially developed because of its progress in economy, technology, and society. But the district is not all socially developed because many issues are not solved yet. These issues need to be solved, otherwise the development of Hisar district will not be occurred. It can be conducted that the Hisar district is a developed city, but some areas need to be improved. The current problem need to be solved as early as possible, otherwise they will affect the progress of Hisar district. The government should ensure of providing enough water and high quality, thus the people of Hisar district will not face the problem anymore. The power cut issue need to be solved, otherwise it affects both the industrial and agriculture sector. The government should
conclude your PPT. And what are the findings in this paper?
Yes, sir. Problems are in the water supply and unemployment and lack of scarcity of electricity.
And what are the solutions?
And solutions are to generate solar electricity and to generate industries and to some
how to remove this development in this social, economical, and technical.
Develop major plans by government. And biggest problem to solve increase industries, thus the youth will get job as per their qualification and choices. And agriculture to prevent unemployment and to policies to reduce unemployment.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Naveen Nalva, sir. Our next participant is Dr. Arun Kumar Mandal.
Yes, ma'am. Hear me, ma'am? Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, sir.
I am sharing the screen.
Yes, sir. You are audible. Yes, sir.
Okay. Just one. My screen is audible.
Yes, visual, but very small.
Okay. Good evening to all. Screen is visible. My screen is is visible, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Good evening to all respected chairperson, coordinator, and delegates. Myself, Dr. Arun Kumar Mandal, Assistant Professor in Education. Now, I am presenting the paper, Challenges and Problems for Socio-Economic and Educational Development of Civil Tribes, a case study. Now, many social aspects like opportunity of education, employment, job opportunity. Tribal people confront challenges for socio-economic and educational development as compared to their counterpart. And tribal people, they are the part of our human resource. They should be developed. They are also have some percentage with respect to our total population. And so in this respect, in our study area, my district, Birbhum in West Bengal, the tribal people faces to maintain their livelihood because they are low income, low employment opportunity, and they maintain their livelihood below subsistence level of economy. So in this respect, my major objectives to find out the relationship between educational data store and tribal household under BPL and APL to estimate the association between socioeconomic condition and income level of tribal household in the study area, to explore the association between socioeconomic condition and occupational data score, to measure the association between educational data score and socioeconomic condition of the tribal household in the study area. These are the hypotheses. And in order to carry out my study, I have taken 320 tribal households having BPL and APL, and on the basis of the multi-stage sample technique and data collected from primary level, village level survey. And in order to analyze the data, I have used chi-square, ANOVA, multiple regression equation, and also use the...
Sir, what are the findings this topic?
Okay. Just findings is, we know that literacy rate of the tribal people has increased with respect to 2001 to 2011, and poverty ratio also decreased in our study area, like the all India average. Average annual income of the tribal household at different location, it also varies due to the employment and educational opportunity. Educational data scores also differ in different location of our study area due to lack of various educational opportunity, income opportunity, etc. Number of BPL and APL tribal household in our study area. Most of the tribal household belongs to APL, that is 228, that is 71.25%, and BPL 92, that is 28.75%. And average socioeconomic condition also varies according to our study area due to location, and these make this result may arise due to some push factor like...
Okay, sir. Conclude your PPT, sir.
Employment, just 1 minute. Educational opportunity, lack of other facilities, fear of socioeconomic disorder, persecution of the basis of caste, religion, and policies. These are the chi-square distribution. So educational data score also varies according to the various location. Income groups also, there is significant difference of the income group and socioeconomic condition, and there is this significant difference between socioeconomic condition and educational data score. And actually, socioeconomic data score highly depend on per capita income and occupational status score. And lastly, conclusion is that there exists one first hypothesis, there exists significant difference between educational data score following BPL and APL. There is significant difference between socioeconomic condition and level of income of the tribal household in the study area. There is significant difference between socioeconomic condition and occupational data score of the head of the tribal family. And there is
wind up, sir.
Okay, sir. Fine.
And just
okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
One thing is that in order to challenges and problem of the tribal people, the first thing is educational development should be implemented anyhow, any cost, by implementing so many government policies, incentives, scholarship, etc. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Arun, sir. Thank you for the presentation.
We would invite now Dr. P. Baby to please carry with the presentation. Dr. P. Baby. Next, Mr. Shabib Ali, CH. Mr. Shabib Ali. Then our next participant, Miss Monica. Miss Monica. I would like to invite Dr. Jyoti Rani. Dr. Jyoti Rani. On to our next participant, Dr. Ravinder Rathi. Dr. Ravinder Rathi. Our next participant, Dr. Javed Iqbal. Are the participants in the group? Dr. Javed Iqbal. Dr. Kuldeep Jaglan. We would like to invite Dr. Kuldeep Singh Jaglan. Then we would invite Dr. Meena. Dr. Meena. Dr. Gurdeep. Dr. Gurmeet. Dr. Gurmeet. Mr. Rohit Kumar. I suppose all have left for dinner. Mr. Rohit Kumar. I would like to invite Dr. Deepika.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Deepika, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Please carry with your presentation, ma'am. We welcome you to the second technical session.
Ji, ma'am.
Please carry on. Please wind it up accordingly, taking
Okay, ma'am.
time into
Just take
consideration.
5 minutes.
Fine, ma'am, fine.
Good evening, all. Is it visible?
ये तो सिर्फ phone ही visible, ma'am.
Okay, okay. I'm trying this.
Fine, ma'am. Kindly start with your presentation, ma'am.
Ma'am, I'm sharing from another ID.
Fine.
Is it visible?
It is not visible, ma'am. Still.
Ma'am, just a minute.
It's visible now. Deepika, ma'am, we are not able to
Just
see
a
your
minute, ma'am.
Ma'am, do fast.
Should we invite the next participant in the meantime?
Ma'am, I'm sharing. It is visible on my screen.
It's not visible now.
Ma'am, just give me a minute. I will share from another ID.
मैम तब तक अगले पार्टिसिपेंट को
हाँ जी,
बुला
We would like to call Miss Varsha Kotwal. Miss Varsha Kotwal. Dr. Kuldeep Singh. Dr. Kuldeep Singh. Miss Preeti Gill.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Preeti Gill, you are there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. I'm presenting my topic. Just
Okay,
a
fine.
second. I'm sharing my screen.
Okay. Dr. Deepika, you carry with
Ma'am.
your assistant.
Okay.
Please, Miss Preeti Gill, please carry forward.
Ma'am, screen is not sharing because ma'am has also shared the screen. So,
Dr. Deepika, please stop
ma'am.
sharing. Please stop sharing your screen so that Miss Preeti Gill can enter into the scenario. I would request Dr. Deepika to stop sharing her screen so that we can have presentation of Ms. Preeti Gill.
Ma'am, may I share the screen?
Ms. Preeti Gill, please continue.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sharing my screen.
Yes, Preeti.
You are not audible, Preeti.
Yes, ma'am.
Preeti, ma'am, you are
Ma'am,
not
is my
audible.
screen visible?
No, yes, it has now.
Ma'am, is it visible?
Please quickly carry with your proceedings in 2-3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, all and one present here. I'm Preeti Gill, research scholar in the Department of Commerce, and my presentation topic is Household Financial Decisions, a Bibliometric Analysis. Basically, this paper is to analyze the patient trend and substantial contribution to the household financial decision making. Cause in this time, sound financial decision making has increased importance due to the complexities and uncertainties connected with the modern living. In this paper, I have analyzed 110 articles discovered from the Scopus database to evaluate the existing refinements and publication trend on the topic. This paper analyzed the country's scientific production, year-wise scientific productions, and 3D plot most globally cited documents, affiliation analysis, and so on. The study will be very helpful for understanding the concept of household financial decisions, its trends, and the future direction by observing the data, structure, and bibliometry. The objectives of my study. The first objective of my study is to examine the publication trend of household financial decision making, to analyze the most cited paper, most relevant affiliations, and the country's scientific production, to analyze the co-citation network and keyword cloud used by the authors. For this study, I have used BiblioShiny software in RStudio, and for this paper, for this research, I have found 460 articles by exclusion criteria. I have found 110 article, final article for the study. And here I have shown the affiliation analysis. The affiliation analysis, this analysis shows the most famous affiliation in this specific research, like Macquarie University Business School has 9 articles in this subject, and here the list of affiliation analysis. After this, I have analyzed the most global cited documents, and the most global cited document is Fernandez D 2014, and with total citation of 603. And here the proper list of 10 articles. I have chosen the articles which has more than 45 citations. After that, I have analyzed the co-citation analysis of paper and the word cloud. The word cloud, for the word cloud, I have taken 150 words in which the financial decision making is the most occurring word. Here it's all about my presentation. Thank you.
Preeti,
thank you.
Preeti, more one question. Why to need this research, Preeti?
Sir, my topic of a PhD is participation of women in household financial decision making. So I am searching on this topic. So I am go through the literature. After literature, I think that I should apply this technique on my literature.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Preeti. Ms. Preeti Gill, now I would like Dr. Deepika, if she is available, to share the screen. Our next participant is Dr. B.B. Padmavati. Dr. B.P.V. Padmavati. Then we have Mrs. Neetu Rani.
Madam, hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam, good evening, madam. This is Padmavati, madam. Am I audible, madam?
You are audible now, ma'am.
Madam. Now I wish to share my screen also, madam. Just 1 minute, madam. Just 1 minute, madam. I have been waiting for a long time. Thank you for this opportunity, madam. 1 minute, madam. 1 minute, just 1 minute. I'm trying to share my screen. Just 1 minute, madam. Just 1 minute. Here, I wish to share a very warm good evening to all participants who are waiting for the presentation. And before that, I wish to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to present my paper. And a very good evening to the chairperson, Pashik sir, and the coordinator, madam. A very good evening to all. Here, I wish to share that is my presentation. That is, it seems to be my net is so low. That's why I'm not able to share my screen. But I just wish to share my feelings with you, sir and madam, if you permit me. Am I audible, madam? Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, ma'am.
Yeah, madam. So here, the topic of my paper is that is English language teaching in colleges, an insider's perspective. I wish to share that is my experiences as I have been the teacher in this particular field for the more than 20 years. So first of all, though India has celebrated the 75 years of independence, but the fate of the language, especially in South India, especially in our that is a state, very bad. It has traveled a long way for during 75 years in free India, but there are so many contradictions and controversies remain the same as before. You know, ma'am, that is a college is a cosmopolitan place where students from different social, educational, cultural backgrounds amalgamate. So this is the right place for them to learn and also to enhance their language and also communication skills. Okay, there are some people, they argue, okay, this is a foreign language, so we can't give much importance to it. But there is a need for all the students, that is to get some command and also knowledge over this language. So now I wish to give some, now in my analysis, I have categorized students into 3 categories. The students who are from public schools, they're really blessed because they have the trained teachers, because of their training and because of their interaction with the teachers and fellow beings. And from the beginning, as they're the English medium students, they communicate very well. And when it comes to second category students, that is the urban school students. So the urban school students, like the city bred ones, they are able to understand English, but unlike them are not quite proficient and spontaneous in their what we can call it spoken English. And when we come to rural school students, there is no exaggeration to say that the standards of English of the college students hailing from rural schools is very pathetic, deplorable, and they cut a sorry figure, and their classmates, when they are speaking so effectively and whenever they are sharing their ideas very fluently. So in order to make these students also, that is to speak fluently, I wish to give some suggestions. That is the syllabus for English in the rural school should be brought to the rudimentary level, and specially qualified and trained teachers in English language teaching should be appointed in both schools and colleges. And my second suggestion, it is only suggestion, madam, of my observations. Madam.
Conclude, ma'am.
Yeah, okay, ma'am. Just 1 minute, ma'am. So, in order to overcome this kind of phobia or stage fear, it is better to arrange some kind of seminars, debates, and playing some video games. Definitely, even the rural students also able to communicate effectively. Okay, thank you for giving me an opportunity, madam. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we would invite Mrs. Neetu Rani. Mrs.
Yes,
Neetu
ma'am.
Rani.
Yes, ma'am.
Please start with your presentation, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Mrs. Neetu Rani.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Give me 1 minute, ma'am.
I'm Nitu Rani, research scholars in KUK, Department of Education. My topic is, मैम मेरी जो है ये स्लाइड जो है ये शेयर नहीं हो पा रही और शायद कोई maybe my topic is current trends and challenges in education. मैम teaching यहाँ introduction है. Teaching is a dynamic profession. It changes year to year depending on the classes we teach and the students we have. However, the world of education has remained largely the same of the last 100 years. Our classrooms are still teacher-centered. In the teacher-centered classroom, the role of the teacher is to deliver information to students and the test the student on their ability to remember and understand that information. The students are passive learners who understand and remember information but do not analyze, apply, evaluate, or create information. Many educators are beginning to argue that the approach to teaching is now outdated. They argue schools need to change to meet the technology based
पद्मावती मैम
and
को
the
बोल के उनकी
globalized.
स्क्रीन ऑफ प्लीज।
Yes, sir.
पद्मावती मैम की स्क्रीन अभी तक ऑन है, उनको बोल के ऑफ कराओ तो आपकी स्क्रीन मैम ने। पद्मावती मैम
Padmavati ma'am, Dr. BV Padmavati.
हाँ जी आप करो आप।
हाँ पद्मावती मैम
हो गई मैम ऑफ।
ठीक है ठीक है।
कैरी ऑन रखिए।
Carry on, Miss Neetu
To
Rani.
deal education, the COVID-19 pandemic has totally changed the educational scenario is in very unpredictable ways. Post
Need to
COVID-19 also
conclude your topic, Neetu.
sir, my topic is 1 minute. My topic is sir, current trends and challenges in education.
Yeah, I know, but conclude.
Okay, thank you, Neetu Rani. Now we would like to invite Mr. Rajkumar. Mr. Rajkumar. Next participant, Miss Rinku. Miss Rinku.
Yes, ma'am.
Ji, please carry on with your presentation.
Good evening, everyone.
Miss Rinku, you are not audible. Be a bit louder, please.
Good evening, everyone. Is this audible to everyone?
I would request all the participants to be ready with their presentation so that we do not lose time in searching the screen or trying to make ourselves audible.
Is my screen visible to everyone?
Yes, it is visible.
Yes, carry on, carry on.
Carry on, please. It's
My
visible.
topic is a correlational study of flourishing, satisfaction with life and resilience among police personnel. And I am research scholar in JJU SMT Hisar, Haryana. And what is flourishing? Flourishing is described as the optimal state of mental health. I am concluding, I am presenting this paper in brief, if you don't mind. And my second variable is satisfaction with life. Satisfaction with life is related to the evaluation of one's life as a whole, not just the present level of happiness. And my third variable is resilience. Resilience is the positive psychological capacity to rebound, to bounce back from adversity, uncertainty, conflict, failure, or even positive change, progress, and increase responsibility. What are my hypotheses? My hypothesis of the present study are there shall be significant relationship between satisfaction with life and flourishing among police personnel. There shall be significant relationship between resilience and flourishing among police personnel. And the third hypothesis is there shall be significant relationship between resilience and satisfaction with life among police personnel. The sample of my population was 50 male and 50 female, ASI and or head constable. And the age group which I took was 30 to 50 years and with the minimum 4 years of experience in India job. My measures were the flourishing scale developed by Danier et al. 2009 and the second scale was satisfaction with life by Danier et al. 1984. And the third scale was resilience scale by Bagfield and Young 1993. The procedure, the sample was finalized by using certified random sampling. After finalizing the sample, the data was collected.
What are the finding, Ms.
Okay,
Rinku?
sir.
What
Yes,
are the finding your research paper?
Yes, sir. My findings were you can see the results in this table 2, that the flourishing, satisfaction with life and resilience, all the three variables are positively correlated with each other. There is a strong positive correlation with each other. And at the 0.01 level, significant level, in conclusion, we can say that if there is positive significant relationship between the variables, if there is a change in one variable, then there is change in another variable also. If the flourishing level of the police personnel is increasing, then the satisfaction with life and resilience level of the police personnel will also be improved. So at last, we can say that there is a great requirement for police personnel to have more flourishing satisfaction with life and resilience level so that they can work more efficiently. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank
the
you, Ms.
presentation.
Rinku. Now our
Thank
next
you, sir. Thank you,
participant,
everyone.
Dr. M. Jaya Ranjan. I would invite Dr. M. Jaya Ranjan. Following the next participant, Kiran. Kiran.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, all. Please start with your presentation.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible, ma'am. Please carry on.
Okay, ma'am. Can I start without sharing my screen, ma'am?
Continue. Let us see
I am.
your reports. Please carry on, ma'am.
My topic is a study of clash between two civilizations in An American Bread by Bapsi Sidhwa. Here
Just
I am
give the
going to
crux
discuss
of
the consistent.
Now just give the crux, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Here I'm going to discuss there is all consistent dispersion of language, race, and culture in day and age, and over increasing number of individuals from emerging are moving to mid countries for the moment and unable to work. It in the ongoing circumstances, it became undeniable for the creator for more non-modern countries to portray the issue these people face in view of contrast in amicable characteristics and conviction structure. Here, Vapsi Sidhwa try to explore the mental and physical and all type of torture the people face in the other countries. Like Sidhwa, in the fearful manner, has extended her qualities through clear and mistakable Parsi character of Pakistan. In the novel, she had known the top man-controlled society framework tackling age-old social qualities, also conviction frameworks from pursuers. The ladies of these social orders are obliged to follow the training unquestioningly. These limits ladies to appreciate anatomy for the genuine perspectives. They become complete and subordinate. Age-old social framework is responsible for making a difficult situation for ladies in the Indian subcontinent, particularly in Pakistan. Along these lines, when they go up against an alternate culture of the West, they face struggle in friendly qualities, conviction framework blessed during their childhood in countries. In the journey of adjusting their personality, they soak up Western worth framework, subsequently throw in their way of life from custom-bound society in subcontinent, prompt struggle in their social qualities too. Here,
Conclude,
Sidhwa,
Madam Kiran. Please conclude.
yes, ma'am, this was my conclusion. Here, I just told how she explored the mental torture in other countries. This is all I was going to present. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Kiran. Thank you.
Thank you, Kiran. Now we would invite Mrs. Anita. Mrs. Anita. Next participant, Miss Rohitashwani. Miss Rohitashwani.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, ma'am. Please continue.
Am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
The title of my research paper is Significance of Nature and Ecofeminist Outlook in Sarah Joseph, The Vigil. My paper investigates the nature and ecofeminist aspects through Sarah Joseph novel, The Vigil. The main objective is to analyze impact of capitalist innovations of women and the environment. The study also goes into the great deal of Sarah Joseph and examine how she portrays women characters and the environment and empower women in her writings. Man-environment metaphor depicted in the novel are also addresses as a critically analyzed as a woman-environment linkage for the feminist perspective. It emphasizes her eco-feminist position by the clearly illustrating patriarchal forces, oppression of women and the environment. The study primarily focus environment degradations caused by innovations and oppression of marginalized people in a general.
Rohita, finding your paper. What are the findings? Conclude.
The finding of my paper is the novel is concerned with how the modern world's development systems contaminated the ruin of environment is a greater level. Dams and hydroelectrical power plants are being built for economical reasons, which are damaging our environment, ecosystem, as well as women condition. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Rohitashwani. Now we would invite Mr. Shidagod Patil. Mr. Shidagod Patil. Our next participant, Sandeep Kumar. Sandeep Kumar. Our next I would invite the next participant, Mrs. Seema Baniwal. Mrs. Seema Baniwal. Next, we have Mrs. Mark. Mrs. Please mute yourself. Mrs. Markandla Jamir. Mrs.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Mrs. Markandla.
Hello. Yes, ma'am.
Please start your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Yeah, the topic on vocational interest and parental influence on career choice of adolescents. The present study has been taken up to study the vocational interest and parental influence on career choice of adolescents in Nagaland. The objective is to study the level of vocational interest and the level of parental influence among adolescents students on their career choice, and to find out the relationship between vocational interest and parental influence on career choice of adolescents. And null hypothesis has been framed on these three objectives. Methodology of the study was used, it was a descriptive research survey where the population of the study comprised of secondary students of government and private schools in Nagaland. The sampled comprised of 800 adolescents, and simple random sampling and stratified random sampling procedure was followed. I'll straight away make it brief. I'll tell the findings. The findings showed 1.1% of adolescent students had high interest in household interest area, which is the highest percent with high interest compared to other vocational interest dimensions. Findings revealed that no adolescent students showed high interest in the area of social vocational interest dimension, and the constructive area of vocational interest showed least interest area followed by agriculture. The most favored interest. Okay. All right. 81.63% of, yeah, adolescent students consider their parents as role models. So this is, which is a challenging finding for the parents who need to live up to the expectation and set good example at home and society as a whole. So the researcher feels that parents play a very vital role in adolescents' life as an influencer and a guide. Therefore, awareness on different vocations need to be provided to parents also, so that they will help the adolescents in building up their careers and opportunities. Thank you.
Mute your mic.
Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, I'm Anita.
Anita?
Yes, ma'am.
Mrs. Anita?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here, ma'am.
Ma'am, you did not turn
want
up
to
on
give
your
my
turn.
presentation, ma'am. I want to give my presentation.
You did not turn up on your turn. You'll have to wait, ma'am. We are moving in a serial order. Our next participant is Dr. Poonam. Dr. Poonam.
Hello.
Dr. Poonam.
Hello. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Dr. Poonam, please continue with your presentation.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, ma'am. Please continue.
Sharing my screen. I am Dr. Poonam. My topic is positive and negative social media. Everyone aware of social media? क्योंकि आज का ये टॉपिक है, सब हर किसी को पता है, अवेयर है सोशल मीडिया. अगर सोशल मीडिया की हेल्प से हम अब जो वेब कॉन्फ्रेंस करें उसकी हेल्प से हो रहा है, ठीक है. तो एवरी फील्ड में आपका सोशल मीडिया है, काफी इंपॉर्टेंट है. तो माय टॉपिक जो है वो है पॉजिटिव एंड नेगेटिव इम्पैक्ट ऑफ सोशल मीडिया. एंड इसकी आउटलाइन प्रेजेंटेशन आउटलाइन है इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ सोशल मीडिया, पॉपुलर सोशल साइट्स एंड पॉजिटिव इफेक्ट क्या है इसके बीच में, एंड नेगेटिव इफेक्ट एंड कंक्लूजन. And social media, introduction of social media. Nowadays, social media has become the important part of our life because of its user-friendly features. Social media websites, applications allow users to communicate with each other across distance. So, in this presentation, we cover all aspects of social media with its positive and negative effects. Social media. What is social media? Social media is an online platform that facilitates the sharing of ideas, thoughts, and information through the building of virtual network and communities. Largest social media include Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Social media sites हैं Facebook, Twitter, Google, YouTube, Instagram, Tumblr, LinkedIn, Pinterest, and Flickr. Most used social media platform in India 2022. Instagram number 1. 76.50% are users actively use this platform, and Facebook 74.70% users use this platform, Twitter 44.9%, and LinkedIn 37.20% users use this platform. Pinterest 34.30% and most 3% use this platform.
Try to conclude.
Popular messenger apps in India 2022. WhatsApp 81.2%, Telegram 56.90%, to Facebook Messenger 49.30%, and Snapchat 42.90%, Skype 23%, and ShareChat 20.90%.
Try to conclude,
Impact of social media on health. Sharing of doctor prescriptions to friends, relatives, and kids. Consulting doctor online anywhere and anytime. More data to health and health researchers, and helping health services to prioritize critical cases. Negative impact: incorrect self-diagnosis, potential breach of privacy, increased risk for depression, anxiety, and positive impact of education.
पूनम मैम, इसका एजुकेशन इम्प्लीकेशन क्या है?
हाँ जी सर.
इसका एजुकेशन इम्प्लीकेशन क्या है?
सर एजुकेशन में हम इसको यूज करें, आजकल जो भी हम काम कर रहे हैं, ऑनलाइन क्लासेस ले रहे हैं, यूट्यूब पे ले रहे हैं, अभी भी हम अपने सेमिनार अटेंड कर रहे हैं, तो उसके अंदर से हम नॉलेज को शेयरिंग कर देते हैं, अपने आप को अपडेट रखते हैं उसके थ्रू. एंड शेयरिंग कोई भी जो हम फील कर रहे हैं, जो सोच रहे हैं, जो न्यू आइडिया इनोवेशन है, उसको हम आप एक दूसरे के साथ शेयर करके अपने आइडियाज को इम्प्रूवमेंट कर सकते हैं।
तो सोसाइटी का इसका जो नेगेटिव इम्पैक्ट जा रहा है वो किस वे में होगा, वो किस वे में होगा?
नेगेटिव इम्पैक्ट ये होगा सर, पीपल एडिक्टेड हो रहे हैं, एडिक्टेड होंगे तो क्या है, वो अपना टाइम वेस्ट कर रहे हैं, जो उसका मेन फोकस है उसके ऊपर वो कंसंट्रेशन है वो नहीं कर पाएंगे। एंड किड्स एंड टीनेजर है वो भी उसके ऊपर डिपेंड हो रहे हैं, उनकी हेल्थ के ऊपर डिपेंड होगा, आई साइड वीक होंगी बच्चों की भी, हर एक कैटेगरीज की आई साइड पे वीक इफेक्ट होगा। एंड
चलिए,
हाँ जी सर,
बहुत अच्छा मैम। बट जो जिज्ञासा मेरी थी, क्यूरियोसिटी थी कि जो बच्चों में क्रिएटिविटी है, ये कहीं ना कहीं ये क्रिएटिविटी सोशल मीडिया बिल्कुल भी वो नष्ट कर रहा है, वो बर्बाद कर रहा है। तो वो क्रिएटिविटी को हमको जगाना है, ये एजुकेशन इम्प्लीकेशन में इसका आएगा मैम। चलिए, थैंक यू मैम।
थैंक यू सर।
Thank you, Poonam ma'am. Our next participant, Mr. Deepak Kumar. Mr. Deepak Kumar. On to the next participant, Dr. Shakha Sharma. Dr. Shakha Sharma.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Pardon? Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Shakha
Excuse me,
Sharma.
ma'am.
Ji.
Ma'am, I'm Mrs. Anita. My turn has gone, and my voice is not audible. That's why I can't join. So please give me a chance.
Fine, Mrs. Anita. We'll be giving you the chance after the list is completed, because the other participants, they are also regularly waiting. We are at Dr. Shakha Sharma now. In case she is not available, we'll move on to Renu Bala. Renu Bala.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I am audible, ma'am.
Renu Bala.
Yes,
please.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, my topic is entrepreneurship and innovation. मैं इसके इंट्रोडक्शन से ही शुरू करती हूँ मैम। एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इज इम्पोर्टेंट फॉर ग्रोइंग द इकोनॉमी, creating job and improving the quality of life while adopting the modern society needs. Innovative entrepreneurship can provide idea that help grow new and existing business, develop product and improve local communities, and encourage change to enhance local customer experiences. Innovation is a primary component of a successful business. इनोवेशन है वो क्या है, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप में एक अहम रोल निभाता है। इनोवेटिव एंटरप्रेन्योर डेवलप बिजनेस मॉडल्स टू आइडेंटिफाई टू मीट द नीड्स ऑफ एन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन एंड improve their competitiveness in the market. Most entrepreneurs use innovative ideas to help create these business modes or make upgrade to their current models. Innovation, the introduction of something new. Without innovation, there is not anything new, and without anything new, there will be no progress. According to Minke, 84% of executives say that their future success is dependent on innovations. Innovations allow organizations to stay relevant in the competitive market. It also plays an important role in economic growth. The ability to resolve.
Renu, conclude.
Sir, conclusion. Entrepreneurship is the ability and readiness to develop, organize, and run a business enterprise, along with any of its uncertainties in order to make a profit. The most prominent example of entrepreneurship is the starting of new business. Innovation is the most important role in entrepreneurship. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Our next participant, Mrs. Pramila. Mrs. Pramila. Mrs. Pooja. Mrs. Pooja.
Hello.
Mrs. Pooja.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Yes, Mrs. Pooja, you are audible. Please louder yourself.
Okay, ma'am. Good evening to all of you. My topic of presentation is advertisement impact on society. Ma'am, please allow me to share screen.
Not sharing, ma'am.
What is advertisement? Advertisement क्या है? एक tool or technique which is used by the producer to sell a product or a service. Advertisement लोगों को persuade करता है किसी product को खरीदने के लिए, या फिर उसको जिस तरह से जो प्रोड्यूसर वो दिखाना चाहता है उसको देखते हैं, या फिर कई बार गवर्नमेंट भी इसका यूज करती है लोगों को अवेयर करने के बारे में, या फिर गवर्नमेंट कोई कैंपेन चला रही है तो उससे लोगों को जोड़ने के लिए भी एडवर्टाइजमेंट का यूज किया जाता है। अब एडवर्टाइजमेंट के जो मॉडर्न तरीके हम यूज कर रहे हैं उससे पहले भी हम अपनी चीजों का एडवर्टाइजमेंट करते थे। जैसे कि हम आज भी देखते हैं रेल में जाते हैं या फिर बस में जाते हैं तो वहां पे लोगों को तरह तरह की आवाजें निकालते देखा हमने, जैसे चाय चाय चाय, या फिर कोई और प्रोडक्ट बेच रहे हैं, जैसे मान लिया कोल्ड ड्रिंक्स या कुछ भी, जैसे अपनी तरह की आवाजें निकाल के वो लोग बेच रहे हैं उस प्रोडक्ट को, तो वो भी अपनी एक तरह से एडवर्टाइजमेंट कर रहे हैं। फिर अगर हम बात करते हैं मॉडर्न तरीकों के एडवर्टाइजमेंट की, तो उसके अंदर टीवी मीडिया आ गया, प्रिंट मीडिया, रेडियो, इंटरनेट, डायरेक्ट मेलिंग, टेलीमार्केटिंग, आउटडोर मार्केटिंग, तो ये सारे जो है एडवर्टाइजमेंट के मॉडर्न मेथड्स हैं। अगर हम बात करें एडवर्टाइजमेंट के ऊपर खर्चे की, तो 2021 के डाटा के अनुसार जो टीवी मीडिया है उसके ऊपर सबसे ज्यादा एडवर्टाइजमेंट पे खर्चा हुआ है, जो कि 41% है। डिजिटल मीडिया है उसमें 28%, जो प्रिंट मीडिया है उसके अंदर 25%, एंड आउट ऑफ होम जो एडवर्टाइजमेंट है उसके अंदर 3% है, एंड रेडियो एंड सिनेमा एंड मोर। यहाँ पे ये देखने लायक बात है कि जो टेलीविजन है उसके अंदर 41%, ये इस बात का इंडिकेट है कि जो अभी भी जो सोसाइटी है वो टीवी पे कितना ज्यादा डिपेंड करती है, क्योंकि जो हमारा जो यूथ है वो ज्यादा डिजिटल मीडिया फोकस करता है, लेकिन जो और लोग भी रहते हैं सोसाइटी के अंदर, वो उन लोगों को या तो उनके पास फोन है नहीं, या उन्हें चलाना नहीं आता, मतलब यूज करना नहीं आता, या फिर वो जो
पूजा
सोशल
जी,
मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म है। जी सर।
पूजा जी कह रहे ये माइंड में आपके कैसे रिसर्च का आया कि हम एडवर्टाइजमेंट और इम्पैक्ट में हम करें?
सर एडवर्टाइजमेंट एक इंटरेस्टिंग टॉपिक है। हम देखते हैं अपने आसपास भी हर एक चीज की एडवर्टाइजमेंट हो रही है, उसका लोगों पे क्या फर्क पड़ रहा है, कुछ का पॉजिटिव इफेक्ट पड़ रहा है, कुछ का नेगेटिव इफेक्ट पड़ रहा है। तो मेरे मन में आया कि मैं इसके ऊपर थोड़ा रिसर्च करूं और
तो
अपना
इसकी
टॉपिक
फाइंडिंग
बनाऊं।
क्या निकल गई?
सर
हाइपोथेसिस
इसके
क्या आई इसकी?
नहीं सर, कोई हाइपोथेसिस नहीं गया, ये जस्ट क्वालिटेटिव स्टडी है।
अच्छा, तो क्या
इसका
फाइंडिंग इसकी
कंक्लूजन
आ गई?
सर इसके कुछ पॉजिटिव इफेक्ट हैं और कुछ नेगेटिव इफेक्ट हैं। जैसे पॉजिटिव तो आ गया कि हम अगर कोई अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम चलाना है, या फिर जैसे स्टडी को लेकर ले लो, हम जो है इसके जो पॉजिटिव वे है उनको देख रहे हैं, लेकिन नेगेटिविटी के अंदर तो ये आ गया सर, कुछ जैसे कुछ स्टार्स हैं, स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन हैं, वो जिस तरह की चीजों की ऐड करते हैं, जो उनके फॉलोअर्स होते हैं वो उन्हीं चीजों को खरीदते हैं। जैसे कि माउंटेन ड्यू लगा लो, या फिर इसके अंदर एक पिक्चर भी है देखो सर, रजनीगंधा, इसका जो स्लोगन है वो देखो, कुछ कर ऐसा दुनिया बनना चाहे तेरे जैसा। तो इस एड के अंदर लोगों को मतलब परसुएट किया जा रहा है कि इसके अंदर कुछ ऐसी विशेष चीज है जिसको खाने से वो कुछ नया कर सकते हैं सोच, या फिर कुछ अचीव कर सकते हैं। तो इस तरह की जो एडवर्टाइजमेंट है उनका नेगेटिव इफेक्ट पड़ रहा है मेरे ऊपर। और एक मेन जो नेगेटिव इम्पैक्ट है सर वो वुमेन्स को लेके है, ये मैं हाईलाइट करना चाहूंगी। सारी एड्स में तो नहीं, लेकिन बहुत सारी एड्स के अंदर जो वुमेन है उसको सेक्स सिंबल के तौर पे या फिर एक अट्रैक्टिंग मटेरियल के तौर पे पेश किया जा रहा है। सम इन डिओड्रेंट्स एडवर्टाइजमेंट्स, या फिर कुछ सर जैसे अंडरवियर्स की ऐड आ गई, या फिर बहुत सारी ऐसी ऐड है जिनके अंदर जो वुमेन्स है उनकी एक मतलब अलग छवि पेश की जाती है। तो लोग समझते हैं कि जो वुमेन्स है वो इसी काम के लिए है, या फिर जो एक तरह का अट्रैक्टिव मटेरियल है। तो इस तरह की जो एडवर्टाइजमेंट है उनके ऊपर बैन लगाना चाहिए, और जो गवर्नमेंट है उनको कुछ एक्शन लेना चाहिए इसके ऊपर। थैंक यू सर।
चलो, अच्छा जी, ठीक। थैंक यू पूजा जी।
Thank you, Pooja. Now next
Thank you, sir.
participant, Dr. Y. Savitri. Dr. Y. Savitri. On to the next participant, Dr. Aarti Rani. Dr. Aarti Rani. I would like to invite Dr. Rajendra Prasad. Dr. Rajendra Prasad. I would like to invite Miss Himani.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss
Good
Himani.
evening, ma'am.
Good evening. Please carry on. Please continue, ma'am, keeping the times
Yes,
possible.
ma'am. I'm sharing my screen.
Himani, your screen is not
Yes,
visible.
yes. Is my screen visible, ma'am?
No.
Ma'am, can I present orally?
You can, already Professor Lakshminarayan Das told, sir told presentation needs to be moved with
Ma'am,
it.
actually, ma'am,
Carry
due
on.
to technical problem,
Carry on.
can I present on orally?
Please carry on, ma'am. Please carry on.
Ma'am, good evening, one and all. My topic of presentation is a bibliometric analysis of literature on digital financial inclusion. The financial system of a country can be considered as its primary support system. Now, financial organizations have begun to emerge with the potential to promote financial access. The digital platform is rapidly expanding around the world as the key driver of innovation and growth to support financial inclusion and long-term economic development. This study focuses on 136 published articles extracted from the established Scopus database out of from 562 database through a process. The study looked at several variables such as publication output, growth, trend, source analysis, country analysis, top cited article review. The data in this study were evaluated using BiblioShiny, a web-based application included in Bibliometrics R package. The study provided a comprehensive picture in the field of digital financial inclusion. The objective of my study is to evaluate the most recent trends in the expansion of scholarly literature on digital financial inclusion and to analyze the publication output and source analysis, author analysis, country analysis, and top cited articles and country citation review using bibliometrics. The first one variable, the key information about the document cited. The primary information about the data used for the study is shown in this section. To conduct the study, 100 sources, 130 documents have been included for the study. Then comes to the analysis of the annual scientific production. In 2015, the first study in this area was conducted by the China country.
Conclude, Himani.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Then come to the source impact analysis. H index of the e-journal publishing article in this area of digital financial services has been included in the study. Most cited document is of the author Ozil PK in 2018, who have worked frequently on financial inclusion in this area. That's all from my study. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Himani. We would invite Dr. Rajpal. Dr. Rajpal. Sheila Devi. Our next participant, Sheila Devi. I would like to invite Mr. Sunil Kumar. Mr. Sunil Kumar. Mr. Sunil Kumar, are you available? Mr. Bashir Ahmed Khan.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Bashir Ahmed Khan.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes. Bashir.
Yes.
Oh, yes, sorry. Let me share my screen, sir, please. Sir, is my screen visible?
No, not visible. Bashir Ahmed, it's not visible.
I am trying to get connected to this. Yes, ma'am.
Is my screen?
It is visible now. Visible. Carry on.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. My topic for today's conference is the COVID-19 and teacher education in Kashmir, an exploratory study on BEd students. These are the BEd students of Kashmir University. First, I will try to brief my presentation within 3 minutes due to the scarcity of time. So, as we know, COVID-19 has hit throughout the world, and the education system, infrastructure, everything was got hit by this COVID-19 pandemic, which was started in 2020. But still, this COVID-19, it's affecting the all aspects or spheres of our life. But how teacher education or general education was affected by this COVID-19? Many education institutions, they were stuck within the four walls. They were tasked to go switch to online. As per the different report, like 32 crores were cut off from only in India. So educational structure, it was paralyzed, if I may say. So when we talk about the theoretical papers, there was still a compensation. We can say that blessings in the disguise, if I may say. While online learning, different digital platforms, they were utilized for the educational compensations. But when we talk about the teacher education, so when we talk about the teacher education, there are different internship programs, there are teaching practices. So it was a biggest challenge for all the educators, teacher educators, BEd students, different internship programs, field works. It was quite difficult to carry on with such online problems. Online learning or online teaching learning practices were held in Kashmir also, as across the world, like different digital platforms like Zoom meeting. Hello, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay,
you are
like Zoom meeting, Google meeting, WebEx, Jitsi, what's the different electronic gadgets and platforms were utilized. For example, different people, some people were there who were not knowing what's the email, what's the different electronic. So it as the blessings in disguise, it has taught us, though there was a compulsion. There was a compulsion, but still it has taught us how to switch on different electronic gadgets, how to switch to different platforms. It has taught us lots of digital immigrants, I may say. There was a shift from the different digital immigrants to the digital literacy. So I will precise my topic with the objectives of the study to explore the reality of teacher education system operated and affected during COVID-19 in Kashmir. Because when we talk of the Kashmir, Jammu and Kashmir is the northern part of the India. So there are different climates, there are different entities, like in terms of geographical, in terms of security purpose, in terms of far-flung, in terms of power cuts, in terms of internet suspension. So these things are the different challenges which the education leaders, teachers, they have to face all the time, because every second day or every third day there is the internet suspension in different areas due to some uncertain circumstances. So we had to deal with such programs. So I tried to explore what is the reality of teacher education. When we talk of teacher education, I simply call it here different programs, internship programs, teaching practices like micro teaching, how these things are operated in Kashmir. And another objective to study the challenge and obstacles in shifting teaching practices by BEd students. The foundational courses, foundational papers, they were taught on different platforms like Google Meet, Zoom, meeting, and these things. But what about the teaching practices? When the students were asked to, you have to gather, you have to go to different different institutions. Institutions were already shut from past 1 year. Then presently we are saying from past 1.5 years, the institutions were shut. Then there were different COVID protocols. So these were the different challenges. And the research questions I formulated here: what will be the operation of teacher education practices in Kashmir during COVID-19? How teaching learning practices, teaching practices, internships, field works, they could be carried out in during COVID-19 times. And what challenges are faced by the student in shifting to online modes as well as offline modes? Because in this time, institutions are running offline. But
please conclude.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, I will. So this I have formulated on this SWOT method, a SWOT model, I must say, like strength, weakness, opportunities, and challenges. If I may say about the strengths, no doubt this online teaching or teaching practices during COVID-19, there was the accessibility. because online teaching, it could be accessed anywhere from any time. There was a wide coverage of, or we can say, mega audiences. There was a flexibility. A man could stay within the classroom, within his home, and he could operate the classes via online learning. And different, but there was also weaknesses were there, because sometimes we have seen students are making lazy excuses. What we are saying, for example, if you we have noticed here, students, they were protesting for offline classes, but when we were during examinations, they were again protesting for online classes. So there was a lethargy. There were different excuses made by the students, because they had
Conclude, Bashir, conclude.
Okay. Now I would like to conclude this online practice. They were hampered by these COVID-19 situations. But when we talk about practices, there were different issues. There were different challenges we have to face it, like the communication barriers were online or problems were there. There were electronic gadgets were not available. Restrictions were there. Different security issues were there. So these were the challenges, sir.
Okay, thank you, Vasisht.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Now I would like to invite Ms. Tanya Rana.
Yes, ma'am, present.
Please start with your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. 1 second. Is my screen visible, ma'am?
It's visible, ma'am. Please continue.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm Tanya Rana, PhD scholar from Lovely Professional University. Today, I'm presenting my research titled The Relationship Among Mindfulness, Family Supportive Supervisor Behaviors, Job Satisfaction, and Work Engagement Among College Teachers. I have done this research in collaboration with my fellow research scholar, Mr. Arjun Singh Baloria. Any nation's development primarily depends on its educational advancement, and teachers, among many others, have a very important role to play in ensuring achievement in educational systems. Skipping the introduction of variables, I'll straight away jump to the need of the study. Due to rapid industrialization and changing structures of the organizations around the world, last 2 decades have attracted a lot of attention of the researchers into incorporation of positive psychology and its interventions into the field of organizational psychology. Therefore, the purpose of this correlational study was to contribute to the existing literature by exploring the relationship between all the variables under study. More specifically, the study tries to address the following objectives: to examine the relationship between mindfulness and family supportive supervisor behavior, job satisfaction, and work engagement; to examine the relationship between family supportive supervisor behavior and mindfulness, job satisfaction, and work engagement; and to examine the relationship between work engagement and job satisfaction. The objectives were achieved by administering structured, self-reported, close-ended questionnaires on college teachers belonging to various parts of Jammu districts. 208 college teachers were approached through various social platforms like emails, WhatsApp, out of which 128 agreed to be part of the study. The questionnaire was divided into 5 parts. Part A dealt with the demographic profile, and Part B and E dealt with the majoring of all the variables under study by using standardized questionnaires. Analysis was done through descriptive and inferential statistics. It was found that 56.3% of respondents were females, 30.5% belonged to 30 to 34 years of age, and 60.2% were married. The correlational relationship between all the variables under study establishes that there exists a significant positive correlation between all the variables under the study, namely mindfulness, family supportive supervisor behavior, job satisfaction, and work engagement. As both mindfulness and family supportive supervisor behavior can be acquired with the help of already available training modules, the findings of the study can be implied for fostering the job outcomes among the employees for future research. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Tanya Rana.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our next student is Rekha. Rekha.
Good evening, ma'am.
Hi, Rekha.
Am I audible?
Please continue.
Good evening, all of you. Myself, Rekha, from Hisar. I'm a PhD scholar from BMU Rohtak. My presentation topic is a study of work-life balance among married women employees in the state of Haryana. I'm sharing my screen.
Request the other participants to please mute themselves. Center is supposed to unmute.
Ma'am, is the screen is visible or no?
No, ma'am.
No.
8 seconds, ma'am. Now? Hello, ma'am.
No, it's not visible.
Ma'am, next participant.
Excuse me, sir. Sir. Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, first time using Zoom meeting, so I'm not able. Can explain my topic thoroughly? Hello, ma'am.
Participant,
Hello. Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, please, I'm waiting till 4 p.m. ma'am.
Okay, jaldi.
Ma'am, my topic is the study of work-life balance among married women employees in the state of Haryana. The study is based on the women employees, whether public or private sector. The employees can be contractual, private, permanent. The issue is creating, managing, maintaining a proper balance between the personal and professional life. Professional women, especially working mother, has perform multiple role in balancing their work life and personal life. Each role has its own set of demand, and when such role and demand interact, an imbalance is created which cause stress, absenteeism, health issues, etc. Thus, there is need to analyze how women
आपका
employees
रेखा
balance.
आपका फाइंडिंग बताइए. Please share your research finding.
Okay, sir. I'm concluding. Work-family structure can be influenced by the context in which the work and family domain operate in a particular environment. The work timing, description of work as well as work schedule could vary among women across countries. Thus, it is understandable that demand arising from work and family role differ in various settings. Women in different professional are caught in a dilemma with expectation and ideologies of traditional societies at home and demand conforming to the modern code of conduct. Thus, they are observed as struggling with their personal and professional life in order to achieve a balance between these two domains. As a result of prevalences of gendered work structure, women are not able to achieve equal despite being educated and employed. Domestic responsibilities still remain a primary role of women irrespective of their employment status. Women are not able to question or challenge gender role assumption even when they are highly educated. Moreover, women utilize their education keeping their family interest in mind in order to ensure that work-family balance and to challenge gender relation. The prevailing social system was which relegate women to that the inferior group both at home and at work should be changed. Thank you, sir. And so sorry, sir. I'm using Zoom first time. I'm
Okay, no issue.
Google Meet, sir.
Next participant, Miss Kirti.
Hello, am I audible? Okay, let me just share my screen.
Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, yeah.
Doctor, sorry
I know there is
just a second. Dr.
Am I audible?
Chetna ma'am.
Am I audible?
Sir, Dr. Parikshit, are you comfortable? Should we stop the session or should we carry on? We are left with 5-6 candidates.
Okay, ma'am, no issue. बट अगर सेशन हम लोग इन करना चाहेंगे तो फिर अभी कुछ छूट जाएंगे, तो क्या करें? अगर आपको और हम दोनों कंटिन्यू करा दे तो आज के सेशन को इन कर दे, नहीं तो फिर थर्ड सेशन में उनको कन्वर्ट करना होगा.
कर देते हैं सर, 5-6 कैंडिडेट्स रह गए हैं तो
ओके मैम, तो जल्दी जल्दी इन लोगों को खत्म कर देते हैं.
ठीक है सर, ठीक है. थैंक यू सर.
Okay, can I continue?
Please
yes,
continue.
Yes.
Please continue.
Okay, my screen is visible, right?
Yes, yes.
Yes, it
Hello?
is visible. Yes.
Okay, sure. So I know there is a shortage of time, so I'm just going to skim through all the entire PPT. I won't discuss all the topics in detail. Okay, so I work in a remote area and I teach English to undergrad students. So I've chosen this topic because I come across their struggles with learning English language and their communication skills, right? So I converse with them often about their issues with the reasons why they cannot communicate well in English. And the findings are in the topic itself. My findings are that they lack listening skills. There is a lack of listening skills on their part. And ELT is English language teaching. I'm sure everybody is aware of it. In ELT, what happens is, I think in a rural background, what happens for the most part is that the students focus too much on their writing skills and not on their speaking skills. And I think from all the topics that I've discussed today, why rural students lag behind. Okay, there is a lot of static in the background. Somebody's audio is on. Okay, so I think the major, most important reason for the rural students to lag behind in English communication skills is the non-availability of English speaking environment, because they don't get that environment. But when I deal with them and I ask them the reasons why they cannot improve now, because they are in a undergrad level now, they have all the opportunities in the world, they have mobile phones, they are adults. When I talk to them, I realize that they don't have a strong base. So I think the reason that I found out, I've gone through all the ELT methods in my paper, and it's a qualitative research. So I'm just going to give you what I found out, that there is an overuse of grammar translation method, and it's not just an overuse of this particular method. The thing is that this method is so overused that everything is just given to them. Every English text is just given to them in like a served in a platter in their native language, and that's the problem. Whenever I'm teaching a class, I have to teach them in Hindi while I'm capable of actually taking their class in English, because whenever I am speaking to them and I say utter a single phrase in English, they look at me with baffled eyes. They can't understand a single word of it. And what I've realized is they're not habituated to listening to English in the first place, because whenever they listen to anything in English, now they're so used to being taught in Hindi that what they do is they continue to just wait for the person to translate everything to them in Hindi and not put an effort into understanding what is being said. So that is one of the reasons there is a problem. Okay, I won't go through the hearing and listening thing. The thing is about listening skills, why I think it is the most important, because it takes about 45% of your verbal communication time. And I think it is one of the most important skills, because when you learn your first language, what you do is you acquire listening skills first. So when you acquire listening skills, then you start speaking. Most people, whenever they ask me, ma'am, what is the way to improve my spoken
Or communication skills. Yeah. Kriti, conclude.
but develop your
Kriti, ma'am,
reading a newspaper would only improve their reading habit. Yeah, so and I believe listening skills need to be improved, and I think students need to be encouraged to listen to more content in English, and that would be one of the ways for them to be able to start speaking in English. Thank you. That's my conclusion.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Preeti.
Have a nice presentation.
Next participant, Ms. Rekha Mittal.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I'm sharing my screen.
Ms. Rekha Mittal, you are a single participant?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. My co-partners are, yes, four, ma'am. Four people.
Mrs. Kanishka Setia, Rashmin
Yes,
Kaur,
ma'am.
and
Yes,
Mrs.
ma'am.
Urvija Rai.
Urvija Raina. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, they all are in the conference right now.
Fine, ma'am. Fine. You are presenting the session.
Yes, ma'am. I'm presenting the session. My
Carry
screen
on.
is visible, ma'am?
It's visible,
Yes,
ma'am.
yes, ma'am.
So, good evening, sir. We are Rekha Mittal, Miss Rashmin Kaur, Miss Kanishka Setia. We all are assistant professor in computer science in Institute of Management Technology, Faridabad. Our topic of presentation is deep learning for lung infection identification. This is the layout of my PPT. So just give the introduction and I can conclude my paper. See, in the COVID-19 time, we all have seen that lung disease are the most infectious disease, and that causes harm to the humans. There are other diseases also, bronchitis, asthma, COPD, influenza, lung cancer, pneumonia, and there are so many respiratory disorders in which affects lungs human very adversely. They are the techniques like chest X-rays, CT scan, etc. are the ways in which we can detect this disease. These are the mechanisms which are developed by computer with medical science. Now, the radiologists or the doctors, aortic surgeons, they identify the region of infection from these scan diseases to find out the problems in our lungs. These are the various methods through which the lung disease are being detected by the radiologists and the aortic surgeons. Now, the problem is that annotating large volume of medical images, as we have seen in the COVID-19 period, is a very time-consuming task. And so there is an utmost importance of in the healthcare community to develop an automated method for lung disease classification. And this is what we are trying to do. So for that, we have surveyed a lot of papers. Let me come to my, the limitations of the models are, all schemes are related, limited to few classifications only, and there is no accurate model to classify the disease in the real time. So this is the main problem, that real-time detection of the disease is not very difficult with automatic classifiers. So in this paper, we are trying to present a model in which we lung disease can be classified in a real-time manner. So, and that's the
Rekha ma'am, what
is
are the finding, ma'am? Rekha ma'am,
sir, basically it's an experimental study. So we have done an experiment to develop a model to automatically diagnose or automatically classify the disease. For that, we have used Kaggle databases, and we design a model using these 4 layers: convolution layer, ReLU layer, pooling layer, connected layer. This is my model, and the result I have achieved is the accuracy of 95%. So I conclude my paper. We have designed a model using deep learning CNN approach to detect the disease in a real-time environment. And in my future, I am trying to apply this model for on the COVID-19 databases to detect the COVID-19, so we can help so try to help the community in COVID-19 detection. This is what we are trying to do.
I hope so. All the best, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Nice presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
I would invite Mr. Anil Kumar. Mr. Anil Kumar. Our next participant, Mr. Rahul. Mr. Rahul.
Hello. Hello.
Ji.
Namaskar, ma'am.
This is Mr. Rahul.
Hello.
Mr. Rahul.
Hello.
Yes, Rahul, आपकी आवाज आ रही है, आ रही है.
चलो जी, हो गया. Mr. Rahul, please carry on.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I am studying, ma'am.
हाँ जी, निपटा दिया. Please mute yourself. The participant, please mute yourself. Rekha.
Hello. Hello.
जी, आपकी आवाज आ रही है. राहुल, बताइए. स्टार्ट कीजिए.
मेरा नाम राहुल है सर. मैं महर्षि दयानंद यूनिवर्सिटी रोहतक का स्टूडेंट व एमए का छात्र हूँ सर. रूस व यूक्रेन के बीच युद्ध और इसका अंतरराष्ट्रीय संबंध और प्रभाव के बारे में बताना चाहता हूँ सर. आज रूस व यूक्रेन युद्ध को चले 87 दिन हो चुके हैं सर, और इसकी ऐतिहासिक पृष्ठभूमि है. रूस और यूक्रेन दोनों ही यूरोप महाद्वीप के देश हैं. रूस सबसे बड़ा देश और यूक्रेन दूसरे नंबर का सबसे बड़ा देश है. रूस का क्षेत्रफल 1,98,260 वर्ग किलोमीटर स्क्वायर है और यूक्रेन का क्षेत्रफल 6,03,548 किलोमीटर स्क्वायर की सीमा एक दूसरे के 17 के रूसी क्रांति के बाद रूसी गणराज्य की स्थापना हुई थी और 1922 में सोवियत संघ की स्थापना हुई थी. 1945 में द्वितीय विश्व युद्ध के बाद पूरी दुनिया 2 गुटों में बट गई, यूएसए व यूएसएसआर. यूएसएसआर का विघटन 1991 में हुआ, जिसमें 15 देशों में टूट गया, जिसमें रशिया, यूक्रेन, लातविया, एस्टोनिया, लातविया, बेलारूस, मालदोवा, जॉर्जिया, आर्मेनिया, अजरबैजान, कजाकिस्तान, उज्बेकिस्तान, तुर्कमेनिस्तान, कजाकिस्तान और ताजिकिस्तान, ये 15 देश इनमें टूट गया. और रूस और यूक्रेन
राहुल, क्या जरूरत पड़ गई दोनों भाई को आपस में विवाद करने की? क्योंकि आपने इस पे रिसर्च कर रहा है ना अभी.
यस सर.
जरूरत पड़ गई
2010 में सर 2010 में सर यूक्रेन के राष्ट्रपति यानुकोविच बने। वो रूस के समर्थक थे, लेकिन यूक्रेन के लोग यूरोप के साथ मिलना पसंद करते थे, इसलिए दिसंबर 2021 में यूक्रेन ने नाटो में शामिल होने की भी घोषणा की सर। लेकिन 2015 में पुतिन ने ये कहा कि रूस के सर का ताज यूक्रेन है, वह इसको किसी भी कीमत पर हासिल करना चाहता है।
2022 में अचानक से क्या जरूरत पड़ गई, दोनों देश लड़ पड़े? आपकी फाइंडिंग वही होगी ना।
दिसंबर 2021 में सर इन्होंने नाटो में शामिल होने को कहा सर, और इनके ये 2014 में सर यहाँ पे क्रीमिया इसके दक्षिण में सर यूक्रेन के यहाँ पर रूस ने कब्जा कर लिया था सर। ये 22 फरवरी 2022 को रूस ने यूक्रेन के लोहांस और डोनास्क को आजाद घोषित कर दिया सर। ये अलग राज्य है, लेकिन 24 फरवरी 2022 को फिर युद्ध स्टार्ट हो गया है, क्योंकि इसका विरोध यूक्रेन ने किया।
चलिए 2015 इसकी कंक्लूजन बताइए।
कंक्लूजन ये है सर, अमेरिका का पता चला कि अमेरिका किसी के भी साथ नहीं, अमेरिका अपने राष्ट्रीय हितों के लिए रक्षा करता है सिर्फ, और वह किसी का साथ नहीं देता। रूस ने लोहांस व डोनास्क पर अपना कब्जा कर लिया, और वह इरपिन के रास्ते अब कीव को भी कब्जाना चाहता है। खार्किव पर उसने अपना कब्जा ज्यादातर हिस्से पर कर लिया है, और इसका निष्कर्ष यह भी निकला है कि अमेरिका ने और अन्य देशों ने इस पर अनेक प्रतिबंध लगा दिए हैं। इसे रूस को फीफा वर्ल्ड कप से ही बाहर कर दिया गया सर।
चलिए ठीक है, थैंक यू।
और माइक्रोसॉफ्ट, सैमसंग ऐसी कंपनियों ने भी यहाँ जाना बंद कर दिया है।
चलो थैंक यू जी।
थैंक्स सर।
अमेरिका किसी का नहीं है, पूरे वर्ल्ड में अमेरिका चाहता है कि मैं राज करूं, क्योंकि उसके पास जितने आर्म्स है उसकी सप्लाई वो कैसे करेगा, इसीलिए उसको बढ़ावा दिया और दोनों में आपस में फूट डालो की राज कर दी। चलो ठीक है, फाइंडिंग आपकी हो गई, खत्म कहानी।
सर आई एम दीपक कुमार सर।
डॉक्टर रवि
डिस्कनेक्ट हो गया सर, मेरा नंबर आया सर।
नहीं, डॉक्टर रवि कांत इज द नेक्स्ट पार्टिसिपेंट। डॉक्टर रवि कांत, then we have Mrs. Swati Singh. Mrs. Swati Singh, Miss Riddhima Narayan, Miss Riddhima Narayan, Mr. Rajesh Ahuja.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Rajesh Ahuja.
Yes, ma'am.
Please continue, sir. Please continue.
Now let me share my screen.
Fine, sir. Rahul Sharma, please unmute yourself. And
well, if you ask like what bothers banks these days is the bad loans. People take loans and they don't return, and even they leave country. This paper is an attempt to identify the determinants of bad loans of commercial banks in India. And yes, we know that over the past 2 decades, I hope my screen is viewable to you all. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Well, over the past 2 decades, India has emerged as an important participant in the international financial system with the development in its banking. Before I explain my objective and findings of the study, we need to first understand what I'm going to talk about. Yes, we as banks and as an economy, we have gradually embraced policies that were more and more market oriented. Yes, we are bank-based economy, and let me share the objective of my study because I know the importance of time. I have a lengthy paper. I won't be covering everything that I have put on this paper. Can you see my paper moving?
No, sir.
Please confirm. Okay, thank you. I have everything that is required for a research paper. I've done extensive literature review on these areas.
एक्सक्यूज मी सर, आपकी स्क्रीन नहीं दिखाई दे रही है, कोई राहुल शर्मा नाम करके उसकी स्क्रीन दिखाई दे रही है सर.
Sir, I confirmed from you that
राहुल शर्मा, मैम राहुल शर्मा को अनाउंस करें वो अपनी स्क्रीन बंद करें.
Rahul Sharma. Rahul Sharma, sir, please stop sharing your screen. Rahul Sharma.
Yes, Rajesh ji, continue.
हेलो मैम, माय नेम इज दीपक कुमार. मेरी टर्न में मैम टेक्निकल इशू हो गया था, मैं ज्वाइन नहीं कर पाया. मैम मैं अपना पेपर अब प्रेजेंट कर सकता हूँ?
अभी नहीं दीपक कुमार, अभी somebody else is presenting the paper. अभी तो राजेश आहूजा जी प्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं पेपर.
मैम आफ्टर प्रेजेंटिंग दिस पेपर.
नहीं, आपकी टर्न कल आएगी अब.
ओके मैम, थैंक यू.
Okay.
मैम एक क्वेश्चन मेरा भी है मैम.
Could you please confirm?
राजेश जी,
sir. Yes, sir.
सर मेरा नाम जैसे फर्स्ट लिस्ट में नहीं, मेरा संदीप कुमार. अब मैंने देखा था, सॉरी गलती से ध्यान नहीं रहा था. तो सर मैं कल प्रेजेंट करूँ या आज करूँ सर?
I'm not one of the organizers. I'm
आप
one
कल
of the
करेंगे
presenters.
प्रेजेंटेशन अपना?
कल करेंगे संदीप कुमार, आप कल करेंगे.
I can't answer your question, Rahul.
Rajesh Ahuja, sir, please continue.
Ji, thank you. I'm just
Sorry
showing
for the
my paper. I hope that my paper is viewable now.
Yes, it's viewable now.
Okay. I'm moving my cursor to my objectives of the study.
Yes.
Thank you, sir, for confirming. I have just two objectives for today. To examine the non-performing assets. We call them bad loans or non-performing loans worldwide. But my main concern is to identify determinants of bad loans of public sector as well as private sector banks in India. I've taken all 26 public sector banks and 18 private sector banks. I'm skipping all these just to save times for everyone's benefit. My main findings are I have taken a pooled regression for identifying the determinants. So I have found that there is a strong positive correlation between total assets banks have and the bad loans they have. So bigger the bank is, for example, State Bank of India is the biggest bank in India. They have the highest non-performing assets. But return on asset is not related with the non-performing assets. Return on equity, yes, there is a relation, but the relation is negative. That is my finding in this paper. Capital adequacy ratio is not related, but loan loss provisions are, yes, related. But net interest margin, yes, it is related, but negatively. So, and finally, let me conclude. If I look at macroeconomic determinants, GDP, inflation rate, and money supply, all are related with the emergence of bad loans. So countries having big GDP, they have big number of bad loans. Inflation rate, yes, it is related with the bad loans, but negatively. Same is with the money supply. So if there is more money, then the proportion of bad loans shrinks. Thank you very much. These are my findings. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Rajesh Ahuja.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me stop sharing.
We'll call upon Ms. Komal Saini. Ms. Komal Saini. Our next participant, Dr. P. Felsi.
Please, ma'am, I am waiting my turn.
Ms. Komal Saini. No, Anita, Ms. Komal, Dr. P. Felsi, is the participant available? Okay. Mrs. Anita. Please,
yes, ma'am. Yes.
Please continue with your presentation. Dr. Parikshit, like, sir, I suppose this is the last presentation. in the
Yes, ma'am.
session, Mrs. Anita, because she was unable to connect, and even Madam Deepika, Dr. Deepika
Ma'am,
was
may I
unable
give
to
the
connect.
present? Yes,
मैम
ma'am.
काफी लेट हो चुकी है.
Mrs. Anita, please
Sir, I
continue.
will just take the 2 minutes.
Okay, okay.
My research topic is parent-child relationship as correlates of empathy among adolescents. And hello. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes,
No,
yes, audible.
ma'am. You are audible. Yes.
Rationale of the study. In this study, the researcher has included two variables. One variable is empathy and the other variable is the parent-child relationship. Both of these variables add to the importance of this study. There has been a lot of research on the parent-child relationship, but very few studies have been done recently. This study narrowed the research gap. The other variable is the empathy-dependent variable. There have been many studies abroad on this variable, but no study has been done in India yet. Therefore, the researcher found it very important to include this variable in the study. There is a great need to study this variable in Indian research so that the society and many researchers can benefit from this study. There have been separate studies on both the parent-child relationship and empathy variables, but so far no study has been done on these two variables. Research problem: parent-child relationship as correlates of empathy among adolescents. And I have used two variables. Parent-child relationship is an independent variable and empathy is a dependent variable. Now objective: to study the relationship of empathy and parent-child relationship among adolescents, to study the relationship of empathy and parent-child relationship among boys adolescents of government schools, and to study the relationship of empathy and parent-child relationship among girls adolescents of government schools, to study the relationship of empathy and parent-child relationship among boys adolescents of private schools, and last, to study the relationship of empathy and parent-child relationship among girls adolescents of private schools.
Okay, conclude, Anita.
Okay, yes, sir, yes. Now conclusion: the purpose of the study was to see the parent-child relationship and empathy among adolescents. The present study proved that no significant relationship was found between parent-child relationship and empathy among adolescents. And there is no relationship was found between parent-child relationship and empathy among adolescents boys in government schools. The parent-child relationship does not play any significant role in developing empathy in girls. This means that government or private schools has no significant effect on girls' empathy. It was found that no significant relationship and empathy for adolescent boys studying in private schools. It was proved that there was no significant relationship between the parent-child relationship and empathy of adolescent girls studying in private school. That is, no gender relationship was seen in parent-child relationship and empathy, nor was the empathy of adolescents studying in any private and government schools.
Thank you,
ma'am.
Anita.
Thank you, all the participants. Now I would like to invite the chairperson, Dr. Parikshit Lai.
Thank you, ma'am.
And valuable feedback. Sorry for the delay, sir. We have already taken the time, but still I would like to invite you for your expert support and the feedback and presentations by the candidates.
Thank you, Chetna ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
काफी लेट हो चुका है, इसके लिए माफी चाहूंगा और मैं चेयरमैन सर से भी आग्रह करूंगा कि माफी चाहूंगा उनसे भी कि काफी टाइम हो गया सर, हम लोग कोशिश किए कि लेकिन फिर भी 10:10 हो गए। काफी पार्टिसिपेंट थे जिसमें से 22 लोगों ने प्रेजेंटेशन किया और 15 लोगों ने पीपीटी प्रेजेंटेशन किया और सभी पार्टिसिपेंट ने अपने अपने तरीके से अपने अपने टॉपिक को रिसर्च क्वालिटी एंड क्वांटिटेटिव दोनों पे बात की डाटाबेसिस पे बात की, एनालिसिस पे बात की, डेटा कलेक्शन उन्होंने बताया, और कुछ एक नया टॉपिक जो रूस और यूक्रेन की बात वो भी आज चर्चा हुई। तो ओवरऑल मिला के हम सभी का एक अच्छा डिस्कशन रहा इस वेब कॉन्फ्रेंस में, जिसमें सभी प्रतिभागियों ने बहुत अच्छे तरीके से अपने कम टाइम में भी अच्छे प्रेजेंटेशन दिए। और ये और सिर्फ ICRT की टीम ही है जो इतने अच्छे तरीके से ऑर्गेनाइज, इसीलिए मैं ICRT के चेयरमैन सर मैं आपको प्रणाम करता हूं, और साथ साथ रमेश आर्य सर जो चेयरमैन सर के गुरुदेव हैं और हमारे भी गुरुदेव हैं। तो सर मैं आपसे भी स्नेह आशीष चाहूंगा कि इसी तरह सर बना रहे। ये मंच हम लोगों को मिला है, तो सर ये मंच में हमेशा हम लोग रहे, साथ रहे, और इसी तरह पूरे भारतवर्ष में हम लोग कॉन्फ्रेंस करते रहे, क्योंकि ICRT की जो टीम है वो पूरे भारतवर्ष में एक नहीं बल्कि पूरे विश्व में वसुदेवम कुटुंबकम की बात करता है, पूरे विश्व को एक साथ जोड़ने की बात करती है। हमारी संस्कृति इतनी अच्छी है भारत की कि हम विश्व गुरु हैं और हमेशा रहेंगे, अपनी संस्कृति के लिए हम जाने जाते। तो वो एक गुरु और शिष्य की जो परंपरा है आज ये वेब कॉन्फ्रेंस में हम लोगों को मिला, बहुत ही अच्छा हमको भी अपॉर्चुनिटी मिला। इसमें चेयरपर्सन और चेयरमैन सर का भी मैं बहुत आभार और बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं कि आपने इतना अच्छा मौका दिया। सभी प्रतिभागियों को भी मैं कहूंगा कि आपके द्वारा जो रिसर्च किए गए वो भी बहुत मायने रखता है, और आप इसी तरह आगे बढ़ते रहिए, इसी रिसर्च में आप बहुत आगे कीजिए, यही शुभकामना है हमारी तरफ से। तो सर अंतो मैं चेयरमैन सर और मेरे गुरुदेव रमेश आर्य सर से मैं आखिरी विनती करता हूँ सर।
जी डॉक्टर परीक्षित लाइक जी, बहुत बढ़िया आपने किया।
थैंक यू डॉक्टर परीक्षित जी,
थैंक यू सर।
बहुत बहुत आभारी है ICRT व गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज हिसार आपका, जो कि इतना कीमती समय आपने दिया है। आप 4 बजे से जुड़े हुए हैं, मैं देख रहा हूँ।
जी सर।
विशेषकर आपका डॉक्टर परीक्षित जी और डॉक्टर चेतना गुप्ता जी, आप दोनों को सैल्यूट है। सबसे पहले आप जुड़े और अंतिम समय तक आप अब तक हैं।
थैंक यू सर।
ये ना बहुत बड़ी एक टेक्निकल सेशन के कोऑर्डिनेटर के तौर पे, और एक तो टेक्निकल सेशन के जो चेयरपर्सन होते हैं उनकी तो समय की कुर्बानी मानी जाती है एक किस्म से, कि वो शुरू में बैठते हैं और लास्ट टाइम तक बैठे रहते हैं। और डॉक्टर चेतना गुप्ता जी के बारे में तब क्या कहूं, अभी सर मैसेज कर रहे थे, बता रहे थे मुझे, मैं ICRT ऑफिस में बैठा हूं, सर भी टेक्निकल टीम सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, बैठे हैं। सर बता रहे थे कि मैंने तो यहाँ तक कह दिया था कि 9 बजे सेशन बंद कर सकते हैं, लेकिन मैम ने ये कहा कि आज का काम आज ही निपटाएंगे। देखिए बहुत बड़ी बात होती है ये, हम जेंट्स हैं, हमें तो हो सकता है सिर्फ इतना काम हो कि खाना खाना है और खा के सो जाना है, लेकिन लेडीज के काम हमारे से कुछ ज्यादा होते हैं। इनको खाना बनाना भी होता है, खाना खाना भी होता है, सबको संभालना भी होता है। वास्तव में सैल्यूट है मैम आपको। डॉक्टर चेतना गुप्ता जी, आपसे अनुरोध है मेरा कि कल, वैसे तो आपकी ड्यूटी आज ही थी, कल आपकी कोई ड्यूटी नहीं है, लेकिन ICRT आपको छोटा सा एक सरप्राइज देना चाहता है। तो कल लास्ट टाइम में आप 8 बजे के करीब आप जरूर जुड़े, अवार्ड सेरेमनी से ठीक पहले।
ठीक है सर,
जरूर मैम,
माय प्लेजर।
वैसे आप चाहे बिल्कुल शुरुआत में जुड़ जाएं,
हाँ जी,
वेलकम है आपका, स्वागत है, लेकिन लास्ट टाइम में जब अवार्ड सेरेमनी हो तब आप जरूर जुड़े रहें।
थैंक यू सर।
आप भी।
जी सर। और सर हम दोनों का ये सौभाग्य है कि आप हम लोगों को इस काबिल इस प्लेटफॉर्म में दिया। और कहते हैं कि कोई भी रथ 2 पहिए से चलता है, तो आज के प्लेटफॉर्म में जो एक कोऑर्डिनेटर के रूप में जो मैम को मिले, आप हमको जो सपोर्टिंग किए मैम, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत आभार और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। क्योंकि धन्यवाद आपके लिए बहुत कम होगा, लेकिन आपने कोऑर्डिनेशन के साथ जी, क्योंकि कभी मिले नहीं मैम से, लेकिन कोऑर्डिनेशन इतना अच्छा रहा कि लगा नहीं कि फर्स्ट टाइम हम लोग ये कर रहे हैं। तो
ऐसा किसी को नहीं लगा कि आप अलग अलग जगह पे बैठे हो, ऐसा लग रहा था बिल्कुल एक बहुत अच्छा सामंजस्य आप दोनों का रहा है।
ICRT ने हमें सौभाग्य दिया है कि हम इंटरैक्ट कर सके और कोऑर्डिनेट कर सके, क्योंकि सबकी कोऑर्डिनेशन के बिना तो कुछ भी नहीं चल पाएगा ना।
बिल्कुल मैम,
कोऑर्डिनेशन के बिना सब उधर है।
थैंक यू।
लेकिन मैं इतना कहना चाहूंगा जी, आपका ये सफर ICRT के साथ शुरू हुआ है, ये बहुत आगे तक जाएगा।
थैंक यू सर, माय प्लेजर सर।
हम लोग तो सौभाग्य, अपने आप को सौभाग्यमान समझेंगे कि सर ICRT के साथ हम लोग
आज के सेशन के चंद कमेंट गुरुजी, डॉक्टर रमेश आर्य सर जी।
अच्छा, थैंक यू
पहले
वेरी
बता
मच।
चुके हम गुरु शिष्य हैं।
हाँ जी, तो डॉक्टर SK सिंगमार जी, चेयरपर्सन ICRT, डॉक्टर सुगंधा जी, प्रोफेसर लक्ष्मी नारायण दास जी, डॉक्टर परीक्षित लायक जी, डॉक्टर सने लता जी, डॉक्टर सतीश कुमार जी, डॉक्टर राजपाल जी, डॉक्टर नेमता जी, डॉक्टर चेतना गुप्ता जी, डॉक्टर रिंकू जी, and all respected participants and paper presenters from various schools, colleges, and universities of different countries. First of all, my best regard to all of you. Thank you for joining this today's multidisciplinary international web conference on the topic current trends and challenges in education, research, and social sciences. Our chief guest, Dr. Ranjit Singh ji, told us about positivity, yoga, skill development, education system, defense system, etc. And our today's keynote speaker, Professor Kosga Yogappa Raj ji, told us about quality education, online education, commercialization of education, harmonization of mind, body, and soul, quality of research, training and skill are the part of the education. He told us about expectations are very high, but our education system is not fulfilling all expectations. During pandemic, we saw that the online education system was not effective. In future, in my view, we should adopt a hybrid education system, online as well as offline mode. He particularly stressed on the education ethics, effective behavior, creativity, quality education, and customize the education system. I am grateful to the team members who invited me as a patron of such a big event. I congratulate the whole team for motivating and inspiring the research scholars, students, and teachers to participate and present their research papers in the International Web Conference. I believe that this conference will improve the quality of research on this topic. Such international conference give us the purpose and zeal to improve our academic work. And I assure you that I will put more efforts in future for such academic research activities. Today, in both the technical sessions, many good research papers have been presented, and overall, both the sessions are very good. As we know that chances of improvements will always be there, and improvements in the process of teaching, learning, and research are always welcomed. I almost incapable of finding the right words to convey my appreciation to all of you for your efforts in the right direction in the field of research. I am again extend my special appreciations to the chairperson of ICRT, Dr. SK Singh Marji, and his dedicated team members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आज के सेशन को कामयाब बनाने के लिए।
जी
A formal vote of thanks for Dr. Parikshit. I, on behalf of ICRT Government College, give my thanks and regards to Dr. Parikshit for chairing the second technical session of two-day multidisciplinary international web conference and having a patient listening to all the participants. I would thank all the participants for their wonderful presentation and sparing their valuable time and further Dr. Prikshit for motivating all the participants. I would like to end the session with a formal vote of thanks to the chairperson who has spent his valuable time for associating himself with ICERT. Thank you, Dr. Sir.
हेलो सर, चेयरमैन सर, ड्यू टू टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम हम दूसरा पेपर प्रेजेंट नहीं कर सके, तो क्या हमें दूसरा मौका मिल सकता है कल?
कल मिलेगा सर, 4th सेशन में।
थैंक यू सर।
आज जिन्होंने भी पेपर प्रेजेंट नहीं किया किसी भी कारण से, 4th सेशन में आपको मौका मिलेगा।
थैंक यू सर, गुड नाइट सर।
एक बार दोबारा फिर आप सभी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अंतिम समय तक जुड़े रहने वाले कॉन्फ्रेंस के सेक्रेटरी डॉक्टर सतीश कुमार जी, कॉन्फ्रेंस कन्वीनर डॉक्टर राजपाल जी, पैटर्न डॉक्टर सनेलता मैम, डॉक्टर रमेश आर्य सर, मेरे गुरुजी डॉक्टर चेतना गुप्ता जी, डॉक्टर प्रीक्षित जी, एक बार दोबारा फिर आपका तहे दिल से शुक्रिया। आपसे कोई ना कोई जुड़ाव रहा है, तभी इतनी रात तक हम सभी जाग रहे हैं और अभी भी बैठे हैं। कोई जाने की नहीं कह रहा अभी भी, लेकिन मैं आपको कह रहा हूं अब सभी डिनर ठंडा हो चुका है, प्लीज।
थैंक यू सर,
थैंक यू मैम। कल दोबारा फिर मिलते हैं।
थैंक यू सर, रमेश आर्य सर।
हाँ जी, थैंक यू मैडम।
Thank you all for this wonderful session.
जी
Good night. शब्बा खैर। और फिर मिलते
थैंक
हैं।
यू डॉक्टर सुगंधा जी।
Thank you sir. Thank you so much sir.
सिंगमार साहब।
जी सर।
हाँ जी बोलो। डिनर ठंडा आपका हुआ है, हमारा तो हुआ नहीं, हमने तो खा लिया।
करे है डिनर चेयरमैन साहब भी।
चलो बहुत अच्छी बात है सर।
चलो
ये देखो गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज में सड़कें भीगी पड़ी है, इतनी जबरदस्त बारिश हुई।
अच्छा जी।
बिल्कुल,
बहुत अच्छी बात है सर।
बाहर का मौसम इतना अच्छा है।